2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber passed in the blink of an eye. When we stepped back into the real world, the fresh air felt unreal. At my suggestion, Rias and her peerage spent the next 5 days doing nothing but relaxing, eating, shopping, and enjoying themselves after brutal training. A week later, we gathered in the Occult Research Club to wait for the Underworld's representatives. To our surprise, the student council girls were there too. They claimed they came to cheer for Rias, but anyone could see they simply missed me. Sona had initially refused to bring her entire peerage. After all, they had a private magical broadcast system, but the girls begged until she finally relented. Sona adjusted her glasses as she studied Rias and the others. Rias, I heard you've all been taking it easy these past few days instead of training. Knowing you, that can only mean one thing. You're confident. Does this mean you're ready to defeat Riser Phoenix? She wasn't wrong to be confused. Rias and her peerage looked completely transformed, their confidence radiating like heat. That's exactly right, Rias said, lacing her fingers. This match will end my engagement. I'm stronger now, strong enough to crush Riser. Kyom grinned. Finally, time to roast that overgrown turkey. Aquino smirked. Kyom-chan, don't forget we want to turn too. Kiba simply smiled. He didn't need to say anything. His growth spoke for itself. Kaneko clenched her little fist. This time, I'll help Rias Bucho break her chains. Rias gently patted her head, grateful and proud. The student council, seeing their confident expressions, couldn't help but wonder what kind of training they'd gone through. Just then, a crimson magic circle lit the room. Riser and Revel Phoenix stepped out, followed by Evelyn, Surzex's queen. Evelyn bowed. Good evening, Rias-sama, Sona-sama, Riser-sama. We returned her greeting. Riser immediately turned to Rias with a familiar smirk. The week is up. Ready to lose. Rias didn't flinch. You'll be the one losing today. Try to keep that smug look afterward. I'd hate to see you cry. Riser froze. Rias wasn't supposed to be calm. She was supposed to be desperate. He recovered quickly and scoffed. You still only have 5 peerage members. I have a full 15. Don't underestimate the difference. Numbers aren't everything, Rias replied. Prepare yourself for a crushing defeat. You. Riser's face twisted with anger. Evelyn stepped between them. Rias-sama, Riser-sama, are you ready? The rating game will begin shortly. I'm ready. As am I. Riser forced himself to stay composed. Even if Rias had grown stronger, he still had the Phoenix immortality. To him, victory was guaranteed. Moments later, both sides were transported into the alternate dimension, an artificial battlefield created by a Juka Beelzebub for raiding games. Death was almost impossible inside it. Anyone critically injured would be automatically teleported out. Across the underworld, the match was broadcast live. Factions from all 3 major powers tuned in. Even Valley, Lux, and Chow Chow were watching closely. They knew Rias had my support and wanted to confirm their suspicions. Back in the ORC room, I wasn't even pretending to be tense. I leaned back, comfortably, a magical screen floating in front of us, while the girls clung to me. Tsubaki stiffened in my arms, still so easy to fluster. The rating game's starting, Sona said, exasperated. Are you truly not worried? Relax, I said. Rias and the others won't lose. You'll see soon enough. Sona studied my expression, trying to figure out why I was so certain. Riser Phoenix rarely lost. Would I know that she didn't? Before she could ask, the broadcast flashed, and the rating game began. I rested my head on my girlfriend's laps and gave Sona a faint smile. You're curious about their training, right? Don't worry. Today's match will shake the entire 3 factions. Will it really go that far? Sona thought, turning back to the screen. Rating game field. Rias's and Riser's teams materialized on opposite ends of the reproduced Kuoh Town. Evelyn's voice echoed through the sky. The battlefield is Kuoh Town. The participants are as follows. Rias Grimory's peerage. Queen, Akino Himajima. Knight, Kiba Yudo. Rook, Kaneko Tuju. Pawn, Kyomabe. Riser, Phoenix's peerage. Queen, Yubaluna. Knights, Carlamine, Cirrus. Rooks, Shualan, Isabella. Bishops, Ravel Phoenix, my pawns, Marion, Bulant, Mira, Anai and Lee, Sharia, Isle and Nell, and more. Rules: unlimited combat. Any weapon and any method allowed. The match ends when a king is defeated or surrenders. The defeated king will be transported out immediately. A brief pause. I now declare the raiding game officially begun. Unlimited combat meant one thing. This match would be a raw contest of strength. And Riser had no idea how badly he was about to lose. Rias and her peerage gathered in the center of the battlefield projection, reviewing their plan for the raiding game. Bucho, what's there to discuss? Kyom said, cracking her knuckles with absolute confidence. With our current strength, we could just steamroll them. Aquino nodded, amusement in her eyes. Kyom-chan's right. A frontal assault will make it clear you're not running from the engagement. Let's make this quick. Rias smiled at the confidence radiating from her peerage. Then we go with a direct assault. Let's show them we're not the same group they remember. Understood. Their spirits rose instantly. The moment the signal was given, the group dashed in the direction of Riser's starting point without hesitation. From the stands, spectators shook their heads. A head-on charge against a full Phoenix peerage? 5 against 15? It looked reckless, borderline suicidal. If Riser surrounded them. Riser sighed. Riser Phoenix was in the middle of planning a defensive formation when he felt 5 concentrated bursts of magic power closing in fast. His confident smile cracked. So you've chosen a straight fight? Rias? He muttered. Fine. I'll indulge your arrogance. He barked an order to his peerage, fully expecting to crush her small team in an instant. The two sides collided near a park. Riser spread his arms. Rias, whatever you're thinking won't work. Facing me head-on means accepting defeat. Rias shot back, cold and firm. You'll see who loses. Riser snapped his fingers. Teach them their place. A knight and 2 pawns rushed at Kyom. Kyom versus 3. Kyom didn't move. She simply smirked. 3? Against me? You underestimate the future strongest beast tamer. Just a low-class brat with an ego, the knight sneered. The 3 attackers charged. Kyom lifted her hand. A ripple of magic erupted. In the blink of an eye, 3 beasts materialized. An emerald leviathan, a silver-white magic tiger, and a massive 3-eyed golden wolf. The attackers froze mid-step. What? Monsters? At this level? Their voices trembled. Make them disappear, Kyom ordered. The beasts obeyed instantly. The leviathan spat a cloud of poison, engulfing a pawn and dissolving her straight into light. The tiger's energy blast blasted the second pawn off her feet, eliminated. The knight didn't even have time to scream. The 3-eyed golden wolf lunged, ripping through her armor and sending her body scattering into particles of light. The crowd went silent. A low-class devil had fielded beasts equal to high-class monsters. Kiba's sighed. Elsewhere, Kiba stood surrounded by a knight and 4 pawns. He remained absolutely calm. You can't defeat all 5 of us, the knight taunted. This ends now. Kiba smiled faintly. You'll be the ones eliminated. He moved. To the spectators, he simply vanished. To the knight, the world blurred. Then her katana shattered in half. Her body hurled across the street. How is he that fast? They were both knights, both sword users, but Kiba's speed was now beyond her sight. She never even saw his second strike. One thrust. She dissolved into light. The pawns panicked and charged together. Kiba's blade flashed once. One pawn bisected. A flurry of sword lights followed, too fast to track. 4 seconds later, all 4 pawns were gone. Months of harsh training under extreme gravity in the hyperbolic time chamber had paid off. Now, with normal gravity restored, he felt weightless, unshackled. For a high-class devil like Kiba, these low-class fighters might as well have been standing still. Kiba sheathed his blade and returned to Rias with a soft smile. Bucho, mission complete. Thank you, Kiba. Nicely done, Rias replied. Now let's enjoy Kaneko and Aquino's work. Riser stared at the battlefield, speechless. Kiba wasn't even going to fight anymore. He'd already done enough. The spectators were stunned. Kyome's beasts. Kiba's speed and power. This wasn't a peerage fighting above their level. It was a peerage fighting in a completely different league. For the first time, some began to whisper. Could Rias actually win? And her queen and rook hadn't even fought yet. Back in the ORC room, Sona Citri watched the broadcast, then slowly shifted her gaze to Kyoya, still resting casually on her lap. A heavy silence hung in the air. Kyoya had told her Rias's team had improved. But this wasn't improvement. This was evolution. Small improvement, he said. Sona clenched her jaw and made a mental note to interrogate him later. Her attention returned to the broadcast when Rias and Aquino stepped forward. Back on the field, Riser roared in fury. Don't panic. Take out her rook. Kaneko, Tuju first. 2 rooks and a pawn charged together. Ravel Phoenix hesitated, forcing herself to follow. Kaneko stood still. Her expression didn't change. Cold eyes, steady breathing. A predator sizing up prey. That single look made Ravel's heart tremble. HLO, Ravel whispered, hands raised. I'm just here as support. I'm not good at fighting, so please pretend I'm not here.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Just stay back and don't interfere. Kaneko's gaze softened slightly as she looked at Ravel. Kaneko Tuju, this is an order from Riser Sama. You should surrender now. One of the rook girls said coldly, her tone incredibly arrogant. Suddenly, she lunged at Kaneko, throwing a punch without any warning. It was a straightforward attack, relying solely on brute force. But to everyone's surprise, Kaneko didn't even try to dodge. Instead, she swiftly moved her body and met the rook's attack with an open hand strike. A loud bang echoed through the area, followed by the rook's pained scream, shattering the silence. Kaneko's hand had brutally broken the rook's arm, sending her flying backward, coughing up blood. How? Wasn't Kaneko Tuju only a weak mid-class? Everyone was shocked. According to their intelligence, Kaneko was supposed to be one of the weakest members of Rias's peerage. That's why they had sent a mid-class devil to deal with her, to secure an easy victory for Riser. But Kaneko's performance so far suggested that she was another unknown variable. Kaneko turned, her gaze cold as she scanned the remaining 3. Her overwhelming aura made them shudder. Come meet together, don't waste my time, Kaneko said calmly, staring at them. The injured rook slowly backed away, shouting, You too, help me take her down. All right, let's go. The 3 girls charged at Kaneko together, forming a triangle formation. But despite facing a 3-pronged attack, Rias and the others remained calm, as if they weren't worried at all. Tekai, Iron Body. Kaneko activated the technique, her magic power surging suddenly. She braced herself to take the 3 girls' attacks head-on. When their attacks landed, they felt as if they had struck a solid steel wall. All their force rebounded back at them, causing their hands to throb with pain. They stared at Kaneko in disbelief. So weak, Kaneko muttered. Second gate. Gate of healing, open. Kaneko's form vanished, the ground beneath her cracking from the force of her movement. In the next instant, she appeared before the injured rook. Shurgan, finger pistol. Kaneko's fingers hardened, and she rapidly jabbed at the rook, piercing through her body like bullets. She was careful to avoid any vital points, but the rook was riddled with holes, blood gushing out before she collapsed, dissolving into particles and being teleported out of the game. Then, Kaneko moved like a wisp of smoke, weaving between the 2 remaining girls, her fists a blur as she struck them repeatedly. They were sent flying and were ultimately eliminated. Seeing his peerage members, except for his queen and his sister, all eliminated, Riser found it difficult to accept. Why is this happening? How can Rias's peerage be so strong? Not only was Kiba, a knight, stronger than his rooks, but even Kaneko, a rook, had horrifying strength and speed that far exceeded expectations. Are they all monsters? Of course, Riser wasn't the only one shocked. The devils watching the broadcast from the underworld were also astonished. When did Rias's peerage become so? In the viewing stands, Mouse Surzex was also surprised by the turn of events, but more than that, he was confused. As Rias's older brother, he knew about Kaneko's recruitment. He was well aware of her previous power level. But from Kaneko's performance, she had at least reached the level of a peak mid-class. And that instantaneous burst of power earlier was not at all inferior to a high class. And this had happened in just 7 days. The situation was simply astounding. But this improvement must be the work of that human Rias found, the one named Kyoya Hibari, right? Surzex murmured, a faint smile on his lips. As a doting younger sister complex, Mouse Surzex obviously cared deeply for his sister. So, when he heard that Rias had a human boyfriend, he had already heard about it from his wife, Evelyn. He had also learned from Evelyn that Kyoya had helped Rias in her peerage train for a week. Now, seeing Rias's peerage with such drastically improved power, it was clear that her human boyfriend was extraordinary. Now, it was certain that his sister could annul this political marriage once and for all. It seemed this rating game was going to be far more interesting than anyone had anticipated. At the same time, Surzex's curiosity about Kyoya, the instigator of all this, intensified. He was eager to meet this remarkable young man. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Kaneko was staring at Ravel, who was now visibly frightened and taking a few steps back. Seeing Ravel's fear, Kaneko softened her tone slightly. You don't have to worry. Kyoya-senpai told me that you're different from your brother. You're kind and not good at fighting. So I won't attack you. But you have to stay put and not run around. Okay. I understand. Thank you for sparing me. Hearing Kaneko's words, Ravel remembered Kyoya and blushed slightly as she thanked her. Seeing Ravel's shy demeanor, Kaneko couldn't help but think to herself, is she trying to seduce him? Well, he did tell me to spare her. Pervert Kyoya-senpai. What the hell is going on? Their strength is completely different from the intel. Riser's queen, Yubaluna, nicknamed the Bomb Queen, was furious. Initially, after seeing Kyome and Kiba's power, Yubaluna had not dared to underestimate Kaneko. She had planned to team up with her comrades to take Kaneko out first. But Akino had intercepted her, preventing her from doing so. Furious, Yubaluna was forced to focus on Akino. It seems everyone else has finished their fights. I guess it's our turn now. Akino said, smiling at Yubaluna. Let's fight, shall we? I need to finish Akino quickly, or else Riser-sama will be in danger. We might actually lose. Yubaluna decided on her strategy and summoned a magic circle in the sky. Countless magic bombs rained down on Akino, but Akino remained unfazed. With a wave of her hand, she summoned an equally large number of lightning bolts that intercepted and destroyed the magic bombs. That was a bit weak. Since you didn't take the chance I gave you, don't blame me for what happens next. Here I come. Akino smiled playfully. Suddenly, Akino shot into the sky, surrounded by crackling electricity. In an instant, a giant, draconic form of lightning formed behind her, lunging towards Yubaluna. Yubaluna, seeing this, tried to dodge, but the lightning dragon seemed to have a life of its own, changing direction and striking her before she could react. Boom! 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 The battlefield echoed with the sound of thunder. Yubaluna, charred black, plummeted from the sky. She stared at her battered body in disbelief. I was defeated in one hit. I'm a high-class devil. How can I be this weak? No, Akino must have used her strongest attack. She can't use it again, and I still have a trump card. As Riser's queen, Yubaluna naturally possessed a Phoenix Tear, giving her the ability to revive once with full health. So, she immediately used the precious Phoenix Tear and was restored to her peak condition. Hee, I knew you'd have a Phoenix Tear. Akino's voice rang out, a teasing smile on her face. But that doesn't change the fact that you'll lose. Lightning Prison. As Aquino spoke, countless bolts of lightning swirled around them, forming a cage that trapped Yubaluna within it in the blink of an eye. Yubaluna, who had been planning to create a magic barrier, was confused by Aquino's actions. Why isn't she attacking me? Why is she trapping me? Just as Yubaluna was trying to figure out how to break free from the cage, Aquino raised her hand, her eyes flashing with intensity. Wrath of the Thunder God. The sky above them turned dark and thunder roared. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the storm clouds, striking Yubaluna. This isn't over yet. Ice meteor. Aquino's hair suddenly turned ice blue, and the temperature around them plummeted. Then, a massive iceberg, like a meteor from space, crashed down towards the trapped Yubaluna. Yubaluna's face was filled with terror. Trapped and unable to escape, she could only watch helplessly as the lightning and the iceberg closed in on her. Yeah! With no way to resist, Yubaluna was first struck by the lightning, then crushed by the iceberg. Her screams echoed through the air before she was silenced, dissolving into particles of light and disappearing from the raiding game. With this, Rias's team had suffered no losses, while Riser's team was completely wiped out, except for Ravel, who was merely a spectator. Meanwhile, in the audience seating area, everyone's eyes were wide with disbelief. They had witnessed countless raiding games over the years, both large and small, but what they had just seen completely defied their understanding of the world. Initially, both in terms of numbers and power, Rias's team was considered to be at a disadvantage, vastly inferior to Riser's peerage. Almost every devil watching from the underworld had anticipated a one-sided victory for Riser. But to their astonishment, Rias's team had crushed Riser's team without breaking a sweat. It was a turn of events no one had predicted. Kiba and Kaniko's performances were shocking enough. But Aquino, the priestess of thunder, had displayed even more astonishing power, utterly dominating and defeating Riser's queen with contemptuous ease. The level of control Aquino demonstrated over her lightning was astounding. She could even create and freely manipulate constructs like thunder beasts and lightning dragons. It was simply unbelievable. Among the spectators, a high-ranking fallen angel with 10 black wings, Barakiel, stared at Aquino, his eyes wide with disbelief. Beside him, the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, Azazel, was equally surprised. Barakiel, isn't that girl your daughter? I thought she only inherited your lightning powers. How does she also have strong ice powers? Barakiel was speechless. How should I know? You know how our relationship is, don't you? Back in the Occult Research Club, Sona was also stunned by Aquino's power. As Rias's best friend and rival, she was familiar with Rias's peerage, though perhaps not intimately. But she knew that Aquino shouldn't possess such power. Aquino's mastery over lightning was already beyond Sona's abilities, and her own water-based magic would be completely suppressed by Aquino's lightning. Now, with the addition of such potent ice magic, Sona would be utterly outmatched. That ice magic of Aquino's is your doing, isn't it? Sona thought, a little dazed. She turned to look at Kyoya, who was still resting on her lap, and couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy. Just what did you do to them, Kyoya? Sona wondered aloud. Back in the alternate dimension, Rias and Riser were facing each other, but now, Rias was backed by her full peerage. Rias, what the hell did you feed your peerage in those 7 days? Riser said, his expression dark, his tone filled with disbelief. His 15 peerage members had been defeated by Rias's 5 in just a few minutes. What was even more unacceptable was that Rias's peerage members hadn't even suffered any injuries. It was a complete humiliation. I told you, I'm going to defeat you and make everyone acknowledge our separation. Rias said, her arms crossed, a slight smirk playing on her lips. And I won't bully you with numbers. My peerage members won't interfere in our fight. This is between you and me. Damn it, Rias, what are you trying to say? Are you looking down on me? Riser roared, enraged by Rias's words. I'm not looking down on you. I'm only stating my confidence in my own abilities. Rias said, her expression calm. Aquino, everyone step back. I want to end this once and for all. Understood. The four nodded and quickly retreated, leaving Rias and Riser alone. The spectators watching the live broadcast were confused. Was this going to be a one-on-one fight? They felt Rias was being conceited. Sure, 5 against 1 would have guaranteed victory. But one-on-one? Against a member of the Phoenix family? Isn't that just pushing your luck? Everyone knew that members of the Phoenix family were practically immortal, capable of reviving themselves from even the most grievous injuries. That's why they had never lost. Then don't blame me for what happens next, Riser said, his body erupting in Phoenix flames. He charged at Rias. Rias responded in kind, her power of destruction surging around her, her aura unmistakably surpassing that of a high class. Everyone watching realized that Rias had reached the peak of high-class level. In the next instant, Rias unleashed her ultimate attack, Extinguished Star. A massive sphere of crimson destructive energy pierced Riser's body, extinguishing his phoenix flames. Everyone watching was stunned into silence. They couldn't believe that Rias had developed her family's power of destruction to such a horrifying degree, instantly taking one of Riser's lives. Even gods, Satans, and other powerful beings who had experienced countless battles found their hearts palpitating at the sight of Rias's destruction. Such young devil reaching the peak of high-class level was incredibly rare. But then, Riser revived in a blaze of phoenix fire, completely unharmed. Ha, Rias, even if your power of destruction is strong, how many times can you use that attack? You can't defeat me. Riser laughed arrogantly. Is that so? I was planning on killing you a few more times, but it seems like a waste of time. So, let's just end this now with my final trump card. A trump card? Rias, are you still trying to bluff your way out of this? Riser scoffed. Before Riser could finish, a giant blue, draconic figure suddenly appeared, its eyes locked onto him with an icy glare. The scary aura it emanated was unmistakably that of a Mao-class being. What? That's a dragon at the heavenly dragon level. In an instant, all the spectators were stunned, staring at the unfamiliar ice-blue dragon with a mixture of shock and disbelief. Even the two heavenly dragons and their hosts watched with excitement and curiosity. I've never seen or heard of this dragon before, but its aura is at the heavenly dragon level. What a surprise! Albion said, astonished. Yes, indeed. Lux, keep your excitement in check. Even if you use your boosted gear, you might not be able to defeat this unknown dragon. Drake warned his host, recognizing the dragon's power. Hibari Kyoya, he really is full of surprises. I bet that dragon is his doing, Valis said with a smile, speaking to himself. And then, something even more shocking happened. Rias raised her hand, and a holy light gathered within it, forming a mystical holy sword. All the spectators watching the match felt like they were dreaming. Wait a minute, a devil wielding a holy sword? Even Surzex felt his scalp tingle, and the gods in the audience felt a strange familiarity with the holy sword. What the hell? Isn't that the legendary Excalibur? How did it suddenly appear here, in the hands of a pure-blood devil? Riser was so shocked that he was trembling, and he gasped in disbelief. That's a holy sword? How can you wield a holy sword? Although Riser was too shocked to immediately identify it as Excalibur, he could clearly sense the terrifying power emanating from the blade. Among all weapons, those imbued with holy power, holy water, were the most effective against devils. Holy swords, in particular, were a devil's worst nightmare. A scratch from a holy sword could inflict a grievous wound on a devil, one that was incredibly difficult to heal. A direct hit or impalement could be fatal unless the devil was exceptionally powerful. But now, Rias was wielding a holy sword. Unless she had received a blessing from the angels of heaven, such a thing should be impossible. But the seraphim and angels of heaven were even more bewildered than Riser. Rias, as a devil, was their sworn enemy. There was no way they would help her. Even more perplexing to the angels was why Excalibur, a weapon made from the faith of humanity, would choose a devil as its wielder. Unlike the ignorant masses, Surzex, who had more knowledge on the matter, understood that the legendary sword of the planet was fundamentally different from the holy swords forged in heaven. Rias could never be the wielder of Excalibur. A holy sword would never choose a devil. So, there's only one possibility. In an instant, Surzex thought of Hibari Kyoya. Surzex's eyes shone brightly, and he was thrilled. It's that human, Hibari Kyoya. He must be the true wielder of Sword of Promised Victory. And it wasn't just Surzex who had figured it out. Chow Chow of the hero faction, Valley, and Lux, among others, had also deduced Kyoya's connection to the sword. But the uninformed devils watching the match were utterly terrified, not understanding what was going on. How can Rias wield a holy sword? We're afraid of them, but she can just use one? What the hell is happening? On the battlefield, Riser was trembling uncontrollably, his body instinctively shifting into his phoenix form. Even so, he still felt a chill run down his spine. Riser felt the threat of death looming over him, making him shudder uncontrollably. He wanted to escape, but fear rooted him to the spot. Just then, the holy sword in Rias's hand flared with a blinding light. She had clearly finished charging her attack, and a terrifying beam of energy was about to be unleashed on Riser. As if foreseeing his own death, Riser screamed at the top of his lungs, "Stop! I surrender!" The moment Riser surrendered, Evelyn, as the referee, quickly intervened to stop Rias's attack. Rias, hearing Riser's surrender, quickly changed the direction of the Holy Sword's attack. Suddenly, the Holy Sword released an intense flash of light, like a beam of pure annihilation, that engulfed a distant city, obliterating everything in its path. Riser stared at the scene in horror, unable to believe his eyes. He slumped to the ground, paralyzed by fear, knowing he had just escaped death's grasp. But as fate would have it, an accident occurred at that very moment. Kyom quickly shouted, "Bucho, run! Rayquaza's attack can't be stopped. It's coming." Everyone looked up at Rayquaza, stunned. They thought the danger had passed. Who knew this dragon still had an attack brewing? Rayquaza thought to itself, "I've been watching here for so long, and you still won't let me attack. Now I can't stop even if I wanted to. Here, have a taste of my spit." Seeing the terrifying scene, Evelyn quickly used all her power to create a magic barrier to protect Rias and Riser. Roar! A beam of blue energy erupted from Rayquaza's mouth. Dragon's Rage! As the meteor-like Dragon's Rage descended, everyone's jaws dropped. Boom! Rayquaza's Dragon's Rage collided with Evelyn's magic barrier. A blinding light erupted, followed by a shockwave that swept across the entire area. Riser, who was within the barrier, stared blankly at the scene, unable to utter a word. Just then, Evelyn, horrified, realized that her magic barrier was cracking under the strain. Oh no! In an instant, the magic barrier shattered, and the three of them were engulfed by the attack. Rias, Bucho, Oni-sama. Seeing the three engulfed by the attack, Aquino and the others, as well as Ravel, cried out in alarm. In the Occult Research Club, Kyoya also stood up abruptly. Crap, Rayquaza. Sona was also worried. Will they be all right? They should be fine. Rayquaza didn't use its full strength, and Evelyn is almost at the peak ultimate class. She should have been able to withstand the attack. I said after thinking for a moment. Soon, the blinding light faded. The scene finally calmed down. But when the spectators saw the state of Rias, Riser, and Evelyn, they were shocked. Rias and Riser were mostly unharmed, but Evelyn was in a terrible state. One of her arms was severely injured and covered in blood. What the hell? This rating game getting crazier by the minute. First, Rias's peerage crushed Riser's. Then, Rias, a devil, wielded a holy sword. And after Riser surrendered, this unknown dragon attacked, severely injuring even Evelyn, the queen of Mouse Surzex. It was all too much. It was completely challenging their ability to process what was happening. Rias, seeing Evelyn's injuries, quickly asked, "Sister-in-law, are you all right? Is it life-threatening?" Evelyn, still in shock from looking at Rayquaza, recovered upon hearing Rias's concern and replied, "Don't worry, Rias-sama. These injuries are manageable. I can heal them." Hearing Evelyn's words, Rias breathed a sigh of relief. In the audience seating area, Mouse Surzex also relaxed slightly, seeing that his wife wasn't in any serious danger. Meanwhile, Riser, having experienced the shadow of death several times now, had completely lost his composure. He screamed hysterically, "I surrender. I forfeit the engagement. Send me back. I don't want to stay here anymore. I declare this rating game to be Rias-sama's victory." Evelyn appeared before Riser, glanced at him in his terrified state, then announced the result of the rating game to Rias. After the announcement, Evelyn turned to the group. "Everyone, since the attacks from Lady Rias's holy sword and the dragon have weakened the integrity of this dimension, we must leave immediately." "Understood." Hearing Evelyn's announcement, they quickly left the alternate dimension and returned to the Occult Research Club. When Rias and the others reappeared in the familiar room, they saw Kyoya, Sona, and the student council members all smiling at them. "Congratulations on annulling your engagement, Rias," Sona said, walking up to her. "Yes," Rias responded softly, then turned to Kyoya with a grateful smile. "Kyoya, thank you so much for your help. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to win this rating game." I grinned mischievously and said, "Well, Rias, I trust you haven't forgotten why I offered to help you in the first place, have you?" Meanwhile, in the underworld, the spectators watching the rating game were still reeling from the events that had just transpired. Even Surzex was stunned. After all, this rating game had been utterly unpredictable. In the Mao's palace, the devils were engaged in a lively discussion, while Surzex was pleased that his sister had won and dissolved the engagement. He was also looking forward to meeting Kyoya soon. Although Evelyn had told him that Hibari Kyoya was very strong, Surzex still hadn't believed that Rias and her peerage could defeat Riser in a head-on confrontation after only 7 days of training. But the truth had proven him wrong. Rias and her peerage had exceeded his expectations. Even more surprising was the fact that Kyoya was the true wielder of Sword of Promised Victory. Then, Surzex turned to the current head of the Phoenix family, Riser's father, and asked, "Lord Phoenix, what is your opinion now?" Lord Phoenix sighed in resignation, then looked at Surzex. "Your Majesty, my son is no match for Lady Rias. He brought shame upon our family. As such, I agree that the engagement should be dissolved." Surzex smiled and announced the outcome. "In that case, the engagement between Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix is hereby annulled. They shall each go their separate ways from this day forward." Back in the Occult Research Club, after I hinted at my intentions, Rias blushed, but instead of avoiding the subject, she grabbed my hand and held it close. The girls present were surprised by Rias's bold move, and then annoyed that she had stolen march on them. Luckily, Asia wasn't there, or there would have been another fight for my attention. "Rias, you can't hog Kyoya all to yourself," Aquino said, her voice laced with a hint of jealousy. Aquino, Kyoya clearly stated that he's my boyfriend, so I'm the main wife," Rias retorted, holding my hand even tighter, her eyes challenging Aquino. "Mama, didn't expect you to be so bold, Rias. But are you really sure Sona and the rest of the girls will let you have Kyoya all to yourself?" Aquino said with a teasing smile. Seeing Aquino suddenly drag her into the conflict, Sona was speechless. "Cough, Rias, even if you're my best friend, you can't just get all lovey-dovey with Kyoya in front of me like that. I'm not about to let you monopolize him so easily. After all, many of his student council members are already in a relationship with him." Sona adjusted her glasses and stated her position firmly. Hearing this, Rias was taken aback. She looked at Tomo and the other girls, who were all blushing and full of fighting spirit, and she felt a slight twitch in her mouth. "But I'm still going to be the main wife," Rias complained to me. "Well, Rias, that's not up to me. It depends on whether you can win them over," I said, feeling a headache coming on. Though I knew that having a harem would inevitably lead to competition among the girls, this was... But rest assured, I love all of you and won't let any of you down, I quickly added, reassuring the girls. Now that Kyoya has said that, I'm relieved, Akino said with a smile. The other girls also blushed, including Tsubaki, who lowered her head in embarrassment. Rias and Sona exchanged a helpless smile. As for Kiba, well, he was just ignored as usual. Soon after, Evelyn returned with Riser and his peerage. Rias, it's a bet, and I lost. Our families have called off the engagement. You're free now, Riser said, his expression complicated. Farewell. We should get going now. Riser was ready to leave. He didn't know how to face Rias. He had mocked and looked down on her, but now she had defeated him so easily, and he had acted like a coward during the fight. He couldn't bear to face her anymore. As the magic circle activated, Riser and his peerage disappeared from the occult research club. However, Ravel, Riser's younger sister, kept looking at me with a shy expression. Not a complete loser, I suppose. At least he has some dignity. But he's obviously too embarrassed to face Rias after losing so badly. Akino watched as Riser and his group left. Rias also felt sympathy and helplessness for Riser. Riser may have been strong due to his family, but that's all he had. This loss will probably be a huge blow to his confidence. Speaking of which, that Ravel Phoenix seemed quite interested in you. Don't tell me you're already planning something? Rias looked at Kyoya with a strange expression. I haven't done a thing to her yet, but if she decides to fall into my arms, that's hardly my fault, I said, shrugging nonchalantly. Just then, Evelyn interrupted the conversation. Lady Rias, Lord Surzex has asked that you and Mr. Hibari come to House Gremery when you have time. Rias was surprised, then asked with some trepidation, Kyoya, what does Oni-sama want? Could it be that my family going to target Kyoya? Please rest easy, Lady Rias. Lord Surzex has already explained everything to your parents. The invitation is to discuss the matter of your marriage to Mr. Hibari. Now, that concludes my duties here. I'll be taking my leave. With that, Evelyn bowed to the group and disappeared into a magic circle. Rias didn't speak immediately. Instead, her face was flushed red all the way to her ears. My marriage with Kyoya? Because of her engagement to Kyoya, Rias felt confident and secure in her position as the primary wife. This immediately sparked serious discontent from Sona and Akino, who both launched their own challenges towards Rias. In the end, it was only through my mediation that the conflict was resolved. However, Rias then demanded to move into my house, using the excuse that she should live with her fiancé. The moment she said this, everyone else chimed in, and eventually the members of the Student Council and the Occult Research Club decided to move into Kyoya's house as well. With the exception of Kiba Yudo, of course. Devils really are loaded. Rias and Sona took care of every expense. From then on, the household grew more and more lively. At first, Asia felt a twinge of jealousy, but once Kyoya promised he would continue to cherish her, she gave up on sulking. Kyoya found himself marveling at how his harem was finally taking shape. These days, I was living a very comfortable life. If it weren't for Sona, Kaneko, and the others keeping a watchful eye, I could have already devoured the student council girls. I had to do it one by one a day, but I have to say, I didn't expect Yura to be so bold. She actually took the experienced expert Kiryu's advice, and the two of them played a little sandwich game with me. Kyoya couldn't help chuckling to himself at the thought. He was definitely looking forward to the days ahead. Just then, the system's voice, which I hadn't heard in a while, rang out again. Ding! Discovered target character, Irina Shidu. Task grade, green. Task condition, cause her to lose her faith, then take her in as a personal maid. Ding! Discovered target character, Zenobia Corda. Task grade, green. Task condition, add her to your harem. After hearing the system's notifications, Kyoya quickly went to the location indicated on the map. There, standing before the gates of Kuoh Academy, were two girls dressed in the church's battle attire. One of them was a tall, slender girl with long, brown hair tied in twin tails. She wore a black, form-fitting combat uniform under a white church cloak. Her beauty and physique were truly exceptional. This girl was undoubtedly Irina Shu. The other girl had short, blue hair with a noticeable strand of green hair on the left side of her forehead. She wore the same outfit as Irina, but she also carried a large, cloth-wrapped object on her back. Her figure was just as stunning as Irina's, and her tight-fitting uniform accentuated her curves perfectly. Without a doubt, this was another heroine of this world, Zenobia Corda. Seeing the two of them, I understood that the plot line involving the exorcists and the stolen Excaliburs was about to begin. Hey, why are you two just standing there in those bizarre outfits in front of the school gates? Don't you know you'll attract unwanted attention? I called out, approaching them. My sudden appearance startled Irina and Zenobia. They quickly distanced themselves from me. Their eyes narrowed, watching me with vigilance. When they saw that I was just a human, they relaxed slightly. But they could still sense a strong devil aura coming from me, so they remained on guard. Why does a human like you reek of devil? Zenobia asked, her voice cold. TSK, this is a devil's territory, and I'm on friendly terms with the devils who runs it. Of course I carry that aura. I explained, shrugging. Then I asked, you're both from the church, right? Strolling so casually into a devil's domain. Don't you worry you'll spark hostility and reignite the old conflict between devils and angels. We have nothing to say to a human who consorts with devils. Irina, let's go, Zenobia said, her tone still unfriendly. Hold on. Just because they're devils doesn't automatically make them evil. And the two of you sneaking into their territory might lead to serious misunderstandings. Maybe even war if you're not careful. Seeing that they were about to leave, I quickly tried to reason with them. Clearly, my words had an effect. The two girls stopped and turned to look at me. Zenobia, you might have a point, Irina said with a smile, grabbing Zenovia's arm. Besides, we're new here and don't know our way around, and no one seems to want to help us. We don't have any leads. Maybe we should talk to him. Zenobia thought for a moment, then softened her tone. Fine. Perhaps I was being a little rash earlier. Could you take us to see the devil in charge here? Yeah, exactly. Once we get our information, we can finish our mission and ditch this human, Irina said, showing a sly, knowing look. Ahem, you know I'm still right here. If you're going to badmouth me, maybe wait until I'm gone, I said, feeling a little exasperated. Oh, hey, don't mind us. Please, help us out, Irina said, feigning innocence. You're really something else. Fine, follow me. I'll take you to see Reus and the others. You can talk to them directly about whatever it is you need, I said, pinching Irina's cheek playfully. Hey, how dare you treat me like a child? I'll show you, Irina exclaimed, swatting my hand away, indignant. Oh, what's this? You want me to stop? I have to say, your skin is really smooth, though, I said, a mischievous glint in my eyes. You jerk. Arg, I'm defiled. I'll cut you to pieces. Irina was furious, almost like a raging lioness. Zenobia quickly pulled Irina back, saying, If you kill him, who's going to take us there? How are we going to complete our mission? Hearing Zenovia's words, Irina calmed down a bit, then glared at me. Fine, I'll let you off for now. I simply chuckled and led the two girls toward the occult research club. Why are you hanging around with devils? Aren't you afraid? Irina asked me curiously along the way. Why should I be afraid? Are they going to eat me? You're being way too prejudiced. I replied with a smile. Then I added, if you really get to know them, you'll see devils aren't nearly as bad as you think. The two girls, hearing my words, initially scoffed, but then they seemed to become more fervent. We will never try to understand devils. Our faith in God is unshakable. Seeing Zenobia and Irina's expressions, I couldn't help but feel a little sorry for them. I hope you can keep that same expression when you learn the truth later. Soon, Kyoya arrived at the Occult Research Club with Irina and Zenobia. Everyone was already there and gathered together. When they saw Kyoya enter, they were about to greet him, only to notice two girls in church attire following close behind. Kyoya, who are these two? Reus asked, frowning slightly, her tone curious. Well, I found them standing around like statues at the gates of Kuoh Academy. They said they were here on some sort of mission. Since you're the devil who oversees this territory, I figure it was best to bring them straight to you. I explained casually, then plopped down on the sofa. I see. Rias nodded, her gaze fixed on Irina and Zenobia. Meanwhile, Aquino offered everyone tea with her usual warm smile, though no one knew what she was really thinking. Asia, upon learning that these two were from the church, became visibly nervous, fidgeting in place. But Kiba's reaction was the most extreme. When he saw the two girls, his expression darkened. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with a mixture of rage and hatred. Seeing this, Kyom was startled by Kiba's sudden hostility, unable to guess what had triggered such a reaction. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Mind telling me exactly why you people from the church barged into my territory without permission? What is your purpose? After taking a deep breath, Rias spoke, her tone heavy. My name is Zenobia Korda, and this is my partner, Irina Shidu. We're here to inform you that we have a mission to accomplish, and we request that you do not interfere. Faced with Rias's questioning, Zenobia responded forcefully. Request? Ha! You barge in uninvited, and now you have the nerve to warn me off? Rias was more amused than angry at their audacity. All right, let's not be so harsh. We have a very important mission this time. Once we're done, we'll leave immediately. We won't cause you any trouble. So please, don't hinder us. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Irina interjected with a friendly smile, trying to mediate the situation. Rias's demeanor softened slightly. Fine, let's each take a step back. Still, I have the right to know exactly what your mission is. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to show you out. Zenobia, after hearing Rias's proposal, glanced at Irina, thought for a moment, then decided to reveal their mission. We're here to find the church's missing holy swords. That revelation astonished everyone except Kyoya, who already knew. Rias and the others were visibly stunned. What? The church's holy swords were stolen? What's going on? After all, holy swords were sacred artifacts, heavily guarded by the church. The fact that they were stolen was unbelievable. It's a long story, Zenobia said, and then proceeded to explain. Not long ago, 3 Excalibur fragments were stolen from the church by a high-ranking fallen angel, who is now hiding somewhere in Kuoh Town. Our mission is to eliminate the fallen angel and retrieve the stolen holy swords. Who could be powerful enough to snatch holy swords from the church? Aquino asked curiously. It was the fallen angel cadre, Kokabil. Zenobia answered without hesitation. Kokabil. So it's him. Rias and Aquino's expressions changed drastically upon hearing that name. Is this Kokabil person very strong? Kyom and Asia, who had never heard of Kokabil, were confused. I decided to explain. Yes, he's no pushover. Kokabil is a high-ranking cadre among the fallen angels. He has 10 black wings and is a survivor of the Great War among devils, angels, and fallen angels. Someone who fought both the Mao and God himself and lived to tell the tale. He's essentially on ultimate class level. Even though Rias and her peerage have grown stronger, they would have little chance of defeating a veteran ultimate class fallen angel cadre like Kokabil. Kyom was shocked. Is he really that strong? Rias Senpai and the others together still wouldn't be able to defeat him. Rias and Aquino smiled wryly and explained, Kyom-chan, we have indeed grown stronger. But against an ultimate class opponent, we could probably hold our own for a bit, but we definitely wouldn't win. I see. Suddenly, I turned to Zenobia and Irina, asking, by the way, Zenobia, that huge object you're carrying around, that's a holy sword, right? If I'm not mistaken, you two are both holy sword wielders, yes? I can sense multiple holy sword auras on you. Irina and Zenobia looked taken aback. You, a human who hangs around devils, can sense the holy sword's auras? It seems you're not an ordinary human. Without further ado, Zenobia pulled out the sword wrapped in white cloth from behind her back. Instantly, a burst of holy light flared, so intense it left all the devils grimacing at the natural repulsion they felt toward its radiance. The blade I carry is known as the Kingly Sword, Excalibur Destruction, Zenobia said, introducing her weapon. At the same moment, Irina peeled off the white bandage's wound around her wrist, revealing a second sword blazing with a brilliant holy glow. The sight of these holy swords sent Kiba into a trembling fury. His eyes burned with hatred, and his clenched fists shook uncontrollably. "Calm down, Kiba," I quickly reminded him, sensing his emotional turmoil. "Huff, huff." Hearing my words, Kiba took deep breaths and calmed down. Then he thanked me. "Thank you, Kyoya. Otherwise, I might have caused a lot of trouble for Bucho." Yes, if it weren't for me, Kiba would have lost control and attacked, not necessarily the two girls, but their holy swords. Seeing Kiba calm down, Rias and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid he would lose control and cause a major incident. "Everyone, behold the Excalibur mimic," Irina announced proudly to the group. I pretended to be impressed. "Wow, Irina, that's amazing." "Of course it is. You wouldn't believe how many trials I had to endure before the holy sword recognized me," Irina declared, puffing out her chest. Rias and the others looked at Irina, their expressions unreadable, trying their best to stifle their laughter. Zenobia and Irina, however, were confused by their reactions. Why weren't they surprised to see a holy sword? In fact, they seemed almost amused. May I take a closer look at your holy sword, Irina?" I asked, feigning interest. You want to see my holy sword?" Irina was taken aback, but then a sly grin spread across her face. "Sure, take a good look." Seeing Irina's malicious expression, Rias and the others struggled to contain their laughter. They knew exactly what Irina was thinking. Holy swords were anathema to devils, and even ordinary humans would be harmed by prolonged exposure to their holy energy. Rias knew that Irina was planning to use the Excalibur mimic to punish me. However, considering that I possessed the true sword of promised victory, Rias and the others were eager to see Irina's reaction when her plan backfired. And it did. When I took the sword without any ill effects, Irina's smug expression crumbled. Her carefully crafted plan shattered into a million pieces. "This is your Excalibur mimic? Feels kinda cheap, like a kid's toy. It's leagues below the sword I use," I said, inspecting the sword with a critical eye. Irina's jaw practically hit the floor. She'd always regarded this blade as her life's greatest achievement, yet here he was, treating it like a novelty prop. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. "Ha ha ha!" Just then, Rias and the others burst into laughter, unable to hold it in any longer. Even Zenovia's eyes widened in disbelief. She and Irina had endured countless hardships and life-or-death battles to earn the right to wield these holy swords. And now, a human who consorted with devils was holding a holy sword without any problems? Her worldview was crumbling. "How can you not be hurt at all?" "Wait." Zenobia was about to question me when she suddenly seemed to realize something. Her eyes widened in shock. "You said this sword is inferior to yours. Are you implying you also have a holy sword?" Irina, hearing Zenovia's question, also stared at me blankly. "That's right. I do indeed have a holy sword, and it's a far higher caliber than your cheaply forged stand-ins," I said with a smile, a hint of arrogance in my voice. "Impossible. There's no way a human mixed up with devils would ever be recognized by a holy sword." Irina's face contorted in disbelief, and she immediately refuted my claim. "Also, don't call my Excalibur mimic a cheap knockoff. It's one of the 7 Excaliburs. You don't believe me? Fine, let's put it to the test. How about a little spar? What do you say?" I said, smirking. "Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you." Zenobia was about to intervene, but Irina had already accepted the challenge. Right away, a bright holy glow flared in Kyoya's hand. A sword bathed in brilliant, sacred radiance materialized in his grip. Irina and Zenobia froze. They stared wide-eyed, rubbing their eyes as though they might be hallucinating. Even if you rub your eyes until they fall out, it won't change the fact that this is a real holy sword. I chuckled, seeing their comical reactions. Also, let me be clear. This is the genuine, sword of promised victory, the true Excalibur. infinitely more authentic than any alchemy-based imitation you two are using. I clarified. What? That's impossible. Believe it or not, I'm the rightful master of Sword of Promised Victory, I said, striking a dramatic pose. Want to touch it? Go ahead. This is a legendary weapon, after all. Hearing my words, Irina's eyes lit up, and she looked at the Sword of Promised Victory with undisguised excitement. Really? Can I really see the legendary Holy Sword? Irina asked, her voice filled with anticipation. Sure, catch, but be careful. I tossed the Sword of Promised Victory to Irina, a teasing glint in my eye. Gotta say, though, your total cluelessness is almost sad. You two have been sold out by the church, and you don't even realize it. What are you talking about? Are you trying to say that we've been tricked? Zenobia, who had been silent, finally spoke up, her tone filled with confusion. TSK, don't you get it? I'm saying that you've both been used. The church sent you here to retrieve the Excalibur fragments and eliminate Kokobeel, knowing full well that you'd likely die in the process. The church has always been this way. Disgusting, I said, cutting straight to the point. Hearing my words, Zenovia's expression turned cold, and her tone became hostile. That's nonsense. You're slandering the church. I thought that maybe, as a wielder of the Sword of Promised Victory, you might be a decent person. But now, it seems I was mistaken. So naive. You don't even stand a chance against us. How do you expect to take on a fallen angel? I said with a chuckle. If you're that confident, then let's settle it with a duel. And if you lose, you swear not to interfere with our mission. Zenovia's eyes turned icy. Fine, that's what I want. But what if you lose? I asked unfazed. If we lose, I'll apologize to you and your friends, and admit that what you said is true. Zenobia declared, her expression serious. All right, let's do it then. Before I could respond, Kiba, unable to contain his hatred for holy swords any longer, interjected. Make it 2-on-2. You two against me and Kyoya. That's fair. TCH. One excommunicated, witch and a so-called candidate for a holy sword, both fallen so low as to consort with devils. How pitiful. Seeing Kiba and Asia, Zenobia recalled something and mocked them. Hearing Zenovia's taunt, Asia hung her head, frightened. I patted Asia's hand gently, reassuring her. Don't waste your breath. Let's begin. I'll take on Zenobia. Kiba, you deal with Irina. But remember, don't let your anger cloud your judgment. We're partners, after all. I looked at Kiba meaningfully. Kiba took a moment to collect himself, then smiled and said, Got it. Thanks, Kyoya. The atmosphere was thick with tension, like a drawn blade ready to strike. The open courtyard stretched under the weight of unspoken challenges, a battlefield waiting to be claimed. Since you're both ready, let's begin. Zenobia Corda stood firm, gripping Excalibur Destruction tightly. The holy blade shimmered ominously in her grasp, exuding a divine presence powerful enough to make even high-class devils wary. Beside her, Irina Shidu held Excalibur Mimic, her gaze locked onto Kiba with unyielding determination. I watched them both, standing nonchalantly. Kiba had already summoned a demonic sword, its dark energy pulsing in his grip, yet I remained empty-handed. Zenovia's sharp eyes flickered toward me. Where's your weapon? I won't need one to deal with your Excalibur destruction. I exhaled lazily, stretching my arms as if I were about to take a nap. A flicker of annoyance crossed Zenovia's face. What? Are you looking down on me? Without another word, she lunged. Zenobia moved like a lightning strike, Excalibur destruction roaring as it carved through the air. The sheer force of her charge sent powerful shock waves rippling across the courtyard, causing Rias and the others to tense. They had underestimated her speed, her strength. Too bad for her, I didn't. I calmly summoned my system. The ethereal warrior flared into existence around me, its spectral form glowing with raw, unyielding power. Boom! The moment Excalibur destruction clashed against my Susanoo, a deafening explosion shattered the air. The ground beneath us cracked and caved, forming a 10-meter-wide crater. Dust and debris shot into the sky, momentarily obscuring the battlefield. When the dust settled, Zenobia stood frozen, disbelief written all over her face. What? She had expected resistance. She had expected a challenge. But she hadn't expected this. Zenovia's grip on Excalibur Destruction tightened. That attack, that should have at least injured him. Even a high-class devil would have struggled against the power of my blade. So why does he look completely unfazed? I tilted my head, smirking. Oh, were you worried about hurting me? I asked playfully. You even held back at the last moment. You're quite kind, aren't you? Zenobia stiffened. But you don't have to hold back, I interrupted, flashing a grin. After all, I'm far stronger than you think. So come at me with everything you've got. Her hesitation vanished. Golden light flared around her blade, the sheer intensity making the very air hum with divine energy. Without warning, she vanished, then reappeared before me in an instant, bringing her sword down with enough force to split mountains. I sighed. Faster, but still not enough. I stepped aside at the last moment, dodging the attack effortlessly. Zenovia's blade slammed into the ground, sending out a shockwave that blasted chunks of earth into the air. She swung again and again, each strike carrying the weight of her faith and conviction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But none of them landed. My body blurred, sidestepping every strike with precision so sharp it seemed almost mocking. Each slash missed by mere inches, my movements frustratingly casual. How is the gap this big? Zenobia gritted her teeth, pushing herself harder. Her footwork became sharper, her sword swings more aggressive. But no matter how she moved, I was always one step ahead. Then, in a single instant, I closed the distance. Whoosh! Before she could react, I appeared behind her, one hand resting lightly on her shoulder. The other? It easily plucked Excalibur Destruction from her grasp. Too weak. Zenovia's breath hitched. Impossible. In a panic, she leaped backward, her mind struggling to process how she had lost her weapon so easily. Across the battlefield, Irina, who had been clashing with Kiba, froze, her eyes wide with shock. Kyoya examined the sword in my hand for a moment before casually tossing it back to Zenobia. Why don't you stop holding back? I mused. Bring out your trump card. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance. Zenobia caught her sword, gripping it tightly. How do you know about that sword? I chuckled. Oh, I'm the wielder of Excalibur, sword of promised victory. It's not so strange that I can sense another holy blade, is it? She stared at me, searching for deceit in my expression, but I gave her nothing. Finally, she let out a deep breath, her expression hardening. I see. In that case, I won't hold back. Carefully, she wrapped Excalibur Destruction in white cloth once more. Then, she extended her right hand into thin air. A ripple spread across the space beside her. And then it appeared, a magnificent, overwhelming holy sword, its aura fierce, wild, and untamed. Unlike Excalibur Destruction, which radiated controlled power, this blade was like a force of nature, barely restrained by its wielder. Its blue hilt gleamed, its edge shining with an intensity that sent chills through the air. The moment it materialized, a sharp pressure descended over the battlefield. Even Reus and the others, who had been merely watching, stiffened at the sheer presence of the weapon. That sword. Could it be the holy sword Durandal? Kiba, despite his hatred for alchemically created holy swords, couldn't hide his shock. Akino's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Era, to think she has a sword like that. No wonder she believed she could take on a fallen angel cadre. Reus nodded, her gaze solemn. The previous wielder of Durandal was none other than Vasco Strata, a cardinal of the church and one of humanity's greatest warriors. Even in his 80s, he remained a terrifying force. In his prime, he had once cleaved an ultimate-class stray devil in half with a single swing. And now, this sword, this monster of blade, rested in Zenovia's hands. Even I can't fully control Durandal's power, Zenobia admitted. I keep it sealed in another dimension most of the time to avoid unnecessary destruction. Her grip on the blade tightened, her expression unwavering. If I use this, I won't be able to hold back. Are you sure you still want me to? I smirked, summoning my own blade, the sword of promised victory. Its radiant light cut through the air, meeting the holy aura of Durandal head-on. Do you really think your sword can compare to mine? Zenobia hesitated, then sighed. Probably not. Her lips twitched, betraying the faintest hint of amusement. The tension in the air was palpable. Outside the Occult Research Club, the night was still, yet the battlefield was anything but. The faint glow of streetlights barely illuminated the courtyard, casting long shadows over the waiting spectators. I pointed Excalibur at Zenobia, a casual smirk on my lips. All right, let's see how much power you can unleash with Durandal. Zenovia's grip tightened around the holy sword's hilt. She knew she was outmatched. Her instinct screamed it, but she refused to back down. With a determined glare, she lunged forward, Durandal slicing through the air with a divine hum. Still too slow. I sidestepped effortlessly, watching her blade pass inches from my chest. Your speed is lacking, and your swordsmanship is sloppy, I said, dodging her follow-up strikes with minimal effort. Zenobia gritted her teeth, refusing to let frustration cloud her focus. She pressed forward, launching a relentless barrage of slashes, trying to break through my defense. It was useless. Every attack, every strike, I was always just out of reach. My movements were precise, almost mocking in their ease. Worse yet, I wasn't even using my full strength. Zenobia noticed it too. One hand, I was wielding Excalibur with a single hand, barely exerting myself, yet I was still pushing her back. Her frustration boiled over. Hi-Oa! Golden energy surged from Durandal, crackling wildly as she swung with everything she had. The sheer force of the attack warped the air, sending a shockwave rippling outward. The courtyard trembled. Even Reus and the others, who had remained silent observers, stiffened at the overwhelming holy power radiating from Zenovia's blade. But the result was the same. I stopped it with one hand. The moment Durandal struck my blade, a surge of black and crimson lightning erupted from my body, splitting the ground beneath us. Zenovia's eyes widened in shock. I vanished, and before she could react, my Excalibur, imbued with immense power, slashed through the air. A moment later, Zenobia was sent flying, crashing into the ground with a dull thud. Durandal slipped from her grasp, skidding across the dirt. I sighed. You lose. Zenobia lay there, dazed, her breath ragged. Slowly, she forced herself up, her gaze locked onto me. You're not a true holy sword wielder yet, I continued. What? Her voice barely escaped her lips. She had brought out Durandal, poured everything into her attacks, and yet she couldn't even touch me. Even though you wield two holy swords, your technique and power are far from enough to be recognized as a true holy sword wielder. I walked forward, stopping just a few feet from her. Your performance was impressive, but that's because you're borrowing Durandal's strength, not unleashing its full power. The previous wielder of Durandal, Vasco Strata, could slay an ultimate-class devil with a single swing. What about you? Silence. Zenobia clenched her fists, her expression clouded. Maybe you're right, she admitted. I'm not worthy of Durandal yet. She had fought with everything she had, yet it hadn't been enough. The realization left a bitter taste in her mouth. Meanwhile, across the courtyard, Kiba's battle with Irina was also coming to an end. In the original timeline, Kiba would have been completely overpowered by the Holy Sword's natural suppression and lost. But that was before my training. Now, the difference in strength was clear. A few moments later, Irina was disarmed, her Excalibur mimic falling to the ground. She stood motionless, her face pale, unable to process what had happened. Kiba didn't say a word. He simply sheathed his sword and walked over to me. I smiled. Good work, Kiba. Thank you, Kyoya. Kiba nodded, gratitude flashing in his eyes. A soft chuckle broke the silence. Era, it looks like everything's been settled. Aquino's voice carried amusement, but her gaze flickered towards Zenobia and Irina, who stood there defeated and dejected. Yeah, I muttered. For a moment, no one spoke. Then, to everyone's surprise, Zenobia and Irina stepped forward and bowed deeply. Asia, Kiba, I apologize for what we said earlier. We were wrong. Asia flinched. And no, you don't have to apologize, she stammered, waving her hands frantically. Kiba's expression remained unreadable, but he no longer looked at them with the same coldness as before. Rhea sighed. Now let's talk. Zenobia and Irina straightened, their expressions still clouded. There's no need to worry, Rhea said calmly. This is your fight with the fallen angels. As long as you don't bring trouble to us, we won't interfere. Zenobia hesitated for a moment before nodding. Understood, but I wasn't about to let them off that easily. I glanced at the two of them, my voice turning sharp. You both should know by now, you're not strong enough. Zenovia's shoulders tensed. Going up against Kokobeel with your current strength? That's suicide. Are you really planning to go through with this mission? Everyone turned to look at the church duo. Zenobia and Irina exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with sorrow. But even so, yes, Zenobia said firmly. Even if it costs us our lives, we won't abandon this mission. Their resolve didn't waver. Rhea sighed again. The church really is cruel, sending them on a suicide mission like this. Everyone fell silent. Even Kiba, who hated the church, couldn't bring himself to say anything. Kiba, I said, watching him closely, you've been acting different ever since you saw those holy swords. What's on your mind? Kiba hesitated. I already knew the answer. Kiba, Rhea spoke up softly. Kyoya saved me. You could trust him. Kiba's eyes widened slightly. Bucho. A moment passed. Then, with a slow breath, he nodded. All right, we'll leave you two alone, Rhea said, gesturing for Asia and Aquino to follow her. Once they were gone, I turned back to Kiba. Talk to me, Kiba. We're friends, right? He was silent for a moment. Then, finally, he spoke. He told me everything. How the church had taken him and a group of children, forcing them into holy sword adaptability experiments. How, when none of them succeeded, they were discarded like trash, poisoned to death, their souls extracted for holy crystals, holy element. Kiba had only survived because of his friend's sacrifices. He had carried that hatred with him ever since. I already knew this story. What Kiba didn't know was that the church itself hadn't ordered the massacre. It was Valper Galilei, a rogue scientist obsessed with his own experiments. Kiba, I said, resting a hand on his shoulder. Trust me, and trust Rias. We're your allies. And as for those alchemical holy swords, a smirk played on my lips. I'll make sure you get your revenge. Kiba's eyes widened. Then, slowly, he nodded. Later that night, as we walked home, I suddenly stopped. I've got something to take care of. I'll be back later. Rias raised an eyebrow. She had no idea. The truth? I wasn't about to let Zenobia and Irina walk into their deaths. This was my chance, and I wasn't going to waste it. Meanwhile, on a certain street, Zenobia and Irina were having a heated argument. They'd spent all their money on a fake painting of a saint, and now they were broke. This is all your fault, Irina. If you hadn't wasted our money on that stupid painting, we wouldn't be broke. Zenovia's voice was sharp with frustration, her arms crossed as she glared at her partner. Irina pouted, crossing her arms defensively. Hey, that's a saint's portrait. I bought it for our faith. Faith? I've never seen a saint in the Bible that looks like that. Zenovia scoffed. Irina averted her gaze, suddenly unable to meet Zenovia's piercing stare. A moment later, she slumped against the nearest wall, sliding down until she was sitting on the pavement. Her stomach grumbled audibly, her voice carrying a mix of despair and exhaustion. Ugh, why is everyone in this country so heartless? Can't someone show us a little pity? Zenovia sighed, rubbing her temple. At this rate, we'll starve before we even start our mission. They were stranded in a foreign city, their only lead on the Excalibur fragments as vague as ever. And now, thanks to Irina's brilliant spending habits, they had no money left. The cherry on top? They had already been completely humiliated by me earlier today. They were one bad decision away from dying of hunger before they even got a chance to fight Kokobeel. Let's just focus on finding Kokobeel, Zenobia muttered. I'd rather die fighting than starve to death like this. Irina groaned in defeat. Yeah, I know. Just as they were about to drag themselves back onto their feet, I made my entrance. Well. If it isn't the famous church duo. My voice rang out smoothly, carrying an unmistakable hint of amusement. Zenobia and Irina turned sharply toward me. I stood a short distance away, my hands in my pockets, a lazy smirk playing on my lips as I looked them up and down. Weren't you two supposed to be on some grand holy mission? What are you doing sulking on the streets like beggars? Irina's eyes widened in shock before narrowing in annoyance. TCH, it's you. What, did you come to mock us? I chuckled, tilting my head. Nah, I'm not that cruel. But I will say, this is a pretty pathetic look for you. To emphasize my point, I pulled out a large bag of Kaniko's specially made dried fish snacks from my system storage and popped one into my mouth, chewing slowly. Zenobia and Irina immediately locked eyes on the food, their expressions stiffening. Even Zenobia, usually composed, swallowed hard. I let out a hum of satisfaction, exaggerating the sound as I reached into the bag for another piece. Here, you want some? The church duo blinked in shock. Zenovia's eyes narrowed in suspicion, while Irina's expression twisted between desperation and skepticism. Wait, you're just giving these to us? Irina asked warily. What's the catch? Zenobia added, crossing her arms. I roll my eyes. Do you two seriously think I'd go through the trouble of tricking you over a couple of dried fish snacks? I scoffed. You both combined aren't even a match for me. What could I possibly want from you? Irina's face flushed slightly, but she quickly covered it up with a haughty scoff. WL, you never know. Maybe you are up to something. Still, she hesitated, glancing at the snacks again. Are you really giving these to us? Here, take them. They're yours. Eat up, I said with a smile. Irina didn't hesitate this time. She snatched the bags out of the air, tossing one to Zenobia before immediately tearing open her own and stuffing a piece in her mouth. Finally, something to eat. Thank the Lord. Zenobia, chewing much more gracefully, nodded. God must have answered our prayers. I deadpanned. Excuse me? What? Are you seriously thanking God right now? I just fed you two, and you're acting like divine intervention dropped those snacks out of the sky. Neither of them even acknowledged my words. Instead, they continued eating, finishing both bags in record time. I sighed. Well, you two are certainly gluttons. You finished those in no time. Once they were properly fed, I leaned forward slightly, smirking. Now, then, how about we make a deal, ladies? A deal. Zenobia perked up slightly. Yep, you two become my maids, and in exchange, I'll provide you with food and shelter until you find Kokobeel and complete your mission. Sounds fair, right? Irina immediately scoffed. What? Make us your maids? You wish. She huffed indignantly. I'd rather starve to death than eat your food. But Zenobia, on the other hand, lowered her head in thought. Then, she looked up at me, her brow furrowed. I have no problem with that. What? Zenobia, how can you give in to this jerk just for a little bit of food? Irina was shocked and couldn't believe that Zenobia had agreed so easily. Irina, use your brain, will you? Zenobia knows what she's doing. I retorted. As a warrior, you'd rather starve to death than accept help? What about your mission? Irina trembled. Fine, I understand. I'll be your maid. Irina finally relented, a mix of frustration and tears in her eyes. I clapped my hands together. Great, then let's get you two cleaned up. And maybe, just maybe, we can do something about those shrinking boobs. Hey, what did you just say about my boobs? Irina snapped, blushing furiously as she covered her chest with her hands. What? I'm just saying, if you don't eat properly, your figure will suffer. And a maid needs to look presentable, right? I explained helpfully. Hearing my explanation, Zenovia's lips twitched, and she gave me a strange look, not sure what to make of me. After our meal, we went to a maid-themed boutique. The moment we stepped inside, a chorus of sweet voices rang out. Welcome home, master. Ah, this is the life. Irina and Zenobia, on the other hand, were not amused. Why did you bring us here? Irina asked, her voice laced with suspicion and dread as she eyed the maids surrounding us. I grinned. To buy a maid outfits, of course. And remember, you're supposed to call me Master, or you'll be punished. Zenobia, I'm starting to regret this, she whispered. Zenobia simply rolled her eyes, ignoring their inner turmoil. I turned to one of the store attendants, flashing a charming smile. Excuse me, could you please pack up these and these? Oh, and definitely those. Minutes later, we emerged from the shop, my arms loaded with shopping bags filled with carefully selected maid outfits. I turned to Zenobia and Irina, an unmistakable gleam of excitement in my eyes. Once we get home, you two are changing into these immediately. Irina and Zenobia visibly shuddered, a sudden chill running down their spines. When we stepped inside, Rias and the others froze, their eyes locked onto Zenobia and Irina standing beside me. Sona adjusted her glasses, a frown settling on her lips. Are these the holy sword wielders from the church? Yep, and from now on, they're my personal maids. I grinned. For a moment, silence. Then, Kyoya, you never fail to amaze me. Akino teased, placing a hand on her cheek. You fought them just hours ago, and now they're under your wing? You're getting more and more devious. I feigned offense, placing a hand on my chest dramatically. Devious? Please, I'm simply a benevolent man offering shelter to two lost souls. Call it compassion. The girls all rolled their eyes, their skepticism practically oozing from their expressions. I clicked my tongue, shaking my head. Such ungrateful women. Keep this up, and I might just have to sneak into your rooms tonight and devour every last one of you. Rias and Sona flushed, Akino's smirk widened, and Kaneko scoffed. Asia, as expected, remained blissfully unaware, her head tilting in confusion. Aika, meanwhile, was struggling to hold back laughter. All right, enough messing around. Zenobia, Irina, I'll show you to your rooms. Get cleaned up. Zenobia nodded, unfazed, while Irina still looked like she wanted to argue. Not long after, Zenobia and Irina were in their assigned room, adjusting to their new environment. A sudden knock at the door made them both turn. Before they could even react, I pushed the door open, carrying a large cardboard box with a mysterious grin on my face. Irina narrowed her eyes. What's that? She asked warily, arms crossing in suspicion. I smirked. Why don't you open it and find out? Consider it a special welcome gift. Irina huffed, but curiosity won out. TCH fine. Whatever. She flipped the flaps open and froze. A tense silence filled the room. Inside were dozens of maid outfits, each one more scandalous than the last. Some had lace and frills, others came with thigh-highs, black stockings, cat ears, dog ears, and even fluffy tails. But the real kicker? The skirts were so short, they might as well have been non-existent. Irina's face turned beet red. Why, you pervert! What the hell is this? I blinked innocently, tilting my head. Huh? Maid outfits, obviously. Maid outfits. These are Lou maid outfits. You degenerate. I shrugged, my expression remaining completely unbothered. So, they're still maid outfits. Why are you making such a big deal out of this? I turned to Zenobia, who had picked up one of the outfits and was studying it calmly. Zenobia, what do you think? She ran a hand over the fabric, her expression unreadable. I've never seen anything like these before. They seem interesting. I turned back to Irina, grinning smugly. See? Zenobia gets it. Unlike someone who's overreacting. I am not wearing these. Irina twitched violently. I placed a hand on my chin, feigning deep thought. All right. The holy sword wielders from the church are supposed to be pure and virtuous. I'm sure your God wouldn't approve of such disobedience. Irina's jaw clenched, her hands balling into fists. I'd rather jump off the roof than wear this filth. Minutes later, I sat comfortably on the couch, watching Irina struggle. Are you done picking one out yet? I asked, my impatience creeping in. Shut up. Irina snapped, still rifling through the outfits. These skirts are way too short. Isn't there anything normal? I leaned back, arms folded behind my head. Does it really matter? We're the only ones here. Irina glared at me, her cheeks still burning. That's not the point. I turned to Zenobia, who had already finished changing. See? Zenobia looks great in hers. Irina stole a glance. And sure enough, Zenobia stood there, her maid uniform fitting her perfectly, the lace headband resting neatly on her head. She looked completely unfazed, adjusting the outfit like it was just another set of armor. Damn pervert, Irina muttered under her breath. In the end, she reluctantly grabbed the least revealing outfit. You have to leave while I change. It's only natural for a master to watch his maid change. I grinned. Irina's entire body stiffened. I've never heard of such a rule. With her face burning red, Irina begrudgingly changed in front of me, her movements stiff and hesitant. I sat up straight, eyes locked on her as she slowly pulled the dress over her head. The blue-made outfit clung to her figure perfectly, accentuating every curve. The short skirt, paired with white thigh-high stockings, created the ultimate absolute territory, a visual attack of the highest order. Finally, she slumped, as if accepting her fate, and muttered, "There. Are you happy now?" "Very happy." I grinned, eyes gleaming. "Irina, I'm thirsty." "Ugh, I'll get you some water." "Irina, my shoulders are sore." Meanwhile, Rias, Sona, and the others had been watching from the hallway, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Aquino giggled, placing a hand over her mouth. Kyoya sure knows how to enjoy himself. Kaneko folded her arms, clearly unimpressed. That pervert Kyoya-senpai just wanted them for himself. What a lecher. Rias sighed heavily, rubbing her temple. Kyoya, seriously? Then, Aquino turned to Rias, her smirk widening. "Rias, you're looking awfully frustrated. Could it be jealousy?" Rias's brows twitched. "Jealous? Don't be ridiculous. Then why don't you just give up?" Rias's eyes darkened. "Give up? So you could take the main wife position?" "Not happening." Sona pushed up her glasses, smirking slightly. "Oh, Rias, I can't just pretend I didn't hear that." "Then let's settle this," Rias said, her crimson eyes flashing. Later, as Irina sat silently on the bed, looking dejected, I reached over, patting her head gently. "It's just a maid outfit. No need to look so down." Irina sighed deeply. "Do I even have a future?" Irina said, thinking about the dangers of their mission. Her expression was complicated. Zenobia, beside her, remained silent, her head lowered. Seeing her expression, I pulled her and Zenobia into a warm embrace. "You're my maids now," I whispered. "That means no one can hurt you. I promise." The girls stiffened, then slowly relaxed in my arms. Even if I was a shameless pervert, I was also the strongest shield they could ever have. "All right, it's getting late. Get some rest. I'll help you with Kokobeel," I said, releasing them from the hug. "Thank you, Master," they replied in unison. After they left, I began to think about my next move. The Three Factions Peace Conference was approaching, and I needed to increase my power as much as possible. Kokobeel, a high-ranking fallen angel, would undoubtedly offer a black-grade reward at the very least. Then there were Zenobia, Irina, and possibly Valper or Galilei to consider. I could gain a lot of rewards from this upcoming conflict. It seemed my dream was within reach. Today was a good day, I thought. Early the next morning, Irina Shidu finished freshening up, but for some reason, her cheeks were tinged with a delicate pink, as if she had spent the whole night flustered. "Good morning, Irina." I leaned lazily against the doorframe, greeting her with a smirk. "Did you sleep well last night?" "Why, yeah, fine." Irina's eyes darted around, avoiding direct eye contact with me, afraid of revealing her embarrassment. Her voice wavered slightly, and although she tried to look composed, I caught her sneaking nervous glances at me. You got dark circles under your eyes, and why are your legs squeezed together so tightly? Could it be?" I looked at Irina's expression, then blinked, teasing her. "Irina, did you maybe wet the bed?" Why you shut up?" Irina's face exploded into a deep crimson as she recoiled in shock. Isn't it all your fault that I'm like this? And you have the nerve to ask. Her voice cracked in outrage, but her eyes betrayed a hint of panic. If you hadn't kept doing that all night, then... Irina's voice trailed off, becoming as quiet as a mosquito. I tilted my head, feigning innocence. Oh, my fault? What did I do? Irina's mouth opened, but no words came out. She clenched her fists, her entire body radiating embarrassment. The memories of last night came flooding back. Last night, Irina and my room were on the same floor. When she went to use the bathroom, she accidentally saw something through the slightly open door of my room. And not just anything. I had been busy. Irina had frozen in place, completely stunned as she accidentally bore witness to a certain late-night activity involving Tsubasa and Kiryuika. By the time she had snapped out of her daze and actually made it to the bathroom, her face had been burning hotter than a furnace. Even after returning to bed, she hadn't been able to shake the images from her mind. Needless to say, she hadn't gotten a wink of sleep. Ah, my bad, Irina. I forgot to set up a soundproof barrier last night. I scratched my cheek, looking a little sheepish. I had been so excited that I had forgotten to set up a magic barrier. And Irina had ended up hearing our passionate symphony all night long. I felt a little bad for her. You letcher. You're seriously messing around with that many girls at once? Are you not afraid you'll just drop dead from exhaustion? Her voice carried a mix of frustration, judgment, and something else she wouldn't admit. I chuckled, crossing my arms. Well, you're wrong about that. I could add another one, and I still wouldn't be tired. I leaned in slightly, my voice dropping into a smooth, teasing whisper. You want to test that theory? Absolutely not. She took a step back, looking both flustered and furious. You're such a narcissist. Who would even... She stopped mid-sentence, shaking her head aggressively, as if trying to rid herself of the thought. All right. Relax. So, you heading back to your room? I asked, puzzled. Irina's ears turned slightly red, and she mumbled, What else? I need to change, you big pervert. Why? Breakfast is ready. Irina flinched, then hesitated. Her face grew even redder. It's none of your business. This was because when she went to the bathroom this morning, Irina discovered that she had, in fact, wet herself. This was a huge blow to her. After breakfast, the group sat in the living room, chatting. The atmosphere was unusually tense. Kyoya, are you saying that Kokobile is looking for us? Rias crossed her arms, looking at me seriously. More specifically, he's looking for Zenobia and Irina. A heavy silence fell over the room. I think I know why. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees. The three-faction peace conference between devils, angels, and fallen angels will take place in Kuoh Town soon. If Kokobile attacks during the talks, he could completely shatter the peace process and ignite another war. Hearing my words, everyone was shocked. The fallen angels want to restart the war. No, this isn't all the fallen angels, just Kokobile. He's a war maniac. All he cares about is fighting. If the three factions make peace, that ruins everything for him. So, he's trying to sabotage it. I said, based on what I know about him, this is something Kokobile would definitely do. Rias expressed her opinion. Sona pushed up her glasses. The real problem is that even though we know he's after us, we can't find him. You don't have to worry about that. I have a plan to lure Kokobile out. I turned my gaze to Zenobia and Irina. Why are you looking at us? Noticing my gaze, Zenobia was puzzled. Because the success of this plan depends on you two. Kokobile is after you because of your holy swords. So, we find an isolated spot, and you two release your sword's aura. That should lure him out. Will that really work? After hearing my suggestion, Irina was a little worried, and Zenobia, beside her, also had her doubts. It's the best plan. If we do nothing, you two will always be in danger. If Kokobile ambushes you, he could take your swords, or worse. After a long silence, Zenobia finally spoke. All right, I agree with your plan. Irina, beside her, wanted to say something, but after opening her mouth a few times, she ultimately relented. Just trust me. With me here, your holy swords won't be stolen. As for Kokabeel, I'll take care of him. Fine. Let's do it. All right. And Rias, I need Kiba to be there too. There's someone he needs to meet, someone who might help him overcome his past trauma. I smiled at Rias and made the request. Kiba, I understand. Although she didn't understand what I meant, Rias trusted me completely. At an open area in the academy, I saw Kiba arrive via magic circle. I then instructed him, Kiba, no matter what happens later, you have to stay calm. Understand? Yes. Kiba nodded, although he was confused. Zenobia, Irina, you can start now. Hearing my words, Zenobia and Irina looked at each other, then summoned their respective holy swords. A holy aura emanated from them, instantly forming a pillar of light that shot into the sky. Then, we waited patiently for our enemies to arrive. And then, he's here. Just as I finished speaking, everyone sensed a powerful magical presence rapidly approaching from afar. The sheer force of it made the girls feel a little breathless. As time passed, the dark shadow in the distance slowly took form. Soon, everyone could clearly see the figure hovering in the sky. It was a male fallen angel with 10 black wings, a sharp hawk-like face, and piercing crimson eyes that radiated malice. His very presence exuded a suffocating aura, making the air feel heavy. With a casual motion, the fallen angel conjured a throne of light and sat upon it, looking down at us with a sinister smirk. Interesting. So you were expecting me? You deliberately exposed your location just to lure me in. His voice was calm, but it carried an undeniable arrogance. And you, holy sword wielders, muddling with devils, did you truly think that would be enough to protect you? How naive. His gaze swept over Irina and Zenobia, eyes filled with mockery. So that's Kokabeel. Irina's voice was barely above a whisper. She and Zenobia both stared up at the fallen angel cadre, their bodies tense. The moment they felt the overwhelming pressure from his aura, their hearts sank. The power gap between them and their target was too vast, far beyond anything they had ever encountered before. Just then, a notification chimed in my mind. Ding. Discovered target character. Kokabeel, task grade, black, task condition, defeat him. I raised an eyebrow. Kokabeel was only ranked as a black grade? That meant his power level was at the ultimate class, maybe at best Quasi-Mao class. TCH, what a disappointment. Here I thought he was some big shot, one of the few remaining warriors from the ancient war who had battled both Mao and gods. And yet, he wasn't even a true Mao class being. A fraud. Rias took a step forward, her crimson hair flowing behind her as she looked up at Kokabeel with icy hostility. One unexpected guest. A fallen angel cadre visiting unannounced? How unusual. Her tone was calm, but the tension in the air was thick. Kokabeel turned his eyes to her, sneering. Red hair. Ugh, how revolting. You're just like your wretched brother, Surzex Lucifer, soaked in that nauseating Grimory bloodline. Makes me sick to my stomach. Kokabeel, what exactly brings you here to my domain? Rias narrowed her eyes. Kokabeel chuckled darkly, his smirk widening. Humph. You'll all be dead soon anyway, so I might as well tell you. I plan to turn this city into a battlefield, using Kuoh Academy as the epicenter of a glorious war. The moment those words left his lips, the entire group tensed. What? Are you insane? If you truly do that, the church will have no choice but to declare another war between angels, fallen angels, and devils. Rias's voice sharpened. I had hoped that by stealing the Excalibur fragments, Michael himself might come calling. But instead, they sent a few pathetic exorcists who call themselves holy sword wielders. How utterly dull. Kokabeel laughed. Hearing Kokabeel's response, even those who were prepared for the worst couldn't help but curse him for being a madman. Zenobia and Irina, in particular, looked at Kyoya with complicated expressions. It turned out that Kyoya was right. They really were just pawns to be discarded by the church. Kokabeel sneered, noticing their shaken expressions. A voice suddenly echoed from the forest. That's right. The church just sent you 2 holy sword wielders, did they not? It seems you still don't understand that you're nothing more than abandoned pawns. How disgusting the church is, as always. An old man with glasses and a priest's outfit walked towards the group. Zenovia's eyes widened in rage. Valper Galilei, you traitor! How dare you show your face here? You were the one who helped Kokobile steal the Excalibur fragments, weren't you? When Zenobia and Irina saw the newcomer, they immediately questioned him with anger. Hearing the priest's name, Kiba could no longer suppress his rage. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at him. Valper turned, adjusting his glasses as he regarded Kiba with confusion. Who are you? I don't think I've ever seen you before. Valper was confused by Kiba's sudden killing intent, as he didn't recognize him first. Valper, I've been looking for you all this time. Do you remember the Holy Sword Project all those years ago? I'm the only survivor from that experiment. I will never forgive you. Kiba's eyes were filled with fury, his face pale, his teeth gnashing. Oh, I remember now. You're that failure who ran away. Just like those other dead wastes of space. A piece of trash who couldn't amount to anything. Hearing Valper insult his former companions again, Kiba's entire body radiated intense hostility and anger. He was about to charge at him to get his revenge. Kiba, wait. I told you. I'll let you deal with him personally. So calm down for now. Kiba gritted his teeth, breathing heavily. Then finally, with great effort, he nodded. Meanwhile, Kokobile continued his monologue. After the war between the three factions, I was so bored. Both Azazel and Shemhazai were so passive about another war. Not only that, but Azazel also went around collecting those boring, sacred gears, completely immersing himself in that research. I have no interest in that stuff. Then he spread his wings wide. So I'll start the war myself. And I'll begin with you, Rias Gremory and Sona Citri, the sisters of Lucifer and Leviathan. If I kill you two here, the three factions will have no choice but to fight. Now, time for your baptism. With that, Kokobile's face turned sinister. He gathered his magic power, instantly creating countless spears of light. Beowomum. The sky exploded with golden spears of light, descending upon us like a rainstorm. Look out! Seeing this, Rias, Sona, and the others quickly erected magic barriers, blocking Kokobile's attacks. Kokobile, seeing his attack thwarted, praised them. Not bad for the Sisters of Mao. It seems I can't finish you off so easily. In that case, let's have some fun. A massive magic circle appeared in the sky, and from within, monstrous, three-headed Cerberus beasts emerged, snarling and baring their fangs as they surrounded us. Those are Cerberus. Rias took a sharp breath as she gazed at the monstrous hounds, their enormous, three-headed frames exuding a terrifying presence. To think he would forcibly bring the guard dogs that reside at the gates of the underworld here, just to carry out his schemes. He's really going all out. The massive Cerberus hounds stood in formation, their hellfire-coated fangs dripping with heat, growling low and menacingly. Kaneko Akino Kayom, let's go. Rias ordered, her crimson hair flowing behind her. Yes. Without hesitation, the three girls moved into formation. Sona, we'll need you to set up a barrier this time. Rias added. Got it. Sona Citri nodded. Then, turning to her peerage, she gave a calm smile. The enemy this time is dangerous. Let's set up a barrier. We can't afford unnecessary damage to the city. Understood. Then let's begin. Under Sona's command, Tsubaki Shinra and the others swiftly began constructing an isolation barrier, sealing off the battlefield. Meanwhile, Sona's violet eyes flickered toward Kyoya. She looked like she wanted to say something. Sensing her gaze, I smiled slightly. Sona, feeling left out because Rias and the others are hogging all the action, I teased. Don't worry. After this is over, I'll personally help you all get much stronger. At that, Sona blinked before letting out a small chuckle. The mild frustration in her gaze melted away. Just then, Rias's voice rang out sharply. Kiba, wait. We need to take care of the Cerberus first. It's fine, Rias. I interrupted, stepping forward. Let him go. I met Kiba's gaze directly. Kiba, this is your fight. I promised you'd be the one to settle things with Valper. So go. Finish what you started. Kiba looked at me in silent gratitude, then clenched his demonic sword tightly. With a burst of speed, he shot forward like a cannonball, straight toward Valper, his eyes blazing with fury. Kyoya, Rias murmured, still watching with concern. Don't worry, Rias. Kiba's power is far beyond what that 2-bit traitor Valper can handle. Let Kiba settle this on his own. It might be what he needs to finally move past his trauma. Hearing that, Rias took a deep breath, then smiled. All right, if that's what it takes, I won't stop him. She then turned to me again. Kyoya, I'll leave Kokobeel to you. I'm going to assist Kaneko and the others. Go. Rias rushed into the fray. Meanwhile, Irina and Zenobia hovered nearby, weighing their options. Above us, Kokobeel smirked in amusement. Oh, you're all just standing around watching? Aren't you going to help them? His crimson eyes locked onto me. And you, boy, word is you're that Grimmery girl's human fiancé. Shouldn't you be more worried about her? Kokobeel taunted, observing our inaction. Zenobia and Irina remained silent, but I looked up at Kokobeel with a smirk. Sounds like you missed a raiding game in the underworld a few days ago, I said casually. If you'd actually watched it, you'd know that a few oversized puppies aren't enough to hurt my women. Kokobeel's smirk faltered. He hadn't seen it. That much was obvious. He had been too busy stealing the Excalibur fragments from a church, which meant he had no idea how much stronger Rias and her peerage had become. Oomph. A devil's little game? What a waste of time. Kokobeel scoffed. Still, if you're confident, let's see how long they last. I ignored him. He could talk all he wanted. I had already decided how I was going to handle him. Kiba was cutting through stray priests like a knife through butter, his demonic sword carving through them with ease. On the other side, Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko were holding their ground against the Cerberus. But the most excited person on the battlefield was Kyomabe. Her golden eyes gleamed as she faced the massive three-headed hounds. I didn't get to fully show off last time. This time, I'm going all out. She stretched out her hand. Come forth, three-eyed golden wolf. Roar! With a howl, a gigantic golden wolf materialized before her. Its 3 glowing eyes shined ominously. Upon seeing the wolf, the Cerberus flinched slightly. But after a brief hesitation, they snarled and lunged. The three-eyed golden wolf had been enhanced multiple times by me. Its power had already reached high-class level, far surpassing the Cerberus. With a snarl, the golden wolf dodged the incoming attack and countered with blinding speed. The Cerberus's hellfire-coated claws were completely useless against the golden wolf's superior strength. Boom! With a powerful swipe, the golden wolf sent one Cerberus flying. Then, in a single fluid motion, it pounced, pinning the beast beneath its claws. A sharp golden beam burst from its mouth, piercing through the remaining head of the Cerberus. The Cerberus howled once, then collapsed, lifeless. Well done. You're truly my trump card magical beast. Seeing how powerful her three-eyed golden wolf had become, Kyome couldn't help but praise it. I didn't expect Kyome-chan to be the first one to finish off her opponent. It looks like we can't fall behind, right, Rias? Seeing Kyome's three-eyed golden wolf's performance, Aquino smiled and turned to Rias. Of course. Aquino, let's go. Rias also smiled, as if she didn't consider the Cerberus as a threat at all. With that, Rias unleashed her crimson power of destruction, firing a beam of destructive energy that shot through the air like a flash of lightning towards the Cerberus. Boom! The Cerberus before her didn't even have time to react, before it was completely vaporized. Meanwhile, Aquino raised her left hand, pointing her index finger towards the sky. A terrifying chill spread out from her. In the blink of an eye, the Cerberus before her, along with its flames, were completely frozen solid. Then, she moved her other hand, and threads of lightning wrapped around her. Suddenly, bolts of purple lightning appeared in the sky above, pouring down towards the frozen Cerberus. Crack! The lightning struck the frozen Cerberus, shattering it into countless fragments of ice. At this point, only the Cerberus facing Kaneko remained. However, on the battlefield, Kaneko Tuju was locked in a fierce struggle against the Cerberus. Despite her incredible physical strength, she specialized in close-range combat, making the Hellhound's vicious flames and multiple snapping jaws difficult to handle. The fight had reached a stalemate. Watching from the sidelines, Zenobia Corda couldn't hide her surprise. Rias and the others had dealt with their own Cerberus opponents so effortlessly, yet Kaneko was still struggling. Realizing the situation, Zenobia made her decision. Right now, we're allies, and we have a common enemy. It's only right that we help, Zenobia muttered, tightening her grip on Durandal before charging in. A moment later, Irina Shidu, wearing a conflicted expression, followed suit, raising Excalibur Mimic in both hands. Kaneko landed a powerful punch to the Cerberus's gut, sending it staggering backward. Seizing the opportunity, Zenobia and Irina struck simultaneously, two flashes of light, and in the next instant, the Cerberus's left and right heads were severed. Kaneko exhaled, gathering her demonic energy before activating her trump card, 8 Gates Release. Her small fists clenched as a surge of raw power coursed through her. Hawa! With a final devastating punch, she obliterated the last remaining head. The Cerberus convulsed, twitching as blood sprayed across the ground, until it collapsed, lifeless. Up above, Kokobile watched the entire thing unfold, and instead of anger, he laughed. Ha ha, impressive. I thought you'd at least be injured after dealing with my pets, but you finished them off so easily. His crimson eyes gleamed with twisted amusement. You're not just some minor brats. You're shaping up to be amongst the top underworld's new generation. How delightful! Kokobile was not angered by the easy defeat of his Cerberuses. Instead, he was even more pleased and found the situation quite amusing. I roll my eyes. Keep laughing. You won't be smiling much longer. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Kiba Yudo was locked in combat against a stray priest wielding a holy sword, while Valper Galilei stood at a distance, watching with a smug grin. I heard one of the test subjects escaped, and to think he became a devil. How pathetic. Valper chuckled, shaking his head. But I should thank you, failures. Without your sacrifices, my research wouldn't have succeeded. Kiba finished off the stray priest with a swift slice of his demonic sword before turning to Valper, his face grim. Succeeded? What do you mean? Originally, the factors possessed by those of you with aptitude weren't sufficient to manifest the ability to wield a holy sword. So, I came to a conclusion. Extract the adaptation factors from those with the aptitude. What? Kiba's voice dropped to a low, dangerous growl. Ignoring Kiba's rising fury, Valper pulled out a small white crystal from his pocket and twirled it between his fingers. And then, we successfully crystallized the adaptation factors we extracted from you. What I'm holding in my hand is a crystal made from those factors. Of course, this is the last one. If you want it, you can have it. It's mass-produced now anyway. Valper sneered. He casually tossed the crystal at Kiba's feet. Hearing this, Zenobia turned to Irina, shocked. Isn't that what holy sword wielders receive during their blessing, implanted into their bodies? So, it was an item used to supplement insufficient adaptation factors. Irina's face paled as the realization hit her. She had been enhanced with the same factor that had been stolen from Kiba and his companions. Guilt churned in her gut as she turned toward Kiba, her grip tightening around Excalibur Mimic. Kiba, staring at the crystal in his hand with an agonizing expression, seemed to recall his former companions. Tears welled up in his eyes. Their dreams, their voices, their lives, taken so cruelly. After a long moment, Kiba glared at Valper with unbridled rage, shouting, "If that's the case, why did you have to poison us? Why did you destroy their dreams?" Valper simply laughed. Why? Ha! You were nothing more than experimental materials. Garbage. It's only natural to discard materials after they've served their purpose. Kiba's grip on his demonic sword tightened, veins bulging along his forearm. His entire body shook with an uncontrollable fury. Valper, you're going to die. In a flash, Kiba lunged. Wait. You can't. Ahhh. Before Valper could react, Kiba's blade tore through him in one clean motion. The old priest's body split apart, his lifeblood spilling onto the cold ground. Kiba stood there, panting heavily, blood dripping from his blade. "I've finally avenged you all." Kiba looked down at the crystal in his hand, recalling the past, and tears streamed down his face. Suddenly, the crystal emitted a faint white light, which then enveloped Kiba. Finally, many figures radiating a pale blue light emerged from the crystal. Kiba looked at them and lowered his head sadly, his voice a mix of longing and sorrow. "I've always wondered if it was really okay for only me to have survived. And now, is it really all right for only me to live such a peaceful life?" A faint, melodic hum filled the air, and one of the spirits, a young girl, stepped forward, gently tugging on Kiba's sleeve, then smiled at him. Kiba turned to look at the little girl, and his eyes filled with tears. The spirits began to circle him, their voices echoing in the wind. "It's okay, as long as we're together. Accept it. Accept us." Hearing their voices, Kiba's tears flowed freely, but a happy smile spread across his face. We are one. Thank you, everyone." Finally, the spirits transformed into specks of light and returned to Kiba's body. Everyone present felt the warm and holy light, and they all smiled at Kiba. Asia was moved to tears. Kiba took a deep breath, then suddenly raised his demonic sword. Sword birth, a surge of divine radiance mixed with demonic darkness, fusing together into something entirely new. His blade transformed, its new form exuding both holy and unholy energy, a perfect balance of light and shadow. Balance breaker, holy demonic sword of twin supremacy. Everyone stared in awe at Kiba's new weapon. I scanned the scene, and seeing that everyone was looking at Kiba and his sword with confusion and surprise, I explained with a smile, "That is Kiba's balance breaker, holy demonic sword of twin supremacy. He has overcome the shadows of his past." Kyoya, did Kiba just achieve the balance breaker for his sword birth? And it's a fusion of holy and demonic power, Rias exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Everyone present was surprised, especially Zenobia and Irina, who stared at each other in astonishment. After a moment, Rias and Aquino exchanged a knowing glance and smiled, relieved that Kiba had finally emerged from the shadow of the Holy Sword Project. "Kokobeel, your little minions are all gone. Now it's just you and me," I said, turning to Kokobeel with a smirk. Then, Kokobeel, who had been in the sky, suddenly burst into a fit of manic laughter. "Ha! Do you really think you could defeat me? How naive. But speaking of which, you two holy sword wielders from the church, how can you still fight after losing your god?" "What?" Zenobia gasped. "Lose our god? What do you mean? Answer me, Kokobeel." I raised an eyebrow, but I didn't stop Kokobeel from revealing the truth. After all, both the system's tasks and the story's progression required them to know. The only question was whether they could handle it. Meanwhile, Kokobeel covered his face with one hand and laughed wickedly. "Oops, I guess I let that slip. But since I'm already planning to start a war, I have nothing to hide anymore. Your god died 1,000 years ago in the Great War." Silence. The scene was utterly silent. The God of the Bible was dead. God is dead. Hearing this, everyone except me, including Rias and even the usually expressionless Kaneko, was stunned, their faces filled with shock. "You're lying." Zenobia and Irina stared at Kokobeel in disbelief. "God is dead. Impossible. We've never heard of such a thing." Rias widened her eyes, an expression of disbelief on her face. "Humph. In the Great War 1,000 of years ago, God single-handedly dragged down the original 4 great Satans of the underworld and a large number of high-class devils. The angels and fallen angels also lost most of their forces, except for their leaders. Pure-blooded angels can no longer be born, and pure-blooded devils are becoming increasingly rare. The leaders of the angels, fallen angels, and devils, and even the gods and mythical beings of other pantheons, concealed this truth to ensure the survival of the humans who believed in God. Hearing this, everyone was stunned into silence. Kokabeel, on the other hand, grew more and more agitated, his face twisting with anger as he gritted his teeth. What I'm dissatisfied with is that after God and the Mao were dead, that bastard Azazel decided that war was pointless and chose to stop. If the battle had continued, the fallen angels would surely have been victorious, and there wouldn't be the three factions as they exist now. Unforgivable. Towards the end, Kokabeel couldn't help but roar. "You're lying? You must be lying. It can't be true." Hearing Kokabeel's words, Zenobia and Irina's legs gave way, and they crumpled to the ground, a sense of panic and helplessness washing over them. As devout believers in the God of the Bible, the news of his death was a devastating blow. But Asia suddenly retorted, "God is gone. You're lying. Then how do you explain the blessings and miracles we receive from the church?" This statement immediately became Zenobia and Irina's last hope, because those were the powers of God and couldn't be faked. Kokabeel grinned, looking at Asia with an amused expression. Even though God is dead, as long as the system of heaven exists, Michael can manipulate it to grant blessings and grace. But he can only maintain the system's operation. There are many loopholes in the system now, such as not being able to create new pure-blood angels. And because God is dead, the boundary between holy and demonic power has become unstable. That's why that boy over there was able to fuse holy and demonic power to create a holy demonic sword. And you, former nun of the church, if God hadn't died and the system of heaven hadn't developed problems, leading to complications with sacred gears, your sacred gear would never have been able to heal devils. Hearing Kokabeel's explanation, Asia almost fainted and collapsed. Luckily, Kaneko was there to catch her and help her sit down under a tree. So Archangel Michael is the one replacing God. Zenobia exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. Then what are we? Irina murmured, her eyes filled with pain. Kiba's expression was complex. When he and his companions were at the brink of despair and collapse during the Holy Sword Project, they constantly sang hymns and prayed to God. However, in the end, the Holy Sword Project failed, and they were disposed of by the church. At that time, he believed that God had abandoned them, so he joined the underworld and became Rias's reincarnated devil. Now, Kiba understood that it wasn't that God had abandoned them. It was because God had already fallen in the Great War thousands of years ago. God couldn't have heard their prayers. So, I'm going to offer your heads as a sacrifice. Even if I have to do it alone, I will continue the war. Kokabeel declared, if I kill the sister of Mao Surzex and the sister of Mao Leviathan, it will surely ignite the wrath of the two Mao in the underworld. Then, the great war of ancient times will be revived. Ha ha! Speaking of this, Kokabeel began to laugh out loud. All the truths had been revealed, and everyone fell silent. But just then, I looked at the crazed Kokabeel and said calmly, well, are you done talking? Are you done laughing? If so, it's time for you and me to settle things. Hearing my words, Kokabeel's laughter abruptly stopped, and his expression froze. Even if God is dead, what does it matter to us? We just need to live our own lives, don't you think? I asked, turning to Rias and the others with a smile. Rias and the others exchanged glances and smiled back at me. And you two heartbroken girls, why are you acting like you've been abandoned? You should think about what you're living for. If your God was still alive, would he want to see you like this? If you really have nowhere to go, I can take you in, I said, looking at Zenobia and Irina with a gentle smile. After hearing my words, Irina and Zenobia looked at me with complex emotions. After a moment of silence, they nodded in agreement. TCH, it seems you're the real leader here. Kokabeel scoffed, disappointed that he couldn't break their spirits. Ignoring Kokabeel, I turned to Rias and the others. You all should stay back. You can help Sona and the others maintain the barrier if you want. I'll handle this bird brain myself. In that case, be careful, Kyoya. Rias and the others moved away. Brat, are you looking down on me, trying to fight me alone? Kokobeel sneered, his previous smile replaced with a cold scowl. I'm just going to send you back to your nest, I retorted. Hearing my words, Kokobeel's face turned grim, and he spread his 10 black wings. He conjured 2 long swords of yellow light, one in each hand. He crossed the swords in front of him, then swung them down with a powerful motion. 2 waves of yellow energy surged towards me. Whoosh! 2 enormous yellow slashes, accompanied by the sound of tearing through the air, flew at me. The sheer force of the attack made me narrow my eyes, and I couldn't help but curse internally. This damn bird, not holding back at all. I quickly pulled out the sword of promised victory and poured forth its immense power. Excalibur! A golden storm of light erupted, instantly destroying Kokobeel's slashes and continuing towards him with undiminished force. What? Seeing the unrelenting golden beam of light expanding in his vision, Kokobeel's eyes widened. Although he hadn't used his full strength, his combined attack with both hands had been utterly destroyed, as if it were made of paper. With a deafening explosion, Kokobeel's body was engulfed by the attack, lost in the resulting smoke and debris. Rias and the others couldn't help but gasp, staring in shock at the point of impact. They wondered if a high-ranking fallen angel cadre could be defeated so easily. When the smoke cleared, Kokobeel was revealed, surrounded by his black wings, which were now tattered and broken. After a while, Kokobeel finally emerged, his expression horrifying, his eyes filled with rage. Seeing the weapon in my hand, Kokobeel was shocked. Could that be the legendary sword of promised victory in your hand? To think you're its wielder, how very interesting. But with your current strength, you can't fully unleash the power of that holy sword. What a shame. You're all still going to die. Ha ha ha. Kokobeel continued to mock me crazily. As expected of a veteran fallen angel cadre, it seems that simply relying on Excalibur won't be enough to finish him off easily. Seeing that Excalibur's attack hadn't caused any serious damage to Kokobeel, I sighed. I could have summoned Rayquaza to easily defeat Kokobeel, but I didn't want to. This was a rare opportunity to have a fallen angel cadre as a training partner. I wanted to make the most of it. Then I instantly Soru, my body turning into a blue streak of lightning as I charged towards Kokobeel, brandishing Excalibur, now crackling with lightning, and swung it down. Clang! Kokobeel created a magic barrier with both hands, which managed to block Excalibur. Second gate, open! Seeing this, I narrowed my eyes and activated the 8 gates, increasing my power. Then, with an even more ferocious attack, I struck the magic barrier. Crack! Before Kokobeel could even taunt me, his barrier shattered, and he was sent plummeting from the sky, crashing into the ground. Before anyone could react, I gripped Excalibur with both hands, unleashing a dazzling, holy light that seemed to ripple the very air around it. Seeing me charging my attack, Kokobeel, who had been sent crashing to the ground, was enraged. He couldn't believe he had been injured by a human, not once but twice. You damn brat, you're going to die, he roared. Kokobeel flew towards me, his magic power surging around him. Kokobeel raised both hands above his head, and a spear of pure light energy formed in his hands. As he poured more magic power into it, the light spear grew larger. Everyone watched in horror as they felt the terrifying aura emanating from the spear. That bastard has gone mad. If Kyoya can't block it, Kuoh Town will be destroyed. Rias's eyes narrowed. Kyoya. Akino's expression also became worried. Die, you little brat. Kokobeel roared, hurling the spear towards me. My expression remained serious. I channeled all my power into Excalibur to counter Kokobeel's attack. Boom! A blinding explosion engulfed the battlefield, and when the dust settled, Kokobeel was revealed, his body covered in blood. One of his arms was almost completely severed. Kyoya! Kyoya! Rias and the others cried out anxiously. But then, a massive, dark blue Susanoo emerged from the ground, its towering figure casting a long shadow over the battlefield. What's that? How could you be unharmed? Kokobeel was astonished. I smirked, then launched a relentless assault on Kokobeel with the Susanoo. The Susanoo's giant fist slammed into Kokobeel, sending him crashing to the ground once again. Thud! A loud crash echoed as the powerful shockwave dispersed the surrounding trees, snapping them in half. Seeing Kokobeel's bloody and miserable state, I didn't stop there. I continued to control Susanoo, grabbing Kokobeel like a helpless chick. With a slight squeeze of Susanoo's hand, nearly all of Kokobeel's bones were shattered, causing him to scream in agony. Then, I controlled another of Susanoo's hands to rip off Kokobeel's 10 black wings, one by one, causing him to pass out from the pain. Seeing Kokobeel's fate, Rias and the others shuddered. "Oh my, that looks fun. I'll have to try that next time I encounter a fallen angel," Aquino chirped. Hearing Aquino's words, Rias and the others turned to look at her, speechless. On the other side, seeing Kokobeel unconscious, I tossed him to the ground. Then, I dispelled Susanoo and summoned Excalibur, plunging it into Kokobeel's heart. A powerful surge of holy energy ravaged his body. Thus, the fallen angel cadre Kokobeel was dead. Rias and the others watched as the fallen angel cadre died a gruesome death, couldn't help but sigh. I, on the other hand, was filled with anticipation. This was the first time I had completed a black raid task, and I was eager to see what kind of reward I would receive. In the past, even red grade sign-in rewards had yielded great prizes. I wondered what kind of boost a black raid reward would give me this time. Ding! Task completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a black grade sign-in gift bag. Black grade gift bag opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving a portion of the True Dragon bloodline. I already have the Azure Dragon's soul, so why am I getting this? Well, it seems pretty useful at this stage, so I guess it's not too bad. This reward was related to the world of problem children are coming from another world, aren't they? Azidahaka, the last embryo of humanity, possessed the True Dragon bloodline. Even more terrifying was that Azidahaka had the power to repel 1,000,000 gods. If he bled, his blood would transform into god-class beings. He also possessed abilities like Avesta, which allowed him to mimic the gifts of others and incorporate them into himself, and Krina, Halo of the Supreme Ruler. A powerful gift said to have the power to destroy a third of the world. It was the strongest lightning fire-based ability. So, he had all sorts of powerful abilities. Therefore, even though this black grade reward was only a portion of the True Dragon bloodline, it was still a significant boost to my power. It might even be enough to push me to Mao class. System, infuse me with the True Dragon bloodline. I mentally commanded. Ding! Infusion initiated. Boom! A powerful draconic aura erupted from my body, and the ground around me began to tremble. Sona and the others, who had been about to remove the barrier, were forced to reinforce it instead to prevent further damage to the academy. Rias watched me with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Kyoya, I can't see through him anymore. He's become so much stronger. Indeed. But why is he suddenly emitting a dragon's aura? Aquino was also puzzled. The True Dragon bloodline was coursing through my body, enhancing my bones, muscles, magic power, and every other aspect of my being. The pain was intense, but I gritted my teeth and endured it. After a while, the pain finally subsided, and I felt as if I had been reborn, completely refreshed and invigorated. Ding! True Dragon bloodline fusion successful. Hearing the system's notification, I clenched my fists, feeling the immense magic power coursing through my veins. A faint smile appeared on my lips. System, show me my status screen. I mentally requested the system to display my status. Host, Kyoya Hibari. Bloodline, True Dragon bloodline. Physique, Mao class. Magic power, Mao class. Abilities, Azure Dragon Soul Power, Rinnegan, Rumble Fruit, 3 types of Haki, Flying Thunder God Technique, 8 gates, 6 powers, Enhanced Chains of Heaven. Pets, Super Shiny Ice Blue, Rayquaza, Mao class, Evolution Potential. Quasi-Super, Devil / Transcendent. Inventory, Zampecudo, Zangetsu, sort of promised victory, Excalibur. Yes, seeing my current stats, I was quite satisfied. Oh my, Kyoya, you become so strong. You even defeated Kokobile without any trouble. Akino exclaimed, her voice filled with admiration. I snapped out of my thoughts and realized that Rias and the others had gathered around me. Akino had wrapped her arms around my neck, her breasts pressing against my back. I swallowed nervously, feeling a warmth spread through my body. Seeing my reaction, Akino's eyes flashed with a mischievous glint. She leaned close to my ear and whispered seductively, Kyoya, are you feeling excited? How about I come to your room tonight? The other girls, seeing Akino trying to seduce me, were immediately annoyed. Akino, let go of him. Kyoya is my fiancé. Rias grabbed one of my arms, glaring at Akino. Oh, Rias, you haven't even gotten engaged to him yet. Even if we're not engaged, Kyoya is still my fiancé. You both need back off. Oni-sama is mine. Just as the two were bickering, Asia suddenly rushed over and hugged my waist, pouting at them. Ahem, we can discuss this at home. Now's not the time. Someone's coming, I said, looking towards the edge of the barrier. Sona, you don't need to maintain the barrier anymore. He'll be here soon. Sona nodded and instructed her peerage members to remove the magic barrier. And they all came to my side. Huh, someone's coming. Hearing my words, Rias and the others also looked in the direction I was facing, confused. Moments later, a white light appeared in the distance. When the light faded, a figure covered in silver-white armor, with pale blue energy wings and a white tail, appeared before everyone. Rias, Sona, and the others gasped, feeling a sense of awe and trepidation from the newcomer's overwhelming aura. They had just defeated the fallen angel cadre, Kokobile, and now an even more powerful being had appeared. Valley, you're here. Don't tell me you came for that guy, I asked, raising an eyebrow at the White Dragon Emperor and gesturing towards Kokobile's lifeless body. What? He's the White Dragon Emperor, Vala Lucifer. My words caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat, and they all stared at the White Dragon Emperor in disbelief. This is the current host of one of the two heavenly dragons. Valley ignored the gazes of the others. However, after looking at Kokobile's lifeless body, he twitched his mouth, then turned to me with a complicated expression. Hibari Kyoya, I came here on Azazel's orders to retrieve that fool Kokobile. I didn't expect you to finish him off quickly. It seems I underestimated you. Valley, he said helplessly. But since he's already dead, may I take his body back? Sure, go ahead, I said, waving my hand dismissively. In that case, thank you. But Valley then looked at me with burning intensity. Hibari Kyoya, I hope the next time we meet, I can have a proper fight with you. Sure, just don't lose your confidence after I defeat you, I replied with a smile. Oh, you're confident? In that case, I'll look forward to our next encounter. Vala's eyes flashed, and he chuckled. Then, in front of everyone, Valley picked up Kokobile's cold corpse, his blue dragon wings unfolded, and he transformed back into a beam of pale blue light, disappearing into the sky. After the White Dragon Emperor Valley had vanished, it took a while for everyone to collect themselves. Kyoya, are you really going to fight the White Dragon Emperor? Rias looked at me with concern. Although she knew I was strong, Valley was one of the two heavenly dragons, feared even by gods and satans. The others also looked at me with concern. Don't underestimate me. Even if I don't go looking for Valley, he'll eventually come looking for me. Besides, it's just a spar, not a death match. You don't have to worry so much, seeing how serious the atmosphere had become. I quickly reassured them. And how can you be so sure I'll lose? I still have some trump cards I haven't used yet that could definitely defeat Valley. I added with a wink. Hearing me reveal that I still had a trump card, Rias, Sona, and the others stared at me in shock. They couldn't believe that I was still holding back, even after displaying such incredible power. Oh my, Kyoya, you're so sneaky. Keeping secrets from us? Tell us already. This teasing tone made my skin crawl. I turned to look at Akino, thinking, this vixen, trying to shake my resolve. I'll have to deal with her later. Well, if it's a trump card, it needs to be kept secret, right? But you'll see it eventually. Seeing that I didn't want to elaborate, they didn't press the issue, knowing they would probably find out eventually anyway. This incident is finally over. Not only did we eliminate the fallen angel cadre Kokabeel, but Kiba also overcame his psychological trauma and unlocked his balance breaker. Happy ending for everyone. But I paused, then turned to look at the dejected Zenobia and Irina. Zenobia, Irina, now that you know your god is no longer around, what are your plans? We don't know. Here my question. The two girls looked lost. Although Kokabeel is dead, the stolen Excalibur fragments were destroyed. You failed your mission. And since you became our allies, the church will likely see you as traitors or heretics if you return. Hearing this, Zenobia lowered her head in resignation, remaining silent. I'm going back to the church, Irina declared, her voice trembling. Are you going back to die? I asked, incredulous. Although I knew Irina's faith was more devout than Zenobia's, I couldn't help but feel frustrated by her stubborn decision. Don't you remember what happened to Asia and Kiba? If you go back, they might even execute you. Then what do you suggest I do? Irina slumped to the ground, looking lost and confused. You can live with us, of course. We've been getting along well these past few days, haven't we? I smiled and continued to suggest. Rather than being branded a heretic by the church and being expelled or executed, why don't you become devils? Look, there are two Mao's sisters right here. Hearing my words, Rias and Sona's eyes lit up. These were two holy sword wielders. They were incredibly talented individuals. That's right. How about becoming members of our family? Rias and Sona both extended their hands to Zenobia and Irina. This offer stunned both Zenobia and Irina. Zenobia lowered her head, contemplating her options. Becoming a devil might be the best decision for her right now. Irina, with her more devout faith, had a much stronger reaction. I don't want to become a devil. I'd rather go back to the church. Hearing this, I started to think about how to convince her. She was a beautiful girl with twin tails. How could I let her go? I suddenly swept Irina off her feet, carrying her in a princess hold. Kaya, what are you doing? Put me down. Irina's face flushed red at an alarming speed. I'm going to have a private conversation with Irina. Zenobia, you can choose to become either Rias's or Sona's servant. It's up to you, I said, walking away with Irina in my arms. The others were stunned by this sudden turn of events, but Rias and Sona resumed their competition for Zenobia. After a while, Zenobia raised her head and looked at Rias. You're Kyoya's fiancé, right? Now that my lord is gone, I have a new goal, to have children with Kyoya, preferably a girl. Would you still accept me as your servant knowing this? The girls were all speechless. Talk about a shocking declaration. Sigh, I don't mind, as long as you succeed, Rias replied with a sigh. She knew that I would have many women in the future. She couldn't have me all to herself. As long as she could secure the position of the main wife, that was enough. In that case, I'll become your servant, Rias Gremory, Zenobia declared, taking Rias's hand. Hearing Zenovia's answer, Rias smiled and held out her hand. Sona, seeing this, twitched her eyes. It was because of Rias's relationship with Kyoya that Zenobia chose to join Rias. Sona watched them, her eyes filled with frustration. Zenobia had chosen Rias solely because of her engagement to me. Ugh, I'm so jealous, Sona grumbled. Just then, I returned with Irina, her hand in mine. Even though Irina hasn't agreed to become a devil, she's joining us. And she's one of us now. Seeing Irina's shy expression, the group started to speculate. Kyoya, did you do something inappropriate? That pervert must have done something senpai. Kyoya, what did you do to Irina? Akino asked with interest. I can't tell you. It's a little secret between Irina and me. I simply smiled. Actually, I just told her that she didn't have to become a devil to stay with us, and that maybe in the future, she could even become an angel and see her lord again. At first, Irina didn't believe me, but eventually, she was persuaded and decided to stay with us. Of course, I wasn't lying to her. After all, I'm a man with a system. Making my wife an angel in the future would be as easy as pie. The system tasks related to Zenobia and Irina were also completed, but I didn't pay much attention to the rewards at the moment. After everything was settled, we all headed home together. Meanwhile, news spread like wildfire of Kokobil's theft of the holy swords, his plan to destroy Kuoh Town, and his attempt to kill the sisters of Mao Surzex and Mao Serafal, all to reignite the great war between the three factions. Even more shocking was the news that Kokobil, a fallen angel cadre, had been effortlessly defeated by a human. This news caused a stir among the leaders of the three factions. After all, during the raiding game, Kyoya had remained in the background, not participating directly in the battles. Now, the leaders of the three factions, through various clues, speculated that Rias's ability to wield the sword of promised victory was likely due to Kyoya, and that he was the true wielder of the legendary blade. As a result, this human boy named Hibari Kyoya officially became a person of high interest to the various factions. In the underworld, the four great Maos were gathered for a meeting. Surzex Lucifer, Serafal Leviathan, Ajuka Beelzebub, and Falbium Asmodeus sat around a table, discussing the events that had transpired in Kuoh Town. Surzex began by introducing Hibari Kyoya, Rias's fiancé, and explaining his role in the raiding game. The other Maos were stunned. Your sister found a wielder of the sword of promised victory as a fiancé? How come we didn't know about this? And we were wondering why Rias and her peerage were so powerful, crushing that Phoenix kid. So that's the inside scoop. Surzex, are you saying that Rias and her peerage achieved such results after only 7 days of training under that human, Hibari Kyoya? Ajuka asked, his voice filled with disbelief. Yes, that's the truth. I was also shocked when I first heard it. Surzex smiled. Wow, I didn't expect Rias-chan to find such an amazing fiancé. And she's become so strong. I'm sure Sona-chan isn't happy about being surpassed in strength. Serafal said, worried about her own sister. And that damn Kokobil. How dare he try to hurt Sona-chan? I'll give Azazel a piece of my mind when I see him. Then Serafal roared, her face turning cold. Seeing this sister-complex Serafal getting worked up, the other three Mao felt a headache coming on. Calm down, Serafal. Now's not the time to worry about that. We need to focus on the upcoming three factions peace conference. Meanwhile, at the Fallen Angel headquarters, Azazel looked at Kokobil's lifeless body with a sigh. Sigh, what a headache. I'm sure I'll be getting an earful from them at the upcoming peace conference. So, Valley, what do you think after meeting the human boy? Then, Azazel turned to Valley, who was standing before him, and asked curiously, He's interesting. The first time I met him, he only had the strength of a mid-class. But now he's already reached Mao class. I'm looking forward to our next fight. Valen narrowed his eyes, a thrill of excitement running through him. Is that so? It seems I'll have to meet this young man who you consider a worthy opponent. Azazel said with a thoughtful smile. While the various factions were discussing Kyoya, Kyoya was being dragged around town by the girls on a shopping spree. Walking down the street, we attracted a lot of attention. The men were jealous of me, surrounded by so many beautiful girls. They were probably cursing me in their hearts. Damn show-off. The women were envious of the girls, wishing they had such a handsome boyfriend. And me? I was exhausted. Although it was wonderful to be accompanied by such lively and youthful beauties, I had never realized that all girls were the same when it came to shopping. We were originally supposed to be buying clothes for Zenobia and Irina, but somehow, we ended up in a lingerie store. At first, I was a little embarrassed to go in, but then I figured they're all my women and I had to protect them, so I went in. Once inside the lingerie store, I was stunned. Wow, so many styles I've never seen before. I've really been missing out. While everyone was browsing, Zenobia held up a catalog filled with pictures of erotic panties in front of me. Kyoya, which of these do you think is best? Zenobia asked seriously. Huh, Zenobia, I was speechless. Hey, Zenobia, what are you doing showing him that? Irina blushed and quickly pulled Zenobia aside, scolding her. I'm just asking my future husband about his preferences. If a woman wears lingerie that her lover likes, it increases the chances of a panty peek incident, which can bring the couple closer and lead to the birth of a child. Zenobia explained matter-of-factly. Everyone stared at Zenobia, speechless. What kind of logic is that? Everyone's heads were filled with black lines, unable to retort. Then they went back to browsing. Before I could even catch my breath, Zenobia suddenly pulled me into a fitting room. "Zenobia, are you planning to have a baby with me in here?" Kyoya asked, his face contorted with a mixture of surprise and amusement. Kyoya, do you want to?" Zenobia asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I now have a new goal, which is to have a child of my own. And Kyoya, you meet all my requirements, so please have a child with me." Zenobia suddenly embraced Kyoya. Kyoya looked at Zenobia, who was only wearing lingerie, her beautiful body and innocent face on full display. He couldn't resist any longer. So, I set up a magic barrier, then placed my right hand on Zenovia's waist and gently lifted her face with my other hand. Zenobia blushed, understanding what was about to happen. Kyoya leaned down and kissed her. Half an hour later, "We should go out now. They're probably looking for us," I said, holding Zenovia's hand as we exited the fitting room. "Okay." Looking at me, Zenovia's face was flushed. When we emerged, we found Rias and the others looking for us. "Kyoya, where did you and Zenobia go? We've been looking all over for you," Rias said, sounding a bit resentful. "Oh, I was just helping Zenobia pick out some lingerie. Sorry about that." I scratched my head and apologized. Seeing my explanation, Rias and the others didn't say anything more. Then, the group finished their lingerie shopping and returned home. "Pervert Kyoya-senpai, you must have done something with Zenobia." Back home, Kaneko came to my room and looked at me as if she were staring at a pervert, but her tone was tinged with jealousy. "You have a good nose, Kaneko-chan. You can sense Zenovia's change, can't you?" I replied with a chuckle. Then, before Kaneko could react, I pulled her into his arms. "Kaya, pervert." Kaneko struggled, but then she stopped as Kyoya kissed her tempting little lips. After a while, Kaneko collapsed weakly in my arms. Kaneko lay quietly in my arms, whispering, "Kyoya-senpai, do you really like me?" "Kaneko-chan, I've always liked you. Don't you know that?" Hearing my words, I looked at Kaneko tenderly, gently stroking her silver hair. "Kaneko, no matter what you were like before, I'll always be here for you. So, can you tell me about your past?" Just as Kaneko was hesitating, I interrupted her. Kaneko hesitated, but she eventually nodded. She revealed that she was a rare breed of Nikomata. Her parents had died when she was young, and she and her sister Kuroka had been on their own. They were eventually taken in by the House of Nibarius, but during an experiment, Kuroka's Nekashu powers went berserk, and she killed their master. Kuroka became a wanted stray devil, and Kaneko was also implicated. She was about to be executed when Rias saved her and took her in as her servant. That was why she feared the power of her own Nekashu heritage, and also hated her older sister, Kuroka, hoping to one day capture her. After sharing her past, Kaneko lowered her head, her small body trembling. Sensing Kaneko's fear, I tightened my embrace and reassured her. "Kaneko-chan, the truth isn't what you saw back then. Your sister, Kuroka, didn't kill those people because she lost control of her Nekashu powers. She did it to protect you." "What?" "My sister, clearly. At the time, your master was conducting an experiment on artificial super devils, using extreme methods to awaken the potential of his servants. And he was even going to do it to you, Kaneko-chan. So, to protect you from suffering the same fate as the others, your sister, Kuroka, killed them and fled, fighting off everyone who tried to pursue her. That's why she was labeled an SS-class stray devil. After she escaped, the House of Nibarius' secret experiment was discovered by the higher-ups of the underworld and was shut down and covered up. So, your sister didn't abandon you. She had no choice. You were too young back then. If you had been labeled a stray devil, you might have been killed." Kuroka Wunchin. Hearing my words, Kaneko was deeply shaken, tears welling up in her eyes. But, Kyoya-senpai, how do you know about me and my sister? Kaneko-chan, let's just say I know a lot of things. Now that you know the truth, you don't have to be afraid of your Nekashu powers anymore, I said, gently encouraging her. Understand, Kyoya-senpai. Kaneko wiped away her tears and smiled at me. She suddenly started squirming in my arms, making me feel a surge of warmth, which caused a certain reaction. Kyoya-senpai, suddenly, feeling something pressing against her, Kaneko blushed and said hesitantly, "That's a normal reaction, you know? After all, Kaneko-chan is so cute." I chuckled. Kyoya-senpai, I can't. Stop right there. I know what you're going to say, Kaneko-chan, but you're still too young. I won't allow it. I interrupted Kaneko before she could finish. I knew that if Kaneko got pregnant at her age, it could be fatal for both her and the baby. I wouldn't let that happen. Okay. Hearing my words, Kaneko was a little disappointed, but she also knew that I was worried about her. Thinking about this, Kaneko felt a warmth in her heart. And so, the two of us embraced quietly. Time passed quickly, and soon it was nightfall. Kyoya-senpai, it's getting late. I should go back. Seeing that Kaneko was about to leave, I kissed her again. After a moment, we separated. Kaneko-chan, from now on, you're completely mine. Hearing my words, Kaneko blushed faintly. I know. Sorry, Ryusbucho. I couldn't help myself. Kaneko thought to herself as she left my room. After Kaneko left, the system notified me that the original task related to Kaneko had been completed. Ding! Task completed. Reward: X1 red grade gift bag. Including the rewards from Zenobia and Irina, I now had 3 unopened rewards. System: open them all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 copy of Makoto Misaka's photo album, Gate of Babylon, Forbidden Jutsu, Dead Demon Consuming Seal, Misaka's photo album. I'm not that kind of person. I read the classics. I scoffed, pretending to be disgusted. I would never look at such indecent material. What a joke. I have pride and dignity. This system underestimates me. Despite my words, my mind and body were very cooperative as I flipped through the album, becoming completely engrossed in it. After a while, I put it away, feeling satisfied. Then I looked at the second reward. It's Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon. The Gate of Babylon, Treasure of the King, was Gilgamesh's noble phantasm, a key-shaped sword that connected to the Golden Capital. It allowed the user to freely access the treasures within. The more wealth the user had, the more powerful the noble phantasm became. In battle, Gilgamesh would launch all the prototypes of noble phantasms from the Gate of Babylon like bullets. And after being used, the launched noble phantasms would automatically return to Gilgamesh's treasury, effectively giving him an unlimited supply of weapons. However, I seem to have already borrowed from Gilgamesh once before. I wonder what he'd do if I ever ended up in the Type Moon universe. I couldn't help but look forward to his reaction. Then, my eyes fell on the last reward, and my face turned grim. Dead Demon Consuming Seal was a forbidden jutsu from the Naruto world. Once this technique was used, the caster would make a contract with the Shinigami, selling their soul to the Shinigami. This meant that after consuming the target soul, the caster's soul would also be consumed by the Shinigami. Then, the casters and the enemy's souls would forever hate and fight each other in the Shinigami's stomach. TCH, useless reward. Then I started to research the Gate of Babylon. Early the next morning, after finishing breakfast, Sona and the other student council girls dragged me to an isolated training ground, saying they wanted me to train them too. It seemed that Rias and Aquino's current power had put a lot of pressure on them. I pondered for a moment, then explained what I had done with Rias and the others in detail. After listening to my explanation, Sona was first shocked, then resentful. There was such a powerful training tool, but now it's gone? So what are we supposed to do? I paused and smiled. Don't worry, I have a solution. Then, to their surprise, I cut my finger and let the blood drip into a bottle I had prepared beforehand. Seeing my actions, Sona, Tsubaki and the others were confused. Kyoya, what are you doing? I now have the true dragon bloodline. My blood can be very helpful to you. I smiled mysteriously, then continued. If you drink my blood, you'll also gain the dragon attribute, which will enhance your power, magic, and overall potential. What? Sona and the others were shocked. Was there really such a magical thing? Would you like to try it? At first, there might be a little pain, but after you succeed, not only will your strength increase, but your potential will also improve. Looking at the bottle filled with my blood, and recalling Rias's current power, Sona took a deep breath and was the first to speak. I'll go first. Seeing how eager Sona was to try, I handed her the vial. After opening the vial, Sona drank a portion of my blood. Her expression immediately changed as a wave of pain washed over her. In the next instant, Sona collapsed to her knees, her body emitting billows of red steam. Sona, just hold on a little longer. You'll fuse with it completely soon. I encouraged her from the side. Just as I finished speaking, the pained expression on Sona's face vanished, and a powerful draconic aura emanated from her body. How do you feel, Sona? Sona Kaishu, are you all right? Kaicho, seeing this change, the student council members gathered around Sona, concern etched on their faces. I feel much stronger. It's like I've almost reached the level of an ultimate class devil, Sona said, marveling at the changes in her body. Tsubaki and the others were astonished when they heard their president's words. Sona, in particular, could clearly feel the powerful presence of the dragon within her. Sona, you haven't fully absorbed this power yet, but as time goes on, your strength will increase even faster. I explained to Sona. Yes, I understand, Kyoya. Thank you so much. Sona expressed her gratitude to me sincerely. Hehe, with our relationship, there's no need for such formality, is there? Hearing Sona's thanks, I walked over and gently stroked her smooth, short hair, then teased her. Kyoya, feeling my hand on her head, even the usually calm and collected Sona blushed. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Next up is Tsubaki. Let's do one at a time. Then, I had the girls try one by one. I stayed nearby in case anything went wrong. Thankfully, they all managed to absorb the power successfully, and their strength increased significantly. The girls immediately decided to spar, saying they wanted to familiarize themselves with their new power. I watched them fight, a smile tugging at my lips. Just as I was starting to get bored watching them, a soft, cute voice called out from the distance. Sona-chan. Hearing this voice, I looked in the direction it came from. Seeing who it was, I was momentarily stunned. Another familiar character had appeared. It was a petite, busted beauty. She looked somewhat similar to Sona, with long, black hair styled in twin tails that flowed behind her. Strangely, she was wearing a pink magical girl outfit and holding a magical girl wand. What a bizarre individual. Oh, Ani-sama. Seeing this person, Sona's face twitched uncontrollably, and she even stuttered. It was Seraphal Leviathan, Sona's older sister and one of the four Satans. She was known for her cheerful personality, her love of magical girl outfits, and her extreme sister complex. As Seraphal approached, the system issued a new task. Ding! Discovered target character, Seraphal. Task grade, black. Task condition, have her, where the system rewarded exquisite magical girl outfit. I knew it. I thought to myself, that's why the system gave me that magical girl outfit. It was all part of its plan. This task was both simple and difficult. Seraphal loved magical girl outfits. If I offered her the exquisite magical girl outfit, she would definitely accept it. But Seraphal was also an extreme siscon. She had even beaten up anyone who had tried to propose to Sona. If she found out that Sona was living with me, just thinking about it made me shiver. I needed to come up with a foolproof plan. While I was thinking, Seraphal had already arrived beside everyone and greeted them. Yahoo, hello everyone. Wani-sama, Seraphal-sama, hello. Greetings, Seraphal-sama. The student council members all greeted this Mao. Sona-chan, did you miss your Wani-sama? I heard Sona-chan was in danger, so I came right away. Serafal said, blinking and making a V sign with her hands. If I hadn't known my cute Sona-chan was safe, I would have attacked Grigori. Wani-sama, can you please stop saying such terrifying things? It's really causing trouble. And I told you, Kokobile was defeated by Kyoya, so why did you come to the human world? You're Mao. Serafal's eyes suddenly landed on Kyoya, and she immediately grabbed my hand. Oh, it's finally nice to meet you. Kyoya, your little Rias-chan's fiancé, right? Thank you so much for protecting Sona-chan. I'm Sona-chan's older sister, one of the 4 great Satans of the underworld, Serafal Leviathan. If you come to the underworld, you can mention my name, and no one will dare bully you. Serafal said, puffing out her chest proudly. Hearing this, I was momentarily stunned. Was I about to become a spoiled brat, backed by one of the 4 great Satans of the underworld? It didn't seem like a bad idea. Sona and I are close friends. Protecting her is something I should do. There's no need for thanks. I just smiled faintly at Serafal's gratitude. Hee, but no matter what, I still have to thank you for saving my sister. Serafal winked at me, striking a cute pose. Also, Sona-chan, you haven't been affectionate with your dear Wani-sama anymore. It makes me so sad. Sniff, sniff. Then, Serafal pretended to cry, looking at Sona, and I finally witnessed the legendary instant face change. Tomo, beside me, whispered, Kyoya, don't mind it. Serafal-sama is always like this when she sees Sona Kaishu. Just get used to it. I twitched my lips, not knowing what to say. I could only remain silent. Wani-sama, can you please stop being so childish? I'm all grown up now. You've done this so many times. I won't fall for it anymore. Sona pressed her hand against her sister's head and sighed. But I raised an eyebrow. Sona, you're really something. Aren't you forgetting that you have a slight sister complex yourself? I remembered Sona once saying, I absolutely won't let my sister come into contact with those harmful pests. One is an extreme cis-con, the other a mild one. You really are sisters. I mused. Seeing her sister constantly acting up, Sona decided to change the subject. Wani-sama, why did you suddenly come to the human world? Don't you have a lot of work to do in the underworld? The 3 factions peace conference between devils, angels, and fallen angels is coming up soon, right? I'm in charge of foreign affairs for the underworld, so I have to attend the talks, Serafal replied with a giggle. So, for a while, your Wani-sama will be staying in Kuoh Town. That means I can live with Sona-chan. No, Wani-sama, you can't stay with me. I'll find you a place to stay right away. Sona exclaimed, her face pale with alarm. The thought of Serafal's eccentric behavior filled Sona with dread. It's no use. I already know where Sona-chan is living. Serafal said, blinking innocently. Just then I interjected, I think my house is already full. We haven't finished expanding it yet. Where would Serafal-sama stay? Hearing this, Serafal's eyes widened in shock. What do you mean? Are you and Sona-chan living together? That's right. And not just Sona. Everyone from the student council and Rias's peerage are also living in my house. So, who are you going to share a room with? Living together, Serafal murmured, her face turning pale. She looked like a cat whose fur was standing on end. Then she bared her teeth and roared, Wah! You hateful human! How dare you steal my cute Sona-chan? Seeing Serafal's reaction, I was speechless. This cis-con is a little terrifying. I thought to myself. Sona quickly stepped in between me and Serafal, sighing helplessly. Wani-sama, please stop making a scene. Otherwise, I'll be really angry. Hearing Sona's words, Serafal froze as if struck by lightning. Then, she retreated to a shady corner, squatting down, drawing circles with her finger and whimpering. Boo-hoo-hoo, Sona-chan is mad at me. She doesn't want me anymore. Seeing this childish Mao, the student council members exchanged helpless glances. I'll go talk to her, I said, smiling at the others. Kyoya. Hearing my words, Sona was taken aback. Don't worry, it'll be fine, I reassured her, walking towards Serafal. Hearing my footsteps, Serafal looked up at me happily, but when she saw it was me, her expression fell again. She pouted and said, Humph. Are you here to gloat? Seeing Serafal acting like a child, I squatted down beside her and smiled. Serafal-sama, Sona didn't mean it. She's still your beloved little sister. Look, she's looking at you right now. So cheer up. Give me a smile. Serafal turned her head and saw Sona looking at her with concern. Immediately, she jumped up, smiling, and said to me in a proud tone, Humph. I knew it. Sona-chan loves me the most. I quickly chimed in. Of course. Sona likes Serafal-sama the most. Hearing my flattery, Serafal looked very pleased with herself, but then she added, Of course. But even if you praise me like that, I won't give Sona-chan to you. Oh, that would be terribly rude of me. Although I spoke respectfully, that wasn't what I was thinking. Serafal, just wait. Once I complete the task, not only will Sona be mine, but you'll be mine too. Hee. Then I smiled mysteriously and said to Serafal, By the way, I heard that Serafal-sama likes to dress up as a magical girl. I happen to have an exquisite magical girl gift that I'd like to give you. I'm sure you'll love it. Serafal's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe I knew about her hobby and had even prepared a gift for her. The thought of an exquisite magical girl outfit filled her with excitement. Really? Are you really giving me a magical girl gift? In that case, I'll reluctantly accept it. As soon as I finished speaking, a delicate magical girl outfit appeared in my hand. The instant she saw the outfit in my hand, Serafal's eyes lit up, staring at it intently. Oh my, it's so beautiful. I've never seen anything like it. Then, Serafal took the magical girl outfit and held my hand. You're not so bad after all. Thank you for the wonderful gift. And you saved Sona-chan before. In that case, I can consider sharing Sona-chan with you. How about it? I'm generous, right? Hearing this, my thoughts momentarily froze. What a dedicated siscon. But to think she'd sell out her own sister after being bribed with a magical girl outfit. This turn of events left me speechless. But even more tragic was that Sona, who had been curious about what I was discussing with her sister, overheard Serafal's outrageous statement. Her head was steaming, and she was gritting her teeth in frustration. What do you mean, share me? Am I a cake to be sliced up and shared? She thought, fuming. Seeing that Serafal had accepted the gift, I continued to temper. Serafal-sama, why don't you change into this magical girl outfit now? Then I can take some photos or videos of you. We could even organize a magical girl TV show. And we can post the photos and videos online and even broadcast your magical girl show on TV. That way, the whole world will know how cute and beautiful Serafal-sama is. Maybe even the angels and devils of the three factions will think that Serafal-sama is the most beautiful, even more beautiful than the Archangel Gabriel. What do you think, Serafal-sama? Are you interested? Watching Serafal's eyes light up at my suggestion, I couldn't help but grin. I knew from my past life's memories that Serafal wouldn't be able to resist such a tempting offer. After all, she had even dragged Sona and Rias into auditioning for a live-action magical girl Milky movie in the human world. She even considered the perverted Issei Hayudu and the Archangel Gabriel as her rivals. That's why I had specifically mentioned Archangel Gabriel, to provoke her. After a while, just as I expected, Serafal burst out laughing, excitedly hugging me. This is like a dream come true. It's amazing. I want to film it. I want to please, let's start now. Seeing Serafal's excited reaction, Sona pulled her away. Geez, Wani-sama, calm down. Sona-chan, this is my dream. Imagine me, a magical girl, becoming famous throughout the three factions. I can't help but get excited. After some bickering, Serafal finally agreed to go home with us and discuss the details later. Sona, seeing that she couldn't stop her sister, decided to let it go. However, when we returned home, I was stunned by the scene before me. Kyoya, you're back. Serafal-sama is here too. Rias greeted me with delight. But when she saw Serafal in her pink magical girl outfit, Rias's eyes widened in surprise. Serafal-sama, I thought we were going together. You're too fast. I chuckled. Hehe, I miss Sona-chan too much. But I didn't expect Surzex to be here already. Serafal replied with a giggle. You must be Mr. Kyoya. Following the voice, I knew who it was. It was none other than one of the 4 great Satans of the underworld, Surzek's Lucifer. Sitting beside him were Rias and their father, Zeoticus Gremory. Evelyn and the other maids were standing behind them. Ding! Discovered target character, Surzek's Gremory. Task grade, purple. Task condition, terrify him. My heart skipped a beat when I heard the system's notification. This was my first purple grade task, even higher than Serafal's black grade task. Serafal was a Mao class, but Surzek's was a super devil, one of the most powerful beings. P.S. Surzek's Lucifer is in truth among the top 10 strongest beings in the world, standing alongside powerhouses like Great Red, Ophis, Shiva, Thor, and Hades. His power was undoubtedly immense. But why wasn't there a task for Zeoticus Gremory? He is the head of the Gremory family, and his son, Surzek's, was a powerhouse at the super devil level. Alas, he really was just a minor character in the DxD world. But I was still very happy having a purple grade task. As for the task condition, I could easily accomplish that during the 3-faction peace conference. Not only Surzek's, there would also be the Archangel Michael of Heaven, the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, Azazel, and the White Dragon Emperor Valley, and perhaps Kateria Leviathan. When I unlocked the rewards from all of these people, even if the rewards were of the lowest grade, the items would still be of the highest quality in the ultimate class. Damn, that's a huge haul. By then, even without using the Azure Dragon's power, with my own strength, perhaps only Ophis and Great Red would be able to defeat me. Kyoya, my father and I have been wanting to meet you, Surzek's suddenly said, interrupting my thoughts. Kyoya, this is my BR. Rias began, but I cut her off. Rias, I'm your boyfriend. Of course, I know your family. I chuckled. Surzek-sama, Zeoticus-sama, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, I said, turning to them with a smile. Surzek's and Zeoticus nodded with smiles. Since you're Rias's fiancé, you're practically family now. There's no need to be so formal, Surzek said. I nodded in agreement, then continued to chat with my future brother-in-law, Surzek's. Just as everyone was chatting, Zeoticus suddenly spoke. Kyoya and Rias are a perfect match, made for each other. How do you feel about Rias, Kyoya? Zeoticus looked at the handsome young man before him, a satisfied smile on his face. As soon as Zeoticus finished speaking, almost everyone turned to look at me, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. Rias's heart pounded, a nervous excitement coursing through her. She looked at me, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Sona and Aquino, who were both vying for the position of main wife, looked disappointed. The girls who were already in a relationship with me, on the other hand, didn't care as much, although they did look a little jealous. Uncle, Rias is very beautiful, and I love her very much, I declared, looking at Rias with a gentle smile. That's wonderful to hear, Zeoticus exclaimed, his smile widening. However, Zeoticus's next words stunned everyone. So, were you two planning to get married? Rias's mother and I are looking forward to having grandchildren. Father, Rias shrieked and blushed furiously. Although I'd love to marry Rias, we're still students. How about we get engaged first? We could talk about marriage later. I looked at the resentful and dejected expressions of the other girls, and I could only come up with a compromise. Hearing my answer, the girls all breathed a sigh of relief. Rias was pleased. She knew that getting engaged would increase her chances of becoming the main wife. Sona and Aquino, on the other hand, believed that as long as we weren't married, they still had a chance to win me over. Surzek's and Zeoticus were also very satisfied with my response. After all, they were happy to have such a perfect and powerful son-in-law. Just as I was conversing with Surzek's, a figure suddenly appeared outside the house. Sensing this presence, Surzek's, Serafal, and I instantly vanished from the room, teleporting to confront the newcomer. The others, initially confused by our sudden disappearance, quickly realized something was amiss when they sensed the immense surge of magic power outside. When they rushed outside, they saw Seraphol, her expression dark, confronting the figure. Her fury was palpable. "Azazel, you bastard! I haven't even come looking for you yet, and you have a nerve to show up here," she roared. "What? The Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, Azazel?" Hearing this, the girls all gasped, their expressions filled with shock. Rias's eyes widened in realization. "No wonder Seraphol Sama is so angry," she murmured. Clearly, Seraphol was furious at Azazel because his subordinate, Kokobile, had nearly killed her beloved little sister. Aquino looked at Azazel with a complicated expression, her thoughts unreadable. Then, Azazel tucked away his 12 black wings, his expression nonchalant. "Greetings, Satans. I apologize for intruding." Then, seeing Seraphol, with her twin tails swaying even without a breeze, her face filled with rage, Azazel's mouth twitched, and he looked awkward. He had originally intended to meet with Kyoya privately, but he hadn't expected to encounter 2 of the 4 great Satans as well, especially Seraphol, who was known for her short temper and sister complex. After what had happened with Sona, Azazel was dreading this encounter. "Well, Seraphol, you don't have to be so angry. Look, your sister is perfectly fine, isn't she?" Azazel could only offer a weak smile. His words only served to infuriate Seraphol further. "What? You have a nerve to say that? If it weren't for Kyoya, my precious Sonachan would have." Seraphol's anger grew with each word, and she finally lashed out, unleashing a blast of ice magic at Azazel. "Become an ice sculpture," she roared. The ice magic, imbued with her intense emotions, spread rapidly towards Azazel with extreme cold. Faced with this powerful, surging attack, Azazel, seemingly wanting to let Seraphol vent her anger, didn't dodge. He gathered his magic power to create a defensive barrier. Boom! With a loud crash, the ice magic slammed into the magic barrier. In the blink of an eye, Azazel's magic barrier shattered, and his legs were frozen solid. The chilling, white mist spread out from him, instantly freezing the surrounding area. Azazel could only helplessly melt the ice on his legs and smile wryly at Seraphol. "All right, Seraphol, you vented your anger. Can we calm down now?" Hearing this, Seraphol just huffed coldly. "Don't think you've gotten away with this." Just then, Surzex intervened. "Seraphol, calm down. There are other people here." Hearing Surzex's words, Seraphol glanced around and saw the girls standing nearby, staring at them with wide eyes and expressions of terror. Clearly, Seraphol and Azazel's auras had been too strong, and the close proximity was overwhelming for the girls. Realizing this, Seraphol sheepishly scratched the back of her head. Then, she turned to Azazel and snapped, "This time, you're lucky. But if there's a next time..." Before she could finish, Seraphol raised her fist and shook it menacingly at Azazel, the meaning clear. Seeing Seraphol finally stand down, Azazel breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Surzex turned to Azazel and asked, "Azazel, why are you here? The 3-faction peace conference is still a few days away. Don't tell me you just happened to be passing by." Azazel scratched his head casually. "Well, you don't have to be so tense. I'm not here to fight. I just came to see this young man named Kyoya Hibari." "Kyoya Senpai." Hearing that, the girls were initially surprised, but then they became worried. After all, Kokobile had died by my hand. They were afraid that Azazel might be here for revenge. Rias's eyes sharpened, and she said pointedly, "Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, are you here to avenge Kokobile?" Everyone glared at Azazel suspiciously. Just then, I heard the system's notification. Discovered target character, Azazel, task grade, black, task condition, fight him for 10 minutes without being defeated. This surprised me a little. It seemed I had to give it my all for this task. From the system's marker, I could see that although Azazel hadn't reached the Super Devil level, he was definitely stronger than Seraphol. This was because Azazel's task marker was even showing hints of slight purple. Just then, Azazel chuckled awkwardly. "There's no need to be so wary. I just heard about you from Valley, and I'm interested in meeting you and have a little chat." I smirked. "Vala, huh? So, Governor General of the Fallen Angels. Now that you've met me, what do you think?" Hearing my words, Azazel turned to look at me, scrutinizing me carefully. But after thoroughly examining me, he found nothing. After a long moment, he finally spoke. "I can't quite see through you. No wonder Vala considers you a rival." Then, I suddenly smiled and proposed. "Well, you can't learn much just by looking, can you? How about we have a little spar? That way, you can get to know me better." My words stunned everyone. Kyoya, Kyoya, are you serious?" Even Azazel couldn't believe his ears. Serafal also tried to dissuade me. "Kyoya, Azazel is no Kokobeel. You need to think this through." I simply waved off Serafal and the others' concerns. "Don't worry. It's just a spar, not a death match. And besides, we have Serafal-sama here. Nothing bad will happen. What do you think?" "Azazel," I asked, turning to him. "Oh, a spar, you say? How interesting." "I accept," Azazel replied with a grin. After all, a fight was the most effective way to understand me. When Azazel agreed to the spar, Rias's face was etched with worry. After all, Azazel was the leader of the fallen angels, a being equal in status to her brother, Surzex, and his power, needless to say, was that of the strongest fallen angel, one who had survived the Great War of ancient times. So, Rias quickly turned to Surzex for help. "Oni-sama, Kyoya is going to fight Azazel." Although Surzex was surprised by Kyoya's decision, he remained calm and smiled at Rias. "Rias, I'm here. Don't worry." Hearing this, Rias breathed a sigh of relief. To avoid causing too much damage, we moved to an open area outside the city. Surzex and Serafal jointly created a powerful barrier. Everyone stood at a safe distance, watching the impending battle between me and Azazel. Excalibur. Without any further ado, I summoned my strongest weapon. A golden light enveloped my hand, and a legendary holy sword materialized in my grasp, its blade gleaming with a brilliant golden aura. A holy sword? And judging by its appearance, it's the sword of promised victory. At this moment, Azazel widened his eyes, a hint of shock in his heart. He hadn't expected me to summon a holy sword, and a legendary one at that. "That's right, it's the sword of promised victory. But it's not time for you to be distracted. Here I come." I raised Excalibur high, and with a slash, a golden beam of energy shot towards Azazel. The shockwave from the golden slash ripped through the earth, creating a storm of swirling energy. Azazel quickly raised his hand, and several magic spears of light appeared behind him. With a terrifying whistling sound, they met Kyoya's attack head-on. Boom! My golden slash collided with Azazel's light spears, and in an instant, a blinding light engulfed the sky. When the light faded, Azazel appeared before me, completely unharmed. As expected of the Governor General of the Fallen Angels, you easily neutralized my attack. But, once again, I raised Excalibur high above my head. Suddenly, countless golden particles of light appeared around me, gathering within Excalibur. The sword erupted with a blinding light. Then, I locked my eyes onto Azazel, who was hovering in midair, and swung down. Excalibur! A devastating beam of golden energy erupted, hurtling towards Azazel at an incredible speed. That power! In that instant, Azazel felt a hint of mortal danger. He quickly constructed a defensive barrier, increasing the flow of magic power to withstand my attack. However, my attack swept away everything in its path, leaving a bottomless chasm in its wake. Boom! The beam of light slammed into the defensive barrier. Although it was blocked, the force of the impact pushed Azazel back several hundred meters before he finally stopped. Seeing this, I dashed toward Azazel with a burst of speed, swinging my sword and slashing him. By the time Azazel stabilized himself, I'd already brandished Excalibur, its terrifying magical power exploding once more as I struck again. However, this time, Azazel summoned a sword of light and bisected my attack. Seeing that long-range attacks were ineffective I decided to engage in close-quarters combat. As the shockwaves from our battle raged around us, the already scarred battlefield was finally shattered completely. As time passed, I realized I was starting to be at a disadvantage. This isn't good, I thought to myself. I lost interest in continuing the sword fight with Azazel and activated Dragon's Breath, spewing a torrent of crimson flames from my mouth. Caught off guard, Azazel was forced to retreat, his disheveled hair nearly scorched. He stared at me, bewildered. You had the aura of a dragon just now. What's going on? Aren't you human? I didn't answer. The reason I can use Dragon's Breath is, of course, because I fused with the true dragon bloodline. I calmed myself and sheathed the sword of promised victory. You're not using the holy sword anymore? Have you got something else up your sleeve? But that's fine too. If you could only defeat Kokobeel with the holy sword, that would be quite disappointing. Azazel looked at me, now sheathing the sword of promised victory, his curiosity growing even stronger. This is my first time using this technique. Azazel, enjoy it. After saying this, I activated Gate of Babylon, launching an attack on Azazel. Instantly, dazzling golden energy ripples began to appear in the sky, extending even behind me. And the moment those energy ripples formed, Azazel saw it clearly. Exquisitely crafted weapons of various designs began to emerge from within the ripples. Each of these weapons radiated an aura of intense and deadly danger. Even more astonishing was that the number of golden ripples continued to increase, until the sky within the barrier was a sea of gold. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 hundreds, thousands of weapons, glowing with golden light, shot out from the golden energy ripples. Their speed was like lightning, all of them aimed at Azazel, like a torrential downpour. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Are those all sacred gears? Even Azazel couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat as he saw this scene. Faced with such a dense barrage, Azazel had no choice but to dodge and block. Watching Azazel scurrying around like a rat, I couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. The barrage from the Gate of Babylon continued unabated. Faced with this constant barrage, Azazel was growing increasingly frustrated. Damn, does this kid have an infinite supply of weapons? It's been so long, and there's no sign of it slowing down. After a while, when I heard the system notification that the task was complete, I stopped the attack. Then, the dense barrage of the Gate of Babylon gradually subsided. The golden ripples that had filled the sky faded away. I looked down at the figure below. Azazel was disheveled, covered in dust and dirt, and even had numerous wounds on his body. He looked utterly miserable. The scene was deathly silent. When everyone finally came to their senses, an uproar erupted. That was incredible. It was practically a one-sided beatdown. Kyoya managed to fight Azazel to this extent. Unbelievable. Down below, Rias's eyes were wide, her expression frozen in shock. Not just Rias, but the rest of the girls, even Surzex and Seraphol, were stunned by my power. Is that Kyoya's true strength? Aquino mumbled, unable to find the words. Wow, he actually beat Azazel to a pulp. What a monster! Seraphol exclaimed. Even the super devil Surzex couldn't hide his surprise. Seeing Azazel's sorry state, Surzex was astonished. To think he could be pushed this far. I thought that even with the sword of promised victory, he would only be able to fight Azazel for a short time. But, Kyoya, you've truly surprised me. Surzex was increasingly happy with his sister's fiancé. Azazel, looking at his injuries, couldn't help but grimace. He hadn't expected to be beaten so badly by Kyoya, especially since he hadn't been using his full power. Sigh, if Shemhazai finds out about this, I'll never hear the end of it. I guess I have no choice but to get serious now. Azazel sighed, resigned, then steeled himself, deciding to unleash his full power to salvage some of his reputation. Sensing the surge of magic power from Azazel, I couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a long-established, top-tier powerhouse, I still have a ways to go before I can match him. But now that I had completed the task, there was no need for me to continue fighting. I surrender. I declared, throwing my hands up in mock surrender. Huh? You're saying you surrender? Hearing my words, Azazel was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? I was just about to get serious, and you're giving up? Azazel stared at me in disbelief. That's right, I surrender. We were just sparring. So why should I keep fighting? I'm not an idiot. I just beat you up. I don't want to get beaten up in return. Besides, didn't you say you wanted to understand me better? I said with a shrug. My words echoed throughout the barrier, reaching the ears of everyone watching. Everyone was silent. They couldn't believe how shameless I was being. Even Azazel hadn't reacted yet. Suddenly, an inappropriate burst of laughter broke the silence. Ah ha 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 ha. Seraphal started laughing hysterically, her twin tails bouncing. Sona wanted to remind her sister to maintain her composure, but when she thought about what I had said in Azazel's expression, even she couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha. I can't believe Azazel got played like that. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. I have to spread this throughout the 3 factions so everyone can laugh at Azazel. Seraphal was laughing so hard she was clutching her stomach, tears almost streaming from her eyes. The other people present also had amused expressions on their faces. No one had expected me to surrender so abruptly. Azazel had been completely played, and it was hilarious. Meanwhile, Azazel stood in the center of the scene, feeling utterly despondent. When Azazel finally recovered, he sighed in resignation, feeling incredibly frustrated. He said grumpily, "Why, you little rascal, you're really shameless, aren't you?" I simply grinned and teleported back to the ground. At the same time, the 2 Mao removed the barrier. As everyone entered, they saw the devastation of the battlefield, a testament to the intensity of the fight. "Hey, Azazel, you look terrible," Seraphal teased, unable to contain her laughter at his miserable state. Hearing this, Azazel sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, I activated the black-grade gift bag I had received for completing the task on Azazel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the black-grade sign-in gift bag and obtaining Mystic Eyes of Death Perception. Hearing the system's reward, my eyes widened in excitement. I hadn't expected the reward to be Shiki Ryugi's Mystic Eyes of Death Perception from the Garden of Sinners. The Mystic Eyes of Death Perception were one of the most powerful karmic weapons. Mystic Eyes of Death Perception. All things come from the root. Where there is birth, there must be an end. These mystic eyes can see the lines and points of death that exist in all things. When the wielder of the mystic eyes traces the lines of death on an object, it will cause irreparable and unhealable damage. Attacking along the lines of death would result in a certain death. Shiki Ryugi, who had awakened the mystic eyes of death perception, also had a classic line. "As long as it's alive, even if it's a god, I'll kill it for you." Although I had Madara's Rinnegan, Shiki's mystic eyes of death perception were even more overpowered. From now on, even against the strongest and most resilient enemies, as long as I could see and sever their lines of death, they would be completely defeated. Although the mystic eyes of death perception were ineffective against beings on a higher plane of existence and required close proximity to cut the lines of death, their power was undeniable. Then I plucked a flower from a nearby bush and switched to my mystic eyes of death perception. When I opened my eyes, I saw various red lines clinging to the flower. I gently traced the red lines with my finger. As I expected, the flower, which had been vibrant and alive just moments before, instantly withered. Seeing the power of the mystic eyes of death perception firsthand, I couldn't help but feel like I had struck gold. After a long while, we returned home. Azazel, through Rias and the others' explanations, learned about Kokobil's plan in Kuoh Town and expressed his deep apologies. But upon hearing about Kiba's balance breaker, the holy demonic sword of twin supremacy, Azazel became extremely interested. Oh, a fusion of holy and demonic power? What incredible mode! May I meet this Kiba? I'm very interested in his sacred gear. After some discussion, Rias's father, Zeoticus, and Evelyn returned to the underworld using a magic circle. As for Surzex, he had originally planned to stay and chat with Kyoya all night, but because there were no rooms available at my house, and because of Azazel's request, and also because he wanted to learn more about Kiba's sacred gear, Surzex had no choice but to go to Kiba's house with Azazel to stay the night. However, the most troublesome one at the moment was Seraphal, because she resolutely refused to return to the underworld, making Sona extremely frustrated. Seraphal even used me as an excuse, claiming that I had promised to film a magical girl video with her, so she had to stay. In the end, Seraphal got her way. Seeing her goal achieved, Seraphal turned to me, excitedly urging, "Quick, let's hurry up and film the magical girl video." Seeing Seraphal practically begging to be taken advantage of, how could I refuse? So, I directly invited her to my room. "Come on, Seraphal, come to my room. I'll show you some amazing videos." Hearing my words, Seraphal blinked, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. "Amazing? Why do we have to go to your room to see something amazing? You're not trying to trick me, are you?" To this, I found an excuse and continued to entice her. "Hey, why would I trick you? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if Sona found out we were filming a magical girl video? Wouldn't she stop us?" Seraphal thought about it and nodded, agreeing with my reasoning. Then I led Seraphal back to my room. After a while, excited voices could be heard from the room. "Oh my God, this is amazing. Don't stop, keep going." A flushed Seraphal was staring intently at the video playing on my phone. The video was of an anime magical girl. Seeing the movements and costumes in the show, Seraphal felt like she was looking at herself. Then Seraphal grabbed my phone and made her request. "Kyoya, I want to film this." I smiled knowingly and replied, "Hee, no problem. Change into your outfit first, and I'll film a video or take some photos of you. Then we can send them to the TV station. That way, you'll have a better chance of getting hired." "Really? That's great. I'll change right now." Hearing this, Seraphal jumped up excitedly, but then she looked at me a little shyly. "You go outside first. I need to change." As soon as Seraphal said that, the atmosphere in the room became a bit awkward. I smiled, staring at Seraphal. "You already promised to share Sona with me. We're practically family now. Why are you shy about changing in front of me? Hurry up and change." Seraphal's eyelids twitched. Although what I said made some sense, she still felt like she was falling into a trap. After thinking for a moment, she still changed into the magical girl outfit in front of me. I watched her, my eyes feasting on her beautiful body. Even the system notification that the task was complete went unnoticed. I have to say, the girls in DxD world are of the highest quality, I thought, admiring Seraphal's figure. Seraphal noticed my gaze and blushed, her heart skipping a beat. "He's quite handsome." No, what am I thinking?" she scolded herself. Seraphal quickly shook her head, but a faint blush crept across her cheeks, and her expression became a little bashful. Then, Seraphal, trying to regain her composure, said, "How do I look?" I walked over and sat down next to Seraphal. She jumped a little in surprise. I looked at Seraphal with a burning gaze. "Even though Seraphal looks cute in this outfit, you still can't hide your sexiness." Seraphal's heart couldn't help but flutter. "All right, I'll take some great videos and photos of Seraphal. I'll make sure you look amazing." I stopped pressing Seraphal. After all, slow and steady wins the race. Then I took charge, personally guiding Seraphal, making her pose in some rather seductive poses. Yes, just like that. Hold that pose. Oh, this is perfect." Seraphal was making such alluring poses, and though she looked at me, she had no words to form a rebuke. She could only blush and let me play with her body. After half an hour, I finally finished my masterpiece. Looking at the results on my phone, I was extremely satisfied. But just in case, I also took some more conservative photos to send to the TV station. As for the collection on my phone, that was for my personal enjoyment, of course. After all, she was my intended wife. After putting away my collection, I looked at Seraphal, who seemed utterly drained. Suddenly, I had an idea. I squeezed Seraphal's small face. Splat! Seraphal's face instantly turned red, and her heart started pounding. Then, forcing herself to sound composed, she asked, "What are you doing? Be careful, or I'll hit you." "Seraphal, I have a great idea. It will not only increase your chances of getting on TV, but it will also improve your relationship with Sona. I said mysteriously. But Sona-chan would never agree. You don't know her personality. Normally, yes. But if you cry, whine, and threaten to harm yourself, she'll definitely agree. I whispered in her ear. Feeling the warm breath on her ear, Seraphol blushed, but she listened intently. First you do this, and this. Then you do that, and that. Finally, meanwhile, Sona was alone in her room when she suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Am I catching a cold? But why is One-sama taking so long? What exactly are they doing? Sona couldn't have imagined that her sister was plotting with Kyoya to deal with her. After explaining my plan, I smiled at Seraphol. I've told you everything. Whether or not you can appear on the TV show with Sona is up to you. No problem. Leave Sona-chan to me, After receiving my teachings, Seraphol confidently stuck out her tongue and replied. She rushed out of the room, eager to put our plan into action. Seeing Seraphol leave, I smiled knowingly. Not only had I completed the task, but I had also deepened my relationship with Seraphol. Sona, don't blame me, I thought to myself. I'm looking forward to seeing you and Seraphol perform together as magical girls. Now is time to open the rewards. System, open the reward. Ding. Black grade gift bag, opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Ding. Black grade gift bag, opened successfully. Congratulations, host, for obtaining one space-time travel card. It seems I've obtained something incredible. Since it's related to space-time, it must be something like teleportation or time travel. System, explain the function of this card. I commanded. Ding. The space-time travel card allows the host to travel to any point in the past within the current world. Hearing the system's explanation, I still had some doubts. System, if I were to travel to the past, wouldn't my extended absence cause problems in the present? Ding. The host doesn't need to worry. When the host travels to the past, time in the present world will be temporarily frozen until the host returns. Therefore, there won't be any impact on the present. I was relieved to hear that. It sounded quite interesting. I pulled out the space-time travel card and, looking at it, crushed it. The shattered card emitted a blinding light, and then a strange blue, swirling vortex of time and space appeared before me. Looking at the vortex, I muttered to myself and stepped into it. My figure vanished. I wonder what time period I'll end up in. This is exciting. After a moment of disorientation, I arrived in a dark and silent place. An invisible force seemed to press down on me, making me feel uneasy. Suddenly, I heard a roar that sent chills down my spine. I used my senses to scan the area and discovered two incredibly powerful auras locked in fierce combat. One aura radiated holy light, while the other was filled with a murderous, tyrannical energy. I instantly realized where I was. Could this be the time of the Great War between the three factions? If I wasn't mistaken, the owners of these two auras that were causing me such immense pressure were the strongest god in the DxD universe, leader of angels, the god of the Bible, and the other was definitely the equally exceptional Emperor Beast of Apocalypse, 666. I couldn't believe I had actually traveled to this point in time. I should stay back and observe for now. I'm not strong enough to get involved in this fight, I thought to myself, cautiously approaching the battlefield. When I finally reached the battlefield, I was stunned by what I saw. A monstrous beast, over a kilometer in size, was locked in combat with a being of pure light. The beast's body was a grotesque fusion of various creatures, and it had 7 heads. One head was like a dragon, another was like a leopard, another was like a bear, another was like a tiger. But the most striking feature of the beast was the 10 horns on its head, forming a crown-like structure. And on that crown, I could clearly see 3 numbers. 666. This was its name. It was clearly recorded in the Bible's book of Revelation. It was the Beast Emperor 666, the one that had destroyed ancient times and represented the apocalypse in several eras. On the other side, the God of the Bible radiated pure, holy light. Although it was dazzling, it gave me a feeling of warmth. But the next moment, when I saw the God of the Bible's appearance, I was stunned. It was a petite girl with long, golden hair that cascaded down her shoulders, shimmering like sunlight. Her eyes were clear and bright, as if they could see into the depths of one's soul. She looked incredibly cute, almost illegally so. The God of the Bible is a lowly? I gasped, my mind reeling. It took an explosion some time later to snap me out of it. But thinking back to the fan theories from my previous life, and considering the enthusiastic and action-packed and female character-focused nature of the DxD world, I quickly accepted this reality. But I can't just stand here and watch such a cute, lowly goddess die. Just as I was thinking about how to help the biblical lowly goddess, the system issued 2 new tasks. Ding! Discovered target character, God of the Bible. Task grade gold. Task condition, change her fate of death. Ding! Discovered target character, Beast Emperor 666. Task grade gold. Task condition, defeat, seal, or kill. This is perfect, I thought to myself. However, although I had already reached the Mao class, and with the true dragon bloodline, I could hold my own against a super devil for a while, I was still utterly outmatched in the face of the God of the Bible and the Beast Emperor 660 SXS battle. I couldn't help but sigh. It seems I have to use my trump card, but I'll observe for a bit longer first. Watching the clash between the lowly goddess and the Beast Emperor 666, each collision of energy unleashing massive explosions, I couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Powerful, I murmured, awestruck. As expected of the top strongest beings in the DxD world, the aftershocks of their casual attacks were enough to make me use all my strength to resist. Then I summoned Excalibur and used its power to create a defensive barrier for myself. But to my surprise, sensing the holy aura of Excalibur, both the lowly goddess and the Beast Emperor 666 paused their fight momentarily. The lowly goddess was a little surprised because she could sense the holy aura emanating from Excalibur. The Beast Emperor 666, as the embodiment of tyranny and darkness, loathed this kind of bright, holy aura. One of the Beast Emperor 666's heads suddenly turned towards me, its eyes locking onto mine with terrifying intensity. Then, a torrent of blood-red energy gathered in that head's mouth, and it fired a beam directly at me. The destructive red energy obliterated everything in its path. Its power was such that even the current top 10 strongest beings in the world would have to go all out to defend against it. And this was just a casual attack from one of the Beast Emperor 660 SXS heads. That thing attacked me just because it sensed the holy sword. Seeing the rapidly approaching red beam, I gripped Excalibur tightly, preparing to block. The moment the crimson beam of destructive energy reached me, I unleashed the full power of Excalibur, meeting the attack head-on. The instant the golden slash collided with the crimson energy beam, a deafening explosion ripped through the air, sending powerful shockwaves in all directions. Engulfed by the earth-shattering blast, my figure vanished completely. When the smoke cleared, my figure gradually reappeared, but my clothes were tattered, and I looked quite pathetic. Damn, is this the power of the strongest beings in this world? No wonder there are only a few beings who are beyond transcendence. Their power is simply outrageous. In the world of DxD, the strongest was undoubtedly the Great Red. Next was the adorable Ophis. These two could be considered to be the true peak of power in this world. And while the biblical lowly goddess and the Beast Emperor 666 were weaker than those two, they still belonged to the highest echelon of power. Below them were the transcendent gods and super devils, the 2 heavenly dragons, and so on. Even those beings could easily destroy the earth. It seems I still have a long way to go before I can reach their level. I couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. From a distance, the Beast Emperor 666, seeing that I hadn't been killed by a single strike, its pupils reflecting unprecedented ferocity. Roar! With a mighty roar, The Beast Emperor 666 charged at me. Despite its nearly 1,000-meter-long body, it moved with surprising agility, its speed so great that it was practically invisible, the ground beneath it cracking with each step. The Beast Emperor's 660 SXS speed was astonishing, leaving afterimages in its wake. Even hurricane-force winds whipped up behind it. Even I was surprised. I hadn't expected this creature to be so fast despite its enormous size. Caught off guard, I could only stare in disbelief as the Beast Emperor's 660 SXS 7 maws, filled with razor-sharp teeth, lunged towards me. It was too late to react. Then, with a flash of killing intent in my eyes, I was about to activate when suddenly a holy light appeared before me. In the next instant, a torrent of holy attacks rained down. Boom, boom, boom. The Beast Emperor 666 didn't even have time to react before it was bombarded by this barrage of energy, its entire body engulfed in the resulting smoke and explosions. The roars of pain from the Beast Emperor could be heard within the smoke. I deactivated my Rinnegan and looked up at the biblical lowly goddess in the sky. I hadn't expected her to save me at the last moment. Human child, it seems you're the one recognized by the sword of the planet. However, this battle is not something you can participate in. Please leave immediately. Then, the biblical lowly goddess's voice rang out. Her voice was clear and melodious, with each word seemingly carrying an infinite tenderness. So cute. The lowly goddess is too cute to be real, I thought as I beheld her up close, slightly dazed by her adorable form. What? Lowly goddess? The biblical lowly goddess froze in midair. She was the strongest goddess, revered and respected by all. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a way. She had found my initial comment about her being cute a little strange, but she had maintained her composure. But the second I called her lowly goddess, she snapped. The biblical lowly goddess clenched her small fists, her face puffed up in anger as she glared at me. You dare speak to me with such impudence? I'm not a lowly goddess. You human. Stop giving me such ridiculous nicknames. Hearing this, I rubbed my head sheepishly and apologized. I'm sorry. I just couldn't help myself. You're so adorable. The biblical lowly goddess's expression softened slightly, and she stared at me intently. But just then, that sneak, the Beast Emperor 666, suddenly attacked. A giant, pitch-black claw lashed out, its power seemingly capable of tearing the sky itself. Crap! Faced with the Beast Emperor 660 SXS attack, the lowly goddess was caught off guard and was directly struck by the claw, sent flying. And before she could recover, the Beast Emperor 666 pressed its attack, quickly gaining the upper hand. Seeing the biblical lowly goddess being pushed back repeatedly, and seeing the defensive spell in front of me, I couldn't help but feel moved. She's protecting me, even while fighting that monster. It seems I've made things difficult for her. What have I done? Then, with my magic power surging, I unleashed my complete body, its form nearly 1,000 meters tall, rivaling even the Beast Emperor 666 in size. Blue magic power erupted from my body like a torrent, engulfing everything around me. As the magic power burned furiously, I had undoubtedly reached the level of a transcendent/super devil. The lowly goddess and the Beast Emperor 666, who were still fighting, were once again drawn to my sudden burst of power. Seeing the massive even the lowly goddess couldn't help but be a little surprised, while the Beast Emperor 666 seemed agitated. Without giving the Beast Emperor 666 any chance to react, I raised the 100-meter-long greatsword and slashed down, sending the massive Beast Emperor 666 flying with a single blow. The Beast Emperor 666, sent flying, roared in fury, as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. I controlled then looked at the adorable and non-threatening biblical lowly goddess and smiled. Hee lowly goddess, let's do this together. The lowly goddess pouted, her face red and puffed up like an angry kitten. I told you not to call me lowly goddess. I muttered under my breath, sigh. Why doesn't she like this nice nickname? Hearing this, a dangerous glint flashed in the lowly goddess's amber eyes, and she stared at me intently. Seeing her murderous gaze, I coughed nervously, then put on a serious expression. Ahem. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Kyoya Hibari. Since you don't like lowly goddess, how about I call you Holy Chan? Or just Holy? How does that sound? The lowly goddess looked a little exasperated. Then she stared at me with amusement. Holy Chan? Holy. That's acceptable. You can call me that from now on. Ever since she was born as the strongest goddess, no one had dared to address her so casually. But it seemed Kyoya had the audacity to do so. But it felt kind of interesting. The lowly goddess didn't seem to mind my teasing. In fact, she seemed rather amused by it. Looking at the now-recovered Beast Emperor 666, I suggested, Holy Chan, I'll provide support. You look for an opportunity to inflict a serious injury on the Beast Emperor. The lowly goddess continued to attack the Beast Emperor 666, while reminding me, the Beast Emperor is only slightly weaker than me. Are you sure you can handle this? Hearing the lowly goddess's concern, I just smiled. Don't ask a man if he's up to it. Just watch and see. Then, I activated the Gate of Babylon. The dark sky was instantly filled with dazzling golden ripples. Moments later, countless exquisitely crafted noble phantasms rained down like arrows, targeting the Beast Emperor 666. The noble phantasms pierced the void, moving at incredible speeds. The Beast Emperor 660 SXS body was enormous, and it didn't bother dodging this kind of attack. As a result, a large number of noble phantasms struck its body. Boom! Boom! The Beast Emperor 666 was enveloped in a massive column of light, and explosions rang out one after another. However, I knew that this level of attack wouldn't be enough to seriously injure the Beast Emperor 666. So, the barrage from the Gate of Babylon was just a distraction. The real killing blow would come from the lowly goddess. I had to create an opportunity for her to severely injure the beast. While the Gate of Babylon was still bombarding the Beast Emperor 666, my sister began to charge its attack. The four giant swords of Siso rapidly accumulated magic power, and with the addition of countless bolts of lightning, the aura of destruction radiating from it grew stronger and stronger. He has this much power? Unbelievable. Seeing the power gathering in my Siso, even the lowly goddess's expression changed. Roar! Sensing a hint of danger from my aura, the Beast Emperor 666 roared furiously. It stopped paying attention to the noble phantasms and started charging up its own attack. In the next instant, the Beast Emperor 660 SIXS body glowed with a crimson light. A terrifying, bloody energy erupted. Its already immense aura continued to climb. Seeing the Beast Emperor 666 gathering its power, the lowly goddess's eyes narrowed. She immediately unleashed several divine spells, striking the Beast Emperor 666 and forcibly interrupting its power-up. Seeing its attack interrupted, the Beast Emperor 666 roared at the lowly goddess. It sounded as if it was saying, "You sneaky little. 2 against 1, and you're still using dirty tricks? This is outrageous." Just then, my Siso, having finished charging, suddenly launched a sneak attack of its own against the Beast Emperor 666. In the next instant, 400-meter-long swords struck the Beast Emperor 666. Destructive blue-violet waves of energy radiated from the blades, causing everyone's hearts to pound. Boom! An explosion erupted. Countless bolts of lightning roared from the 4 giant blades. The lightning rained down on the Beast Emperor 666, causing it to howl in pain. Then, the 4 greatswords struck the Beast Emperor 660 SXS body, leaving 4 massive wounds. The Beast Emperor 666 howled in agony, its blood splattering everywhere. "Holy Chan now, it's your turn," I immediately shouted to the lowly goddess. Seeing this, the lowly goddess immediately unleashed thousands of divine spells, all sorts of attacks completely engulfing the Beast Emperor 666. Boom, boom, boom. An instant later, a vortex of extremely destructive holy power formed. Then, several beams of golden light erupted, shooting into the sky. This was followed by continuous explosions and the Beast Emperor 660 SXS pained roars. After a moment, the Beast Emperor 660 SXS massive body was severely wounded. Just as the two of them were about to breathe a sigh of relief, the Beast Emperor 660 SXS wounds began to heal rapidly. Its broken body was regenerating at a visible rate. Seeing this scene, the lowly goddess frowned, frustrated. This creature's vitality is outrageous. It seems we can only seal it. Hearing this, I also frowned, staring at the recovering Beast Emperor 666. With such terrifying vitality, it's no wonder Holy Chan was only able to seal the Beast Emperor 666, even at the cost of her own life. It's basically unkillable. It seems I have no choice but to use the Azure Dragon's power. Otherwise, Holy Chan will still die in the war between the three factions. Just as I was about to unleash my trump card, a sudden thought crossed my mind. Wait a minute, didn't I just obtain the Mystic Eyes of Death Perception? How could I forget about this trump card? Then I looked at the Beast Emperor 666, a look of excitement on my face. Hee, you say you have strong vitality? You have amazing defenses? Let's see if you can survive my causality-defying ultimate weapon. Then I switched from my Rinnegan to the Mystic Eyes of Death Perception and looked at the lowly goddess. Holy Chan, help me slow it down. As long as I can get close to it, I have a way to deal with the Beast Emperor. Hearing my words, the lowly goddess's mouth twitched. Kyoya, are you kidding? Even I can't kill it. You're saying you could defeat it. I just chuckled. Then I revealed my Mystic Eyes of Death Perception and described their abilities to her. After hearing about the ability of my eyes, the lowly goddess's eyes widened in astonishment. She couldn't help but stare. To think such mystic eyes exist. How incredible. Understand. I'll restrain the Beast Emperor. Be careful. After saying that, the lowly goddess charged towards the Beast Emperor 666, unleashing the highest level of binding spells. Instantly, the Beast Emperor 666 was restrained, unable to move. At the same time, I focused my Mystic Eyes of Death Perception, seeing the lines of death on the Beast Emperor's body. However, because the Beast Emperor's 660 SXS level and life force were so much higher than mine, the lines and points of death on its body were incredibly thick and seemed to flicker in and out of existence. I needed the Sword of Promised Victory to sever them. Holy Chan, keep it restrained. I'm going in. After shouting a warning to the lowly goddess, I locked onto the lines of death on the Beast Emperor 660 SXS body, memorizing their positions, and then charged forward without hesitation. The restrained Beast Emperor 666, seeing me approach, felt a strong sense of impending doom. It roared and struggled to break free, but it had already been severely wounded, and it was still recovering. Plus, with the lowly goddess continued to suppress it with her divine power, it had no chance of escaping. Slash! A sound echoed through the dimension as I used the Sword of Promised Victory to sever the lines of death on the Beast Emperor 660 SXS body with all my might. Even if the Beast Emperor 666 struggled, it couldn't resist its own demise. It vanished from existence, its body dissolving into particles. With its lines of death severed, the Beast Emperor 666 could clearly sense its impending demise. It roared in defiance, but in the end, its body dissolved into particles of light, vanishing into the sky. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the Beast Emperor 666. Reward: 1 gold grade gift bag. Hearing the system notification that the task was complete, I was finally certain that the Beast Emperor 666 was dead. After all, the Beast Emperor 660 SXS life level was higher than mine, and its lines of death had been flickering in and out of existence. I wasn't entirely sure if I had actually managed to kill it. Just as I was letting out a sigh of relief, I suddenly felt a sense of rejection from the surrounding space-time. Rejection. I was startled. Could it be that by killing the Beast Emperor 666, I prevented the lowly goddess from being seriously injured, thus altering the course of future events? But why haven't I been rejected from this timeline? System, what's going on? Ding. Although the host has altered the course of events, as long as you can ensure that the outcome of the Great War between the three factions remains the same, you can still remain in this timeline. I see. Holy Chan. Then, I approached the lowly goddess, intending to reveal my identity, when I was suddenly interrupted. You're from the future, aren't you? The lowly goddess looked at me curiously, surprise evident in her voice. How did you figure that out? I was stunned. I hadn't expected the lowly goddess to see through my identity. I am the strongest goddess. At first, I had my suspicions about your identity, but that space-time rejection is undeniable proof. It seems you interfered in my fight with the Beast Emperor, changing the original outcome of events, and that's why you're experiencing this. Hearing this, the lowly goddess crossed her arms, looking quite proud of her deduction. In fact, if I hadn't intervened, Holy Chan, you would have barely managed to seal the Beast Emperor 666 at the cost of being seriously injured, which would have significantly diminished your power. News of your severe injury would have reached the underworld devils, and the original four great Satans of the underworld, leading all the devils, along with the fallen angels, would have launched the final war against heaven. The two heavenly dragons, Albion and Draig, would have suddenly intruded upon the battlefield. The three factions would have joined forces to eliminate the two heavenly dragons. And you, in your weakened state, would have forcefully created the Longinus, ultimately dying alongside the four great Satans. I explained, revealing the original course of events. The lowly goddess nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "But why haven't you been rejected by this timeline?" she asked. I then explained the situation to her. I see. I must find a way to disappear from everyone's sight during the war between the three factions, as in the future, or find a way to hide. Holy mused. After thinking it over, the lowly goddess smiled and gave her answer. Holy Chan, it's a long time until the present day. Won't you be lonely if you disappear and hide for so long? Also, that's just based on my one-sided account. Aren't you afraid I'm lying to you? How should I put it? After all, you are the one chosen by the sword of the planet, so I decided to trust you. Besides, I've grown tired of life in heaven. I want to follow you and experience some of the joys of this world. The lowly goddess smiled at me, her eyes fixed on mine. Holy Chan, you're really too cute. Seeing the lowly goddess like this, I couldn't help but hug her. What are you doing? Suddenly being hugged by me, the lowly goddess froze, not reacting for a moment. At this moment, the lowly goddess widened her eyes, looking incredibly surprised. She had never been hugged like this. The lowly goddess quickly pushed me away, her beautiful face flushed red. But it wasn't from anger, but rather from shyness. Cough, cough. I just couldn't help myself. Holy Chan is just too cute. I couldn't help myself. It's a habit. Just a habit. My words made the lowly goddess's face even redder. She didn't speak immediately, but glanced at me, huffed, and said with a pout, "You are not allowed to treat me like a child. I am a goddess, the strongest goddess." I nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, the strongest lowly goddess. The lowly goddess gritted her teeth in annoyance, glaring at me. This insufferable brat. He's teasing me again. Let's go. Come with me back to heaven. The lowly goddess calmed herself and said. Hearing that we were going to heaven, I was a little excited. After all, that was the angels' headquarters. Suddenly remembering something, I quickly said to the lowly goddess, Holy Chan, can you help me conceal my identity? The peace conference between the three factions is coming up soon, and I don't want Michael and his angel followers to recognize me. The lowly goddess casually waved her hand, and a holy spell enveloped me. After a moment, when the light faded, the lowly goddess explained this should do it. Except for those two, no one will remember your appearance. I nodded in satisfaction. In the blink of an eye, the lowly goddess and I were about to arrive in heaven. During this time, I also opened my first gold reward. System, quick, open the gold gift bag. After saying that, I mentally chanted, Amitabha Buddha, bless me, heaven help me, earth protect me. Ding! Gold gift bag opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 life level plus 1 evolution card. Yes, as expected of a gold gift bag, it was truly high level. It gave me something amazing. Although I was already quite strong, I was still fundamentally human. Even though I had a trace of the true dragon bloodline, it still wasn't enough for me. After all, in different worlds, it wasn't just about how strong you were. There were always dangers. Look at Goku from Dragon Ball. He was incredibly powerful, capable of breaking the dimensional barrier. But despite that power, almost died from a heart disease once. And even during his fight with Frieza, he was nearly killed by a sneak attack with a small pistol. It was just ridiculous. Therefore, increasing my life level was very important to me. Those with high life levels could even resist curses and causality-based weapons. After all, I plan to travel to other worlds in the future. If I encountered someone else with the mystic eyes of death perception or similar causality weapons, wouldn't I be finished? A bright light flashed before my eyes, and I slowly opened them, looking around curiously. The scenery of heaven was breathtaking. Lush green mountains, crystal clear lakes, and a pure, holy aura that made me feel incredibly comfortable and relaxed. Taking a deep breath, I relaxed completely, then turned to the lowly goddess and said, Holy Chan, I could live here forever. I don't want to leave. The lowly goddess raised her chin slightly, a proud expression on her face. Isn't it beautiful? This is my masterpiece. Seeing this, I smiled mischievously and tested her. Then, Holy Chan, could you build a place like this for me too? A bigger one, preferably. After all, I have quite a few wives. The lowly goddess's proud expression instantly vanished, and she froze. After a moment, she turned her head slowly, her gaze fixed on me, but she couldn't find the words to respond. Seeing the lowly goddess stunned into silence, I said awkwardly, I was just kidding, Holy Chan. Don't take it seriously. Of course, I was just joking. Rias and the others wouldn't be able to survive in heaven, with its intensely concentrated holy aura. Just then, numerous golden magic circles appeared, and a large group of pure-blood angels, even seraphim, emerged. To my surprise, there were far more than 4 seraphim with 12 wings. It seemed that many seraphim had fallen or become fallen angels during the Great War, like Azazel. I immediately recognized a few of them. Leading the group was the Archangel Michael, heaven's second-in-command. Beside him was another female angel, who was undoubtedly Gabriel, another of the 4 great seraphim. Although I had never met Gabriel before, I could easily guess her identity from her appearance. She had sky-blue eyes and long, flowing golden hair, and her stunning figure, especially her ample bosom, combined with her innocent, slightly airheaded personality, made her incredibly beautiful. She was beauty personified. At the same time, Gabriel radiated a gentle and peaceful aura, an inherent charm that made it impossible to feel any ill will towards her. Why are you staring so intently? What? Have you fallen for Gabriel? The lowly goddess looked at me, a playful glint in her eyes. Well, if Holy Chan bestowed Gabriel upon me as a wife, I'll gratefully accept. I replied with a grin. Hearing this, even the lowly goddess couldn't help but twitch her mouth, then huffed. In your dreams, you already have so many women. Now you want my seraph too? I just shrugged, not at all discouraged. After all, it was to be expected. All right. Meanwhile, Michael and the other angels had arrived before us. Seeing me covered in holy light, they were surprised. They hadn't expected their lord to be so attentive to a human. Then, they withdrew their gazes and knelt before the lowly goddess, saluting her. My lord, we welcome you back to heaven. The lowly goddess simply waved her hand and instructed them, rise. After the angels stood up, Michael couldn't help but ask with some concern, My lord, how did your battle against the Beast Emperor go? The lowly goddess pretended to be serious. Don't worry. With my efforts, and with the help of my friend here, the Beast Emperor has been eliminated. The crisis has passed. Hearing this, Michael and the other angels were speechless with shock. Defeated the Beast Emperor 666? Is that something a human can really do? That was the Beast Emperor 666, a being that possessed world-destroying power. Hadn't the Lord said previously that she could only seal it? If it hadn't come from the Lord's mouth, they would never have believed it. Then Michael and the other angels looked at me, finally understanding why this human was considered to be the Lord's friend. It seems he might actually be as powerful as the Lord. Thinking of this, Michael and the other angels couldn't help but gasp. They couldn't believe there was such a powerful existence among humans. All right, because of the battle against the Beast Emperor, I've been severely injured and need to recuperate. Michael, I'm entrusting all matters in heaven to you while I rest. Also, Gabriel, arrange a place for my friend to stay near my palace. Hearing this, Michael and Gabriel responded in unison. Yes, my lord. But the angels were still curious, staring at me intently, becoming even more interested in my identity. Especially Gabriel, with her adorable, slightly airheaded demeanor. Her expression alone was enough to make my heart flutter. Soon, Gabriel led me to a residence near the lowly goddess's palace. As Gabriel was leaving, I checked the new system tasks. Discover target character, Michael, task grade, black, task condition. As the deputy ruler of heaven, one should be able to stand on one's own 2 feet. After the God of the Bible disappears, help him restore and take control of the system of heaven. Discovered target character, Gabriel, task grade, black, task condition. What's a harem without a maid to take care of the host? Recruit Gabriel as a maid. Recruit Gabriel as a maid? But that'll only work, the lowly goddess agrees. If she doesn't agree, I might just have to kidnap her too. But the lowly goddess is too proud. It looks like I'll have to take it slow. I have plenty of time. As for Michael's task, TSK, this Michael is also a sad case. The lowly goddess tricked him into doing almost all of heaven's work. When the lowly goddess wasn't around, he still had to manage everything in heaven. He really had it rough. After the lowly goddess died, heaven's operational system was paralyzed. But after I evolve a bit, I should be able to help him restore it. This task is a piece of cake. Thinking about the problems with heaven's system, I suddenly remembered Irina. I seem to have promised Irina something. I'll have to ask the lowly goddess about it. With that thought, I flew towards Holy's palace. To fulfill my promise to Irina, I went to the lowly goddess's palace. As soon as I entered the main hall, I saw this lowly goddess sprawled out on her throne like a lazy bum. Seeing this, I couldn't help but comment, if your followers knew that the goddess they worship was like this, they'd probably lose it. Seeing me barge in unannounced, the lowly goddess pouted, a little annoyed. Why did you suddenly come here without any warning? If I had announced myself, I wouldn't have caught you slacking off. I thought to myself, actually, I have something I want to ask Holy Chan about. I was hoping you could help me out. Hearing my words, the lowly goddess perked up. She stood up. You need my help? Interesting. Tell me more. I felt a little embarrassed and said quietly, one of my wives is a devout follower of yours. I promised her I'd turn her into an angel. So, I was wondering if Holy Chan could give me some of heaven's holy energy. I want to help her fulfill this wish. After a moment of silence, the lowly goddess looked at me meaningfully. Finally, she nodded. Hey, you're quite something. Fine. I'll give you some pure energy later. It'll be enough to turn your wife into an angel. Hearing the lowly goddess's answer, I smiled and stroked her head, as expected of the cutest and most generous goddess. You're so reliable. What are you doing? The lowly goddess froze, startled by my sudden action. She swatted my hand away, her face bright red, sputtering in indignation. Damn it, you're treating me like a child again. She recalled our first meeting. Seeing the lowly goddess's flustered reaction, I quickly changed the subject. Holy Chan, since you're planning to retire, what will you do about the upcoming war between the 3 factions? Hearing my question, the lowly goddess glared at me, then said with a mischievous glint in her eyes, "Since you caused this, you'll have to fix it." Hearing this, I twitched my mouth. If that's the case, when a great war happens, just follow the original plot. Defeat the 2 heavenly dragons first, then fake your death and go into hiding after you clash with the 4 great Satans, I said, sighing. The lowly goddess nodded. After all, to maintain the original course of the world, this was the best solution. Suddenly, I seemed to remember something, and I asked the question that had been on my mind. "Holy Chan, can you tell me why you created the sacred gears? Was it just to give humans a way to protect themselves against other supernatural beings? Or was it simply because you were interested in it?" You could say those are both reasons. But the most important reason is actually to prepare for the possibility of an invasion from another world in the future. The lowly goddess explained. "What? You know about the evil gods from the DxD world?" I looked at the lowly goddess in astonishment. After all, as the strongest and most steadfast god for humanity, she created the sacred gears, both to help humanity and because she found it amusing. I had always thought that only the Great Red knew about the existence of other worlds and was protecting the DxD world. But surprisingly, even the lowly goddess knew about other worlds and created the sacred gears to resist a future invasion. The DxD world? So you even know the name of the other world. It seems the future of our world has already been invaded. At first, the lowly goddess was surprised that I knew about other worlds. But thinking about the possibility of the DxD world being invaded, the lowly goddess couldn't help but worry. The invasion hasn't happened yet, but it will soon, I said softly. You have a lot of secrets, don't you? I'm really curious about your identity. The lowly goddess looked at me intently, as if trying to see through me. If you want to know my secrets, Holy Chan, you'll have to agree to become my wife. I teased. Your wife? Hey, are you hitting on me? Hearing this, the lowly goddess smiled playfully. Ahem, just kidding. Let's continue our previous conversation. Seeing her smile, I felt a shiver run down my spine. Well, Holy Chan, those sacred gears you created are fine for dealing with average opponents, but they're far from enough to deal with the evil gods of the DxD world. Although I didn't want to discourage her, I still voiced my opinion. Hearing my words, the lowly goddess asked curiously, "Oh, do you know how strong the evil gods of the other world are? Are they very powerful?" They are very powerful. In the future, even the Great Red will be defeated in the dimensional gap during a battle with the evil god from the DxD world. He will be beheaded. I said seriously. What? Even the Great Red was easily slain. Hearing this, Holy Chan was deeply shocked, her pupils widening. After all, the Great Red was the strongest being in the DxD world, publicly acknowledged. Even she couldn't defeat him. The one who beheaded the Great Red was the evil god, Regal Ziva. And there are other powerful beings from the DxD world, like the evil god Melvazoa. They're all far more powerful than the Great Red. I continued to explain. This is a disaster. The lowly goddess couldn't believe that there were so many powerful beings in the other world. Holy Chan, you don't have to worry about the invasion from the other world. I have a trump card that can absolutely crush them. There's no need to fear defeat. Seeing her expression, I crossed my arms, speaking with confidence. Are you kidding me? The lowly goddess was incredulous when she heard my words. She had never been so shocked in her life. Sitting beside the lowly goddess, I said mysteriously, "When we meet again in the future, I'll tell you my secrets." The lowly goddess stared at me for a moment, then raised her small hands and gently cupped my face, smiling sweetly. "All right, then when we meet again in the future, you must tell me your secrets in detail." Since I had such a powerful trump card, she didn't need to worry so much anymore. Feeling Holy's small hands, I was momentarily stunned. Then, I reached out and took Holy's hands in mine, kissing them gently, then smiling and saying, "Your hands are so soft and smooth, Holy Chan. Have you fallen for me?" The lowly goddess froze, then quickly pulled her hands back, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. She huffed and rolled her eyes. As if I would fall for you. I'm just interested in you, that's all." With that, the lowly goddess went to check on the heavens system, preparing the angelic reincarnation energy I had requested. Seeing the lowly goddess's Tsundere act, I chuckled inwardly. It seemed capturing this proud, lowly goddess was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, the underworld. The devils were completely unable to sit still. We confirmed it. The biblical goddess was severely injured in the battle with the Beast Emperor 666 and hasn't recovered yet. The original Mao, Lucifer, grinned wickedly, his tone sinister. Really, this is a golden opportunity. That's right. Now is the perfect time to take her down. We can't let this opportunity slip away. The other three Mao were also thrilled. After discussing it, the four great Satans decided to launch a full-scale attack, and they set the battlefield in the underworld in order to maximize the weakening of the biblical goddess and the angel's power. Sometime later, my lord, the four great Satans have launched their attack. Even with Raphael and Uriel leading the charge, we're starting to lose ground. Michael and Gabriel came to the biblical goddess, worry etched on their faces. The war between the three factions was already intense. Now, with the direct involvement of the four great Satans, heaven's forces were being pushed back. Moreover, the fallen angels were watching from the sidelines, and no one knew what they would do. Michael had no choice but to seek guidance from the Lord. Hearing this, the biblical goddess frowned. These devils never changed, always thirsty for blood. Noticing that Kyoya wasn't present in heaven, the biblical goddess felt a little regretful that she couldn't say goodbye to him properly. Michael, Gabriel, follow me to the battlefield. Then, the biblical goddess composed herself and spoke with authority. Yes, my lord. Michael and Gabriel responded in unison. In the underworld, the three factions were engaged in a chaotic battle. Heaven's forces were led by seraphim like Raphael and Uriel. As for the fallen angels, there was Governor General Azazel, Shemhazai, and cadres like Kokabeel, leading the fallen angel legions. The most terrifying force was the devil's side, which had mobilized almost its entire force. Led by the original four great Satans of the underworld, there were also the pure-blooded devil nobles of the 72 Pillars. They had also brought almost all the elites of the underworld to participate in this great battle. The underworld was now filled with explosions, and screams of agony rang out ceaselessly. If it weren't for the powerful beings from all three sides constantly maintaining the barrier containing the devastating energies of the battle, the underworld might have already been destroyed. Suddenly, the four great Satans of the underworld unleashed their full power, catching heaven's forces off guard. The four great Satans, Lucifer, Beelzebub, Leviathan, and Asmodeus, had entered the fray. Seeing the four great Satans make their move, Raphael, Uriel, and the other seraphim looked at them with apprehension, their expressions darkening. Seeing this, Azazel and his deputy, Shemhazai, spread their 12 black wings and flew to the center of the battlefield, staring at the four great Satans. What's this? Are you planning to take advantage of Goddess's weakened state to start an all-out war? Actually, the fallen angels had nothing to do with this war. The devils had forced them to participate, fearing that the fallen angels might pull some trickery. Therefore, as the weakest of the three factions, the fallen angels had been playing it safe, while the angels and devils weren't overly focused on them either. Both the angels and devils were keeping a close eye on the fallen angels, wary of a potential betrayal. Azazel, don't you think this is a good opportunity? Goddess is severely injured now. This is the perfect chance to kill her. And besides, the world doesn't need such a powerful being. Leviathan sneered. Is that so? Even though my powers haven't fully recovered, they are more than enough to destroy you, devils. Just then, a golden magic circle appeared in the center of the battlefield, followed by a majestic voice. A flash of holy light blasted the four great Satans away. As the light faded, the angels' wounds began to heal rapidly. Three figures now stood in the center of the battlefield. It was the biblical goddess, Michael, and Gabriel. What? Goddess? Both the four great Satans and Azazel, along with the other powerhouses, couldn't hide their fear. After all, This was the strongest being in the three factions. And the angels, their eyes burning with fervor, knelt before the biblical goddess. "Welcome, our Lord." Raphael, Uriel, and the other seraphim breathed a sigh of relief. But Michael and Gabriel knew that their Lord's injuries hadn't fully healed yet. Her sudden participation in this war was cause for concern. The four great Satans, who had recovered, exchanged glances, then suppressed their fear and became excited. "Ha ha! It seems your battle with the Beast Emperor left you severely weakened. After all," Lucifer laughed loudly. Hearing Mal Lucifer's words, the Bible goddess couldn't help but feel a surge of killing intent. However, to ensure the normal progression of history, she had to feign a state of severe injury. Otherwise, she would have already eradicated all these devils on the spot. After all, both the devils and the fallen angels of this era were far more cruel and vicious than those of later generations. Even after several major reforms, the underworld still harbored many extremist terrorists and psychologically twisted devils. Then come and test if I can eliminate you devils." With that, the Bible goddess immediately erupted with a dense, pure holy light. In an instant, those weaker devils who came into contact with the holy light were incinerated to ashes. The scene instantly descended into chaos, and the screams of the devils echoed throughout. The Bible goddess's power left everyone present deeply shaken. The four great Satans of the underworld and the numerous devil elites who witnessed this scene had their expressions turn exceptionally grim. Even though the Bible goddess was injured, the fact that she was still so powerful was beyond their expectations. But they had come too far to back down now. Otherwise, if the Bible goddess recovered from her injuries, the devil race would face annihilation. "Let's attack together. The rest of the devils, hold back the angels and fallen angels. I don't think the Bible goddess can last long with such severe injuries." Mal Lucifer roared, then charged towards the Bible goddess. Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and also launched a fierce assault on the Bible goddess. Seeing this, the devils and angels immediately clashed, unleashing a devastating barrage of attacks that tore through the sky, obliterating everything in their path. The explosions were constant. Even the fallen angels were forced to join the fray. The Great War had begun. Meanwhile, elsewhere, I was preparing for my own evolution. I had summoned Rayquaza to stand guard in case of any unforeseen events, and then I mentally commanded, "Use the Life Level Evolution card." Ding! Life Level Evolution card. Used. Evolution commencing. As the system's notifications sounded, I could clearly feel my life force surging within me. Buzz! Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from my body, even shattering the surrounding rocks. Damn, system. Why didn't you warn me that evolving would be painful? In the next instant, I was racked with agonizing pain. It felt like my blood was boiling, and a horrifying pillar of light burst forth from my body. Then, a portion of the power within me overflowed, and a dragon's roar followed. Roar! As time passed, the evolution finally concluded. Ding! Congratulations, host. Evolution successful. I didn't pay attention to the system's notification. I was still catching my breath, the pain from earlier still fresh in my mind. After a long while, I finally recovered. System, show me my status panel. I mentally commanded the system to display my status. Host, Kyoya Hibari. Bloodline, true dragon bloodline evolved. Strength, transcendent. Magic power, transcendent. Abilities, divine beast, azure dragon soul power, mystic eyes of death perception, Rinnegan, rumble rumble fruit, 3 type of hockey, flying thunder god technique, 8 gates, 6 powers, enhanced chains of heaven, dragon's breath, dragon transformation. Pets, super shiny Rayquaza, Mao class, evolution potential, quasi-transcendent. Inventory, Zampakuto, Zangetsu, sword of promised victory, Excalibur. After seeing my updated status panel, I was surprised to find that I had directly reached the transcendent level. And even more unexpectedly, I discovered that I had gained a dragon transformation ability. After experimenting with it, I found that I had evolved into a dragon. Then I tried the skill, and in an instant, I transformed into a colossal silver-white dragon. After transforming into a dragon, I couldn't help but marvel. As expected of the dragon race, this physical constitution is ridiculously strong. No wonder dragons have always been synonymous with strength and terror. Just then, I discovered that the time on the space-time travel card was about to expire. I quickly returned to heaven to say goodbye to the Bible goddess. When I returned to heaven, I was told by the angels that the Bible goddess had gone to the underworld to participate in the war. Oh, it seems the three-faction war has already begun. Then I immediately used a magic circle to travel to the battlefield in the underworld. But when I arrived, I was surprised by what I saw. It seemed like the angels and fallen angels were working together to beat down the devils. The seraphim Michael and the others, along with fallen angel Governor General Azazel and other high-ranking individuals, were all engaging in battles with the powerhouses of the devil faction. Although occasionally angels and fallen angels would clash, it was clear that it was just minor skirmishes. Even the fallen angels' main force hadn't joined the battle, so they had suffered almost no losses. It turns out that Azazel has been playing the role of the neutral observer all along. The devils and angels were locked in a bloody battle, suffering heavy casualties. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, two dragon roars echoed from the distance, their power enough to interrupt the ongoing battles between the three factions. This is the two heavenly dragons. The three factions looked on in horror as they sensed the approaching auras of the heavenly dragons. It seemed like they had suddenly barged in. I also saw the task notifications that popped up for the two heavenly dragons. Sign-in character, Drake, Albion, task grade, purple, task condition, kill. Looks like it's my time to shine. I muttered to myself and prepared to enter the battlefield. At this moment, the three factions were working together to attack the two heavenly dragons, the Red Dragon Emperor Drake and the White Dragon Emperor Albion. Originally, Mal Lucifer wanted to warn the two heavenly dragons and force them to leave. But who knew that the two heavenly dragons, upon hearing this, would not only show no fear, but would also start slaughtering the three factions. Ultimately, after a discussion, they reached a consensus to eliminate the two heavenly dragons first before resuming their own conflict. So, the scene of angels, fallen angels, and devils battling the two heavenly dragons unfolded. In order to appear severely injured and to deceive the angels and devils of the three factions, the Bible goddess refrained from directly killing the two heavenly dragons. Otherwise, she alone could have easily dispatched them. However, to minimize losses on heaven's side, the angels, aside from the Bible goddess, didn't participate in the siege against the two heavenly dragons. As for the fallen angels, that cunning Azazel led his cadres, lingering on the periphery, putting in minimal effort. This sight made the four great Satans grind their teeth in frustration. Sensing an incredibly powerful aura, everyone stopped fighting and looked over with surprise and suspicion. Could it be an ally of Goddess? But why is there only one person? Or perhaps he's here to help the two heavenly dragons? He's radiating a draconic aura. Whether it was the four great Satans or Azazel and the other fallen angels, everyone was on high alert. After all, a powerful and unknown individual suddenly appearing on the battlefield demanded caution from everyone. Why are you here? The Bible goddess was a little confused by my sudden arrival, but still greeted me with a smile. Nearby, Michael, Gabriel, and the other angels were relieved. After all, the human who had been able to slay the Beast Emperor 666 was undoubtedly incredibly powerful. With his power, their lord wouldn't have to be under so much pressure. Holy Chan, I'm here to say goodbye. My time here is up, and I have to leave. I looked at the Bible goddess, my tone a little complicated. I see. In that case, we'll meet again in the future. Although a little reluctant, the Bible goddess still smiled. I took a moment to compose myself, then said, "Before I go, let me take care of the 2 heavenly dragons for you. I'll leave the rest to you, Holy Chan." Hearing my words, the Bible goddess looked at me tenderly, then nodded gently. "All right, I'll leave it to you." Meanwhile, the devils and fallen angels were stunned to see me. After all, they had never heard of the biblical goddess treating anyone like this. This only piqued their curiosity even more. Just who is this guy? But when they heard my words, they all started to mock me. "Ha ha ha, what a joke. He said he's going to take on the 2 heavenly dragons all by himself. Yeah, who does he think he is? He's out of his mind." Seeing the scornful looks of the devils and fallen angels, I didn't bother to pay them any attention. After all, Holy would take care of them. Then I walked straight towards the 2 heavenly dragons. To be honest, this was the first time I had seen the true forms of Albion and Drake. They looked quite majestic and imposing. Seeing me approach, and recalling what I had just said, Drake couldn't contain his anger any longer and roared at me. "Bastard! Do you think you can face the 2 heavenly dragons alone?" Albion also glared at me with murderous intent, his voice cold. "Brat, I don't know who you are, but you're dead." It had always been the 2 heavenly dragons who looked down on others. Now, they were being looked down upon. It was a great humiliation. In the next instant, the 2 heavenly dragons unleashed their power, releasing an aura that terrified everyone present. Even the 4 great Satans, Azazel, and the others were shocked. They hadn't expected the 2 heavenly dragons to still have so much power after being besieged for so long. "Brat, this is the consequence of underestimating us. Now die." Drake roared, appearing before me like a red phantom, radiating a terrifying aura. I remained calm and activated the Gate of Babylon, firing a barrage of golden, noble phantasms at Drake. However, Drake was incredibly fast. He dodged the noble phantasm attacks and opened his maw, unleashing a red beam of light, like lightning, directly at me. In response, I activated Susanoo and blocked Drake's attack, causing an explosion. But seeing that I was unharmed, everyone was shocked. Even Drake was a little shocked. After all, he hadn't held back at all, and his attack had caused me absolutely no harm. But seeing my calm and unfazed expression, Drake was enraged. He activated his penetration ability, a move that could bypass defenses and directly attack the enemy. Albion also unleashed his reduction ability. Albion's reduction could obliterate anything other than inorganic matter. As long as it was a living being, its blood, bones, organs, and soul would all be gradually diminished. Even against gods, it could reliably reduce all parts of their bodies. Seeing the 2 heavenly dragons going all out, Michael could no longer remain calm. He turned to the Bible goddess and said, "My lord, please allow me to aid him." Although Kyoya was incredibly strong, the 2 heavenly dragons were still among the top 10 strongest beings in the world. Now that they were going all out, Michael couldn't help but worry. Seeing the Bible goddess remain silent, even Gabriel couldn't sit still any longer. "My lord, if we don't act now, it will be too late," she urged. Hearing this, the Bible goddess turned to the angels behind her and explained calmly, "There's no need to worry. He will be fine. After all, it was mainly because of him that the Beast Emperor 666 was slain. I only assisted a little. His power is not something the 2 heavenly dragons can harm." Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, all the angels, including the seraphim like Michael and Gabriel, were shocked to hear the Bible goddess's words. They all stared at her, dumbfounded. "My lord, could it be that what you said earlier was true?" Michael's voice trembled slightly as he asked. It wasn't that they didn't believe her, but it was just too unbelievable. When they first met Kyoya, they hadn't taken her words seriously, thinking she was just joking or exaggerating. But now, their lord was telling them that I had almost single-handedly killed the Beast Emperor 666, and that their lord had only assisted. Knowing the truth, Michael and the others looked at me blankly, their bodies trembling, their eyes filled with shock. After all, even their lord had said that she couldn't kill the Beast Emperor 666. But now, in other words, Kyoya's power might even be greater than their lord's. Thinking of this, the angels couldn't help but gasp. If that was the case, they were completely relieved. Instead, they felt sorry for the two heavenly dragons. Seeing Michael and the others so agitated, the devils and fallen angels were confused, not knowing what was happening. But they didn't bother to speculate, as the two heavenly dragons had already launched their attacks. Looking at me, standing in the center of the battlefield, almost all the devils and fallen angels sneered, thinking, "That reckless human is dead meat this time." Suddenly, a powerful light flashed, and a thunderous explosion roared. The instant DxD's penetration and Albion's reduction attacks struck me, a devastating explosion swept through the area. Mountains crumbled, the earth split open into deep ravines, and a deafening roar echoed. This caused the already unstable underworld to shake even more violently, forcing the three factions to work together to reinforce the area. However, just moments later, as the smoke cleared, revealing the devastated landscape, and me standing in the middle of a deep crater, completely unharmed, the devils and fallen angels fell silent. Everyone present, including the four great Satans and Azazel, gulped. In that instant, all eyes on me. They had all assumed that this would be a one-sided slaughter, with the two heavenly dragons completely annihilating me. But the result, has he reached this level of power? He's becoming more and more exciting to watch, the Bible goddess remarked, her eyes shining with surprise. Seeing that I was completely unharmed, DxD was enraged. "How did you block my penetrating attack?" Albion widened his dragon eyes in disbelief. "How did you survive my poison? Why was it ineffective?" His reduction should have worked on any being other than DxD, Great Red, and the infinite dragon god. Even the Bible goddess should have been affected, at least slightly. Yet this human was completely unharmed. Ignoring the heavenly dragon's questions, I deactivated my mystic eyes of death perception. Although I could have easily killed the two heavenly dragons with the mystic eyes of death perception, that would have destroyed their bodies. Holy wouldn't have been able to create the divine dividing and boosted gear. Are the renowned two heavenly dragons this week? Pathetic, I said, my expression still calm, my tone mocking. Hearing my words, everyone, whether from the three factions on the battlefield or the gods watching in secret, gasped. This kid, he's really pushing his luck. Can't he see that the two heavenly dragons are about to explode with rage? Now, they're definitely going to go all out. "I'll tear you apart, you damn brat." Once again irritated, DxD and Albion finally lost all reason. At the same time, DxD and Albion's magic power erupted completely, and even their massive dragon bodies began to emit steam as if they were ablaze. At this moment, all the powerhouses of the three factions felt a chill. Seeing this situation, I also used my new ability, Dragon Transformation. Roar! A mighty dragon's roar echoed through the battlefield, snapping Albion and DxD out of their rage. Seeing the silver dragon before them, larger than even themselves, they were completely stunned. Not only were the two heavenly dragons dumbfounded, but even the powerhouses of the three factions, including the Bible goddess, were bewildered. What's going on? Wasn't he human? Even if he had a draconic aura, how could he transform into a dragon? The pressure from the giant dragon struck everyone's souls. Although I wasn't targeting them directly, they still felt a primal fear. DxD and Albion felt an instinctive urge to submit, a suppression from a higher-ranking being, a suppression from a superior bloodline. I am possible, absolutely impossible. How can he transform into such a powerful dragon? Aside from Great Red and the infinite dragon god, there shouldn't be any other dragon this powerful. Feeling the tremor in their souls, DxD and Albion roared in defiance. Transformed into a silver dragon, I roared at the sky, my body expanding rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 100-meter-tall silver dragon appeared before everyone's eyes. "Ha ha ha, come, two heavenly dragons. Let's fight." Hearing this, DxD and Albion, though shocked, still charged at me fearlessly. Looking at the two heavenly dragons, I felt a surge of fighting spirit. I began to circulate the magic power within my body, a terrifying aura that shocked everyone present erupting from me. I transformed into a silver streak of light and charged towards the two heavenly dragons. In an instant, 3 colossal dragons, one red, one white, and one silver, were locked in a fierce battle. Even against 2 opponents, I had the absolute advantage, thrashing the 2 heavenly dragons until they roared in pain. The entire underworld was shaking from the force of our battle. Seeing this shocking scene, Michael and the other angels couldn't help but ask, "My lord, your friend, he's a dragon?" Hearing Michael's question, the Bible goddess simply glanced at them and said, "How should I know?" Boo-ah-um. Suddenly, a loud noise pulled everyone's attention back. They saw the 2 heavenly dragons roar and ram their heads into the silver dragon. Bang! My dragon form was sent flying a great distance, unleashing a powerful shockwave that spread out in all directions. It instantly blew away the weaker spectators who were watching the battle. Being sent flying like that enraged me. My dragon form began to gather magic power, my body emitting a blinding silver light, shaking the underworld. Feeling the pressure of death, the 2 heavenly dragons roared in defiance and began to attack frantically. But it was already too late. A devastating beam of white light shot from my dragon mouth, striking Drake directly, piercing through him and ending his life. The white beam continued onward, obliterating everything in its path, leaving a bottomless chasm in the earth, a testament to the attack's terrifying power. Seeing his rival Drake die, Albion was even more furious. He disregarded his own injuries and attacked me relentlessly. I stared at him with murderous intent, my dragon claws now coated in a layer of silver light. I swung at Albion's neck. Splat! A silver flash, and even Albion, with his incredible defense, couldn't withstand it. His neck was slashed. After a moment, his head slowly slid off and fell to the ground. The battlefield fell deathly silent. Gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the 3 factions. From the gods watching in secret to everyone present on the battlefield. All of them stared at me with shock and awe. Even the Bible goddess was stunned.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.